When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1651, Prodigies Meet. Thud, the black pebble was smashed by the world rock. Lu immediately felt he couldn't control it anymore, and then there was this twisting pain in his sea of consciousness, such a terrifying waiting stone, such strange attack method. Tu immediately knew he was no match for Yimo. The difference was too great. Even he and his friend combined was no match for Yimo. He finally realized now why Lu immediately left seeing Yimo. This guy was no weaker than Great Unity Immortal. Hang Feng, let's run. Tu just said this and was about to run out of the room. Yimo's stone smashed at Hang Feng while a purple ray swept at Tuesday. Hang Feng knew that Yimo's power was not on the same level as theirs. He didn't completely release his flag and was about to dash out of the room before Tuesday. He took the opportunity and only paid the price of his magic artifact being destroyed and escaped Yimo's world rock. But just when he got to the door, an extremely bored Shadowless charged up. In just 2 strikes, the 2 abstruse immortal were killed by Yimo and Shadowless. Yimo took the storage rings but didn't take back world rock. He just smashed at the restriction. Crack, the restriction crippled quickly, this time Yimo SWA clearly. The blue flying sword was a level 7 immortal artifact. This was top grade immortal artifact. There another frosty sword that was also level 7 immortal artifact. Yimo put away the sword and gave the flying sword to Jinbingyu in the flying snow orb. Then he picked up that jade slip. It was an immortal range cultivation method, but it was completely useless to Yimo, so he threw it into his storage ring. No wonder he asks if I had a map. Yimo found a map from Tu's storage ring. It was very clear and marked all the routes in the palace clearly. This route didn't clearly say which room had magic artifact, but those people taking this route would go into a room when they see one for sure. There's actually such a clear map. Jinbingyu came out of the flying snow orb and saw the map. This map was indeed very clear. Yimo was rejoiced that he got such a clear map, but hearing Jinbingyu's words, he was confused. This map was indeed very clear, but near the end it seemed to get obscure. This map didn't have a final destination. This is really interesting. Yimo put away the map. You're suspecting this map? Jinbingyu asked. She knew this map was probably real or this too wouldn't be able to find this room. I don't doubt the map, but I trust Shadowless more. Yimo answered. If he didn't have Shadowless, he would have to follow the map, but he does have Shadowless, so why follow the map? Jinbingyu nodded and went into the flying snow orb. She trusted Yimo's judgment was correct. This map was a bit strange indeed. Shadowless capabilities were no weaker than the map. Or he wouldn't have been able to find here in 9 days. In the next few days, Yimo followed Shadowless. Yimo felt Shadowless was more powerful than a map. He would find good things every time. He even got 2 level 7 immortal spirit herb. On top of that, Yimo collected a lot of cultivation method jade slip and magic artifact on the way. Yimo compared Shadowless path with the map. Only the first few parts were similar, but then it became completely different. On the 29th day, Yimo followed Shadowless through this twisted formation and came to a huge altar. There was a blue stage and on it was a jade slip. The edged slip was under 2 faint golden materials, sky mobility gold. Yimo recognized the 2 golden materials. It was level 7 immortal material sky mobility gold. It was for making top grade flying magic artifact. Yimo was immediately interested. Compared to sky mobility gold, other level 7 materials were nothing. Without a doubt, the jade slip under it wouldn't be simple. Yimo's spirit sense scanned that aqua stage. He felt that the stage was on par with the sky mobility gold. As tough, it would be very useful to him as well. What was this? Yimo hesitated for a moment and decided to break the restriction first and then put it in his collection before studying. As soon as Yimo released the world rock, he felt an extreme sense of danger. The world rock instantly blocked behind him. Rumble, a black beam struck world rock. Yimo retreated tens of meters before barely stopping himself. His world rock was smashed away to the side. Yimo was shook. This was the first time he encountered a guy who could hack away world rock. Such powerful ambush. It was a great Unity Immortal without a doubt, a rather strong one too. but when Emo settled his mind, he saw the person who stood before him seemed even younger than him. What shocked him even more was that this guy was abstruse immortal tertiary stage. Emo had always been the one to instant kill abstruse immortal. Yet one day an abstruse immortal tertiary stage almost ambushed him and injured him lightly. The abstruse immortal tertiary stage was calm and his face sunken like water. He stared at Emo as though contemplating something. In terms of looks, Emo felt he was far from this guy. He was certain this guy was abstruse immortal tertiary stage indeed, but this ambushing handsome abstruse immortal was more shocked, but he didn't show it on his face at all. Ever since he came out, there had never been an abstruse immortal to survive under his ambush, much less an abstruse immortal middle stage. So what if it was Great Unity Immortal? He had killed more than a few, yet this very young abstruse immortal middle stage not only stopped his ambush and was unscathed. Where did this guy come from? How could there be such a strong abstruse immortal middle stage? Was he like himself? Having a huge secret, he came for that jade slip, otherwise why would he ambush an abstruse immortal middle stage? That jade slip was too important to him. Who are you here? How did you appear here? The abstruse immortal tertiary stage calmed his shock and stared at Emo asking. He had to know how Emo came. Emo saw this abstruse immortal tertiary stage had a black smoke around his wrist. Was that what struck away World Rock? Who are you? How did you appear here? Emo asked as well. I'm Yen Jiutian, my heritage has left a map so I came here. Unexpectedly, this abstruse immortal tertiary stage answered pridefully, your heritage left behind a jade slip? Emo asked, show me. Emo was being unreasonable, he didn't believe this guy would show him. However, Yen Jiutian threw a jade slip at Emo without hesitation. It's here, you can see it. Emo realized that Yen Jiutian was just telling him that the things here doesn't belong to him. Keep dreaming, since he saw it, he would have to get it. Emo scanned this jade slip and saw it was pretty much the same as what he got from Tuesday. The only difference was Tu's map didn't clearly point to here, but Yen Jiutian's did. Giving the map back, Emo said calmly, my map is different, I have a few paths leading to here but you only have one. Yen Jiutian's face changed, but then he sneered, I was wondering why. You bought the incomplete map I sold. Does your map only have the route but not this altar? Chapter 1652, Opponent, Emo dazed, selling such map out? Was his brain broken? What did he mean? Emo didn't believe Yen Jiutian was this generous. So the map you got is mine. Of course it's your fortune to get the map, but it's what my heritage left me. I can only ask you to leave. But of course, I will give you compensation. Yen Jiutian wasn't scared of Emo, he desired the jade slip too much. He can live with his current power. If he got the jade slip, he would be able to instant kill great immortals. As his power grew, his power to fight beyond his level would be stronger. Even if he had to kill Emo, it would be after he got the thing. He knew Emo was no match for him, but he had to be careful. Hearing this, Emo suddenly thought of something and instantly realized what was going on. He smirked, I believe there's more than one way here, right? Every route would have some good things on the way, but you don't have the time to go collect it all yourself, so you can only ask others to help you. Perhaps you did something on the map. Once you get what's here, you would go find them one by one. Yen Jiutian's face changed again. Emo immediately knew his guess was right. Yen Jiutian was willing to give up the other things and the other routes for the things here. Clearly it was something substantial. Otherwise, he wouldn't do this. He might not be able to collect back 100% of the things other people with the map got. You're very smart and the most powerful opponent I've encountered. In that case, let's not waste time talking. Before Yen Jiutian finished, the black mist rose up and turned to a thick black shadow smashing towards Emo. The black shadow was extremely fast and tore through the space like a black river tipping. Emo released World Rock and brought with it a huge immortal essence whirlpool. The black shadow in the whirlpool also charged at the black flow. After the black flow landed, it seemed overwhelming and dominant. Emo's black world rock seemed minuscule in this grand flow. Emo was shook and inserted his immortal essence into the world rock like crazy. Without his help, the world rock wasn't as powerful as the black flow. Rumble, the world rock and the black flow collided together. Immortal essence scattered everywhere, exploding on the sturdy floor. 10-meter deep ravines were created. The black ray and black mist splashed away onto the restriction on the altar. Emo flew back and the world rock was smashed to the side again. This was smashed away in a head-on clash, not in an ambush. Yan Zhoutian's immortal essence was on par with him and his spirit sense was on par with him too. Yemo didn't know what the black mist flow was, but it seemed harder than his world rock. Yan Zhoutian didn't get the upper hand too. The mist flow split apart as though about to dissipate. But when Yan Zhoutian stabilized himself, the mist quickly gathered together and circulated around Yan Zhoutian. Yan Zhoutian grunted and suddenly lifted his hand. The black mist turned into multiple black arrows and flew towards Yemo. Suddenly a silver dragon appeared next to him. Yan Zhoutian patted the dragon's back, tear him apart. Shoo! Tens of black lines pressed towards Yemo while the silver dragon chased right after. Yemo knew that such weapon was divided from a magic artifact that could fight with the world rock. Even his immortal nirvana body can't take a hit head-on. Yan Zhoutian's power was far beyond Yemo's expectations. The lines looked ordinary, but all the space around him was locked by the flying arrow. He had no other way but to take it head-on. Yemo released Octagonal Cauldron and smashed at the silver dragon with the world rock. Rumble! The black arrow shot on Octagonal Cauldron, creating huge explosive sounds. Yemo's sea of consciousness ached as he spat multiple mouthful of blood. There was a cracking sound. Yemo knew the Octagonal Cauldron cracked. Yemo knew the Octagonal Cauldron came from a very mysterious place, the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, where the World Mountain was. He could only control 5 levels of restrictions inside and couldn't control anymore. Yet such a magic artifact actually shattered under the black arrows. Thud! The world rock smashed with the silver dragon. Blood mist sprayed. The silver dragon stopped the world rock but was smashed to the side and instantly retreated back to Yan Zhoutian. He looked at Yemo with a sliver of fear. Yemo quickly put the Octagonal Cauldron back in his ring and didn't even have time to eat pills. He released Zisu, which turned into a purple ray and smashed down at Yan Zhoutian. Yan Zhoutian was starting to attack the restriction now. Even though Yemo was heavily injured, how could he let this guy have what he wanted? Yan Zhoutian saw Yemo was fine again and just spat a few mouthful of blood. He was even more shocked. The black arrows gathered into the mist again. Yan Zhoutian's face looked bad. Never had he thought he would fight so arduously with an abstruse immortal middle stage. When the purple ray came, the mist turned into a spear and stopped the purple ray like a ghost. Purple ray splashed around, but the spear didn't move at all. Yan Zhoutian didn't keep attacking Yemo, nor did Yemo keep attacking Yan Zhoutian. Yemo had the lower hand in the battle and was a little injured. You're the strongest abstruse immortal middle stage I've seen, but it ends today. Pity, you had a bright future ahead of you. Yan Zhoutian held the black spear and didn't care about the heavily injured silver dragon. Silly, attack. Then Yan Zhoutian brought a flurry of spear shadows and smashed at Yemo. He knew he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted if he didn't kill Yemo. Yemo sighed. Yemo was scared of this guy defending. If Yan Zhoutian didn't take the offensive, he really didn't know what to do. The world rock smashed at the dragon again. The dragon was already very scared of the world rock, but he didn't dare to retreat. He could only roar and charge at the world rock. Die! Yan Zhoutian roared as he attacked Yemo. The explosive immortal essence was like a terrifying mountain. Before Yan Zhoutian even neared Yemo, it already pressed towards Yemo without mercy. Yemo grunted. His immortal essence and spirit sense rushed. He hadn't released Lightning Sword yet, but the lightning lights already surrounded him. Lightning element. Yan Zhoutian stared at this lightning in shock. But so what if Yemo was lightning, who would escape when he was determined to kill him? Yemo felt a very terrifying thing emit from Yan Zhoutian, but he didn't know what it was. He can't be any slower. Shadowless charged up. Zisu released a shocking purple beam, tearing the distance between him and Yan Zhoutian. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. Kill. Lightning Sword Rumble. Yan Zhoutian suddenly had the impression that something was ambushing his meridians. No, something really was ambushing his meridians. Rumble! Zisu clashed with the black spear. Zisu didn't stop at all. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, the strike of one road and no return. But Yan Zhoutian felt his black spear pause for that brief moment when clashing with Yemo, but that was enough for Yemo. Chapter 1653, Vindicate My Tao. Rumble! At the same time, Yemo's lightning sword smashed down. Seeing Zisu's force, Yemo knew it should be fine hacking open this terrifying mist spear. Now that Yan Zhoutian was ambushed by Shadowless and paused for a moment, he wouldn't be able to escape his lightning sword. Splurge! Zisu hacked on Yan Zhoutian's chest, but Yemo dazed. He almost didn't believe his eyes. He clearly felt the distance between Zisu and Yan Zhoutian suddenly increase. The strike that should have sliced Yan Zhoutian in half only left a deep gash on Yan Zhoutian. The main reason was that the distance between them suddenly increased. Without any premonition, Yemo was certain that increase in distance wasn't something that could be achieved by Yin Zhoutian retreating. Yin Zhoutian couldn't retreat, he was certain that space appeared out of nowhere. Just like how the nine-headed void-devouring bug makes space disappear for no reason. Now, space appeared for no reason, space law. Yemo called out in shock. He instantly realized Yin Zhoutian was a mere abstruse immortal tertiary stage, but he learned a sliver of space law. This was too terrifying. This was something only top-status immortals could learn. One at least had to be above Immortal King to learn this, or must be a very talented Immortal King. Yin Zhoutian was only an abstruse immortal tertiary stage. This was different to the nine-headed void-devouring bug. That nine-headed void-devouring bug had a natural ability, but Yin Zhoutian truly learned this space god art. Yemo also knew why he felt this terrifying thing on Yin Zhoutian. This guy touched on space law. Thud. Suddenly, the black spear split and still pierced into Yemo's chest. The spear couldn't penetrate Yemo entirely, but he splashed no lesser blood than Yin Zhoutian, immortal nirvana body. Yin Zhoutian was no less shocked than Yemo. Yemo was only an abstruse immortal middle stage. His means were this terrifying and was an immortal nirvana body. Just where did this insane abstruse immortal come out from? What ambushed him before? The silver dragon was smashed again and looked even more withered. He retreated next to Yin Zhoutian. Although Yemo and Yin Zhoutian were both heavily injured, Yemo was immortal nirvana body and recovered much faster than Yin Zhoutian. Yin Zhoutian knew that if it wasn't for his space law, he would have lost his life. Seeing Yemo's power rise again, he knew that if he stayed here today he would probably die. He felt very depressed. He would smirk in contempt if someone said he was no match for an abstruse immortal middle stage, but now he really was no match for an abstruse immortal middle stage. It's not that he wasn't strong, but this abstruse immortal middle stage was too absurd. He was certain Yemo didn't hide his power, lightning element, immortal nirvana body, and such terrifying means. I see. Yin Zhoutian ate a few pills and his force rose drastically. He knew he was no match for Yemo, but he really didn't want to leave this place. I just want that jade slip. You can have the rest and I'll give you 5 million contribution points. Yin Zhoutian said heavily. Yemo seemed like he didn't hear this. He suffered this much today and this bastard wants him to compromise. Keep dreaming. Zissou sliced out again. Illusion cloud domain kill strike. Purple sprayed all over the heavens. Feeling the space around him change, Yin Zhoutian's face changed. He still had killing blows he didn't use, but he knew Yemo also had killing blows he didn't use. Yin Zhoutian didn't hesitate at all now. The black mist circulating around him exploded and instantly formed a dark ray. The jade slip was important, but it wasn't as important as his life. When Zissou sliced across, the dark ray disappeared, so powerful. Yemo ate a few pills and felt very threatened by this Yin Zhoutian. Although he won today, that was because Yin Zhoutian couldn't completely use his space law and Yin Zhoutian didn't know he had so many means. If the two met again, it wouldn't be so simple to gain the upper hand. Yin Zhoutian was the most powerful same-level opponent he had encountered. That black mist was even a little more powerful than World Rock. If possible, Yemo would kill Yin Zhoutian at all costs, but he knew he wouldn't be able to stop Yin Zhoutian from going. Yemo sighed and smashed the World Rock on the restriction. After the restriction was broken, Yemo immediately charged on the stage. He took the Sky Mobility Gold and the Jade Slip while sweeping away the Aqua stage into his Golden Page world. As soon as he did this, the altar lit up. Yemo was immediately about to charge out, but he couldn't resist at all and was surrounded by the light and disappeared. Yemo calmed down once he was bound by the light. He knew this was probably a teleportation formation. He didn't know where it was to, but he couldn't tell it was a teleportation formation before at all. Yemo felt a little dizzy. He forcefully controlled his sea of consciousness, making himself stay conscious. Luckily this process wasn't long and in just tens of seconds, Yemo fell to the ground. Yemo looked dazedly at what was before him. A huge, grand and ancient palace appeared before him. This gigantic force made Yemo even want to kneel down and pray to this palace. Yemo forcefully hacked out a few spirit sense blades in his sea of consciousness and barely controlled this urge to kneel down. He was shocked. What was this place? After a long while, Yemo came back to his senses and studied this palace. It wasn't big, but it was very tall. Even his spirit sense couldn't reach the top. There was a huge altar in front of the palace. There was a few candles burning on the side. These few candles gave him an extremely eerie feeling. What candle was this, burning after all these years? Yemo walked a step forward. Quang, a soul-shocking sound appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yemo subconsciously shivered. Was this footstep sound? Yemo didn't keep going forward. He carefully scanned the 8 candles before reaching a golden statue. It was a very fat middle-aged man, but he seemed ethereal. Before Yemo moved his spirit sense away, that same sound appeared again. Those who vindicate my Tao receives my heritage, serve me as master, kneel. Those who vindicate my Tao receives my heritage, serve me as master, kneel. This sound repeated again and again as though striking the depth of one's soul. Yemo suddenly had this intense pious urge to kneel and worship, but the next moment, the 3 birth chant led immortal essence in cycles and shivered Yemo. Before he could do anything, Jinbingyu dashed out of the flying snow orb. Yemo caught her the instant she came out. Before she could kneel down, he knocked her out and sent her into the flying snow orb. Yemo closed his eyes and ran the 3 birth chant like crazy. That pestering sound slowly dissipated from his brain, but it was still in the palace. After a long while, Yemo opened his eyes. If it was someone else, he would have probably knelt down. Even that Yen Zhoutian sending him off was helping him. Yemo had always been cultivating under the bitter bamboo and used the 3 birth chant born from the chaos. His mind was firm like a boulder. Even Heart Demon couldn't affect him, although Yemo hadn't come into contact with Tao Vindication Masters, but he wasn't an idiot about Tao. The 3 birth chant thought that Tao people created itself. Those who achieve great Tao are born from all the things in the world. Tao gives birth to one. One becomes everything. This everything includes himself, but Yemo knew that no Tao could be vindicated from someone else. Tao vindication came from relying on one's own great wisdom, perseverance and fortune, yet the first thing this palace said was those who vindicate my Tao. It was completely opposite to his understanding of Tao. Chapter 1654, Spirit Will 9 Transformations. Even though Yemo couldn't derive Tao, he didn't believe Tao could be vindicated from someone else or use someone else's heritage to vindicate Tao. There were millions of ways to Tao vindication, but not a single one was made by others and ready for you to use. Each Tao vindicator had his own path. Of course, the prerequisite for this was the ability to think and stop worship. Yemo had the ability to think and didn't lose his consciousness. Facing against this sound, the higher the power, the more enticing it would be. Realizing this, Yemo completely ignored that sound. After focusing his mind, Yemo set his gaze on the altar again. There were also a few jade slips on it, and in the center of the 8 candles, there was a subtle light flickering. Yemo felt the light seemed to be alive, or perhaps was the heritage light of that sound. Yemo calmed down. He gave up taking the jade slips. No matter how good the cultivation method, he didn't believe it would be as good as 3 birth chant. But then Yemo was shook. He realized he couldn't get out at all. Everything around him was empty. The only thing he could see was that 8 candles and the jade slip in the center, as well as that light. Yemo's spirit sense scanned to the top of the palace. It seemed high and low at the same time. Sometimes you could touch it, sometimes you didn't know how high it was. This entire palace seemed to be big and small variably. Seeing this, Yemo's heart sunk. He had a bad feeling. It seemed that after entering this palace, he had no choice but to accept the heritage. This was a very eerie palace. If it was someone else here, this palace would not only not be eerie, but the bright lantern leading him to Tao vindication. After a long while, Yemo took another step forward. The soul-shaking voice in his mind grew more intense. Yemo had a feeling that if he knelt down and crawled forward piously, he would be able to get to the altar quickly. Yemo closed his eyes and didn't keep going forward. He wanted to find a way out. After calming down again, Yemo took forward a big step, but soon he found that the sound was ever more penetrating. What shook Yemo more was that after he took this step, he found that he didn't seem to have moved at all. Space law, Yemo murmured to himself with a bad face. He appeared in a palace with space law. He was certain that there didn't seem to be another way out but to accept the heritage. At the same time, he realized why Yen Zhoutian had such a map. He wasn't lying when he said his heritage left this. His heritage probably let him come here to receive Tao Vindication heritage. Pity, he was sent running away before coming in here. Perhaps he really helped this Yen Zhoutian. It must be a very powerful being to have left the heritage here, otherwise, no matter how talented Yen Zhoutian was, he wouldn't be able to fight on par with him at abstruse immortal tertiary stage. Yemo knew there was no point in panicking, it would make him lose his wits and fall into that heritage eventually. Now the only other possibility of getting out was if he learned a sliver of space law too. In order to prevent Jinbingyu from waking up and keep charging out. Guillermo took out away the control rights of flying snow orb and closed his eyes, starting to derive the space laws around him. Guillermo relied on not his abstruse immortal middle stage power but the three birth chant. That Yan Zhoutian could learn a sliver of space law, he didn't believe he couldn't. Guillermo knew he couldn't take out the time formation disk. One was the risk of exposing it, second, time formation disk used time law. He wasn't sure if the two would conflict. Days passed by and the Mist Demon Palace had been open for 3 months now. All sorts of things happened inside, but no one knew that Guillermo had stood there silently for a few months. Another month passed and Guillermo suddenly opened his eyes. He took a long breath. The palace was still the same, but he felt a little different. He realized that this palace only had fragmented space law. He didn't know what real space law was, but the derivation the three birth chant gave him was that only space law that could entwine with time law was true space law. Different space appeared in different time. When he realized one day how to connect different space and different time, he would completely understand space law. But now, just like Yan Zhoutian, he only knew a sliver, but this sliver was enough for him. The next moment, Guillermo suddenly took a few steps and then moved one step to the side. An extremely bright light shone down and Guillermo took a long breath. He knew the scene before him clearly. It was Ping Pao Plain. It only took him a few steps to leave that palace and come out into the plain, not the Mist Demon Palace. In just 4 months, Guillermo could learn a sliver of space law and leave from that palace. Even he felt a sense of accomplishment. He knew he couldn't use space law into battle like Yan Zhoutian yet, but it was only a matter of time. After Guillermo removed the restriction of flying snow orb, he sent a news to Jinbingyu and quickly left there. A day later, Guillermo found a quiet place and took out that jade slip immediately. Guillermo really wanted to know what it was for Yan Zhoutian to desire it so much. When Guillermo scanned his spirit sense in, he found it was an incomplete jade slip. It was heavily incomplete, but it kept at the depth of the Mist Demon Place under 2 sky mobility golds. The words on it was very obscure. Guillermo took a long while to recognize it. Spirit will 9 transformations. Guillermo's hands shook, almost dropping the jade slip. Spirit will was spirit sense? Spirit will 9 transformations was spirit sense 9 transformations? Did he get a spirit sense cultivation method? This was what he wanted since the cultivation realm but never got. Guillermo's heart skipped rapidly. The extreme number of the heavens was 9. All those cultivation method called 9 were extreme grade cultivation method. Even if it wasn't the best in the world, it was extremely hard to get, just like his flying sword. Guillermo knew the power of spirit sense cultivation method. He derived the lowest one from the 3-eyed purple frog, but it was 2 level. He couldn't even use spirit sense cultivation method to cultivate his spirit sense, only other treasures. To Guillermo, spirit sense cultivation method would be the most helpful cultivation method to him other than 3 birth chant. If this spirit will 9 transformations was really a spirit sense cultivation method, then he would have a new beginning. It didn't matter it was incomplete. As long as he had some hint at the start, he would be able to use 3 birth chant to derive a new cultivation method. No wonder Yan Zhoutian wanted this so bad. If Yan Zhoutian really took it, how could he be a match for him the next time they meet? If Yan Zhoutian had the other part to it, one could foresee that after he completely learned Spirit will 9 transformations, he would be invincible. Guillermo took a long breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He scanned his spirit sense inside. He knew now wasn't the time to study it, but it was too enticing. Spirit will 9 transformations, spirit sense 1 transformation into blades of thousands, sever enemy sea of consciousness, dominate everywhere. Guillermo just realized that his previous spirit sense cultivation method after working on it for so long was only the first transformation and was incomplete too. If it was the true first transformation, it should be much more powerful than this. Now, Guillermo had greater hopes for Spirit will 9 transformations. He really wanted to know who would be more powerful, his newly derived Spirit will 9 transformations or Yan Zhoutian's space law. Chapter 1655, I object. Before Guillermo finished reading the first transformation, a huge explosion sounded. Guillermo immediately put away the jade slip and scanned his spirit sense out. Guillermo saw Brother Xian and his team. The explosion was 2 abstruse immortals fighting. It was Brother Xian fighting another abstruse immortal tertiary stage. That abstruse immortal tertiary stage also had 3 behind him. The 2 teams were clearly fighting for something. Seeing the situation, Brother Xian clearly had the upper hand. The other 6 didn't fight. Clearly they were letting the result of this battle decide the outcome. Guillermo could tell that one of the 3 on the Tower side was abstruse immortal middle stage. Brother Xian's team had higher overall power, but Brother Xian was still willing to fight one-on-one. He was indeed an open and upright person. Emo wasn't interested in such battle at all. He knew that no matter how much he wanted to study the Spirit Will 9 transformations, Pingpiao Plains wasn't a good place. He had to find a quiet place and go into solitary cultivation. Emo had decided to stay at the plane for a year. If he could reach top 50, he would go to the Lightning Immortal Well. If not, he would find a place for solitary cultivation and use the Du Luo Heaven Fruit to reach Abstruse Immortal Peak stage and then break through to Great Unity Immortal. The reason he doesn't break through to Great Unity Immortal now was because he knew if he reached Great Unity Immortal now, he wouldn't get a chance to reach top 50, at least in the short term. The top 50 of Heaven Immortal rank was 10 million points, but for Great Immortals, top 50 was 100 million, just when Emo was about to take back his spirit sense, he saw 2 more immortals fly over and landed near where the fight was. Emo knew this person. It was that Great Unity Immortal who made him hand over the Du Luo Heaven Fruit. Emo wasn't planning to go over, but seeing this Great Unity Immortal, Emo was immediately annoyed. This guy dared to mark him with Spirit Sense mark and only left because the Mist Demon Palace was opening. If he didn't see this guy then never mind, but now that he saw this guy, Emo released Zisu and flew over without hesitation. The battle stopped as soon as the Great Unity Immortal came over. The two sides were originally against each other, but now they were all against this Great Unity Immortal. There's a Mud Lotus, you guys are quite lucky. Oh no, I mean I'm quite lucky. That Great Unity Immortal could see an extremely hidden Mud Lotus, but it was revealed now. The Great Unity Immortal said to Brother Xian and them, okay, you can all go now, I'll have this Mud Lotus now. What for? We found this first, the fight is between us 8, you're going to be this domineering just because you're a little stronger? The Abstruse Immortal middle stage said unhappily. He thought that if all 8 of them attacked together they would still have a chance. He had seen 4 Abstruse Immortal work together to kill a Great Unity Immortal. But now, there was 8 of them. Because of my flying sword, the Great Unity Immortal raised his hand and a faint yellow beam flashed. It shot instantly at the Abstruse Immortal middle stage's neck. The Abstruse Immortal middle stage didn't seem to be weak and immediately tried to dodge, but then he felt the space around him slow and he could only barely move his neck aside, but the flying sword sliced across his shoulder. Blood shot out. The Abstruse Immortal middle stage's face was scarily pale. None of the people dared to say a thing. He didn't even dare to pick up his shoulder. This Great Unity Immortal was scary to this extent. He couldn't even resist. The Great Unity Immortal saw the Abstruse Immortal middle stage avoided death and took back the flying sword before saying coldly, seeing as you dodge that, I won't take things seriously with an insect like you. I'm going to take the Mud Lotus now. Who disagrees? I disagree. To the surprise of the Great Unity Immortal, someone actually said something. But then he relayed the voice didn't come from the 8 people but from the side. How did he not notice this person at all? Just from this, he knew he was no match for this person. The rest of the people all saw a purple light land. It's you? The Great Unity Immortal clearly knew Emo left with another Great Unity Immortal, and he saw this clearly. He even heard the loud battle sounds of Emo with the other Great Unity Immortal. Now that Emo was here, one didn't even need to guess what happened to that Great Unity Immortal. He was already very concerned with Emo at the entrance to the palace. Now that Emo came over without any fear, he was concerned even more. It's you? Brother Xian and them recognized Emo too. The other 4 didn't know Emo, but when they saw it was an Abstruse Immortal middle stage disagreeing, they were all shook. Was there someone who really didn't fear death for a Mud Lotus? Brother Xian, long time no see? Emo smiled and saluted with his fists to Brother Xian. Yes, long time no see. Brother Xian quickly saluted with his fists. Cough cough, so it's friend. The Great Unity Immortal's face looked really bad. He knew he was probably no match for Emo. Otherwise, how did Emo dare to be this cocky? Emo sneered, I don't remember when we're friends, but I'm a very credible person. Before I went into the palace, you made me hand up my immortal spirit herb. I remember that. Now that I see you, I came quickly to give my immortal spirit herb. Friend, you're funny, ha ha ha. The Great Unity Immortal's face was bad. He knew Emo was cruel and vengeful. There were 2,000 people at the entrance and Great Extreme Immortal there, but he dared to kill an Abstruse Immortal tertiary stage who offended him. It seemed a battle was unavoidable. Brother Xian and them saw the great Unity Immortal act like this and was confused. The other four were completely dazed. An abstruse immortal middle stage was clearly threatening a great Unity Immortal, and this great Unity Immortal didn't dare to retaliate. The abstruse immortal middle stage quickly picked up his shoulder and ate a few pills. Seeing EMO just sneer, the great Unity Immortal's heart was cold. If EMO occult kill another great Unity Immortal, he could kill him. Plus, he didn't feel it was worth fighting someone like EMO for a Mud Lotus. He was great Unity Immortal. Mud Lotus could at most be used to make great Unity pills. It wasn't much use to him. Since friend disagrees, I won't have this Mud Lotus, goodbye. The great Unity Immortal saluted with his fists and was about to go. EMO laughed. Is the Mud Lotus yours? You seem to have come after. What do you want? The great Unity Immortal frowned. He was ready to release his magic artifact. They might have to fight, he added. I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to start trouble with me? He, did you not mark me? I have a lot of good things, but I hate people scheming for it. EMO laughed and his force rose drastically. The great Unity Immortal's face was green and he suddenly roared, if you want to fight then fight, don't think I, Zheng Bingqiao, is scared of you. Chapter 1656, just love these contribution points. EMO's power burst up, but he didn't have to fight this Zheng Bingqiao. He definitely wasn't scared of him, but he had too many secrets. He would prefer not exposing them. The main reason he came here was to ask for benefits. If Zheng Bingqiao planned to give nothing, then don't blame him. He wanted to rob him first, so now he was here to get back at him. We can fight of course, but if I fight I might not be able to stop myself. That Sua Fei wants my things at the Miss Demon Palace entrance. I didn't stop myself in time and caused some regrets. As soon as EMO said this, Zheng Bingqiao's heart went cold. From what EMO said, that great Unity Immortal really was killed by him. What do you want? Zheng Bingqiao's tone softened again. If possible, he really didn't want to fight with EMO. He was dominant but also careful. Even if he was going to rob, he would rob people who were far weaker than him. If there was someone who could threaten him, he wouldn't act tough. This was why he could reach great Unity Immortal. He was cruel but clear-minded. EMO nodded. You marked me with spirit sense mark for no reason, making me worry more. I don't have any other hobbies, but I like to collect some contribution points. Zheng Bingqiao cursed, worry my asshole. Who doesn't like contribution points? How much contribution points do you want? Zheng Bingqiao asked. EMO really wanted to ask how much do you have, but he knew if he asked this they would end up fighting. That Sua Fei had 1 million or so this Zheng Bingqiao shouldn't have lower than 1 million. He'll just take half. EMO said 500k. What? Zheng Bingqiao dazed. He only had 700k altogether. Even though he knew he was no match for EMO, he would still fight. If he couldn't beat EMO, he would run, but what if he couldn't run? Zheng Bingqiao was a little hesitant. The abstruse immortals around dazed. EMO was too cruel, asking for 500k contribution points straight up. It was hard even for great Unity Immortal to take out 500k contribution points. I only have 700k contribution points. If you're willing, I can give you 300k. If you don't agree to that, then we'll have to fight. The great Unity Immortal couldn't take it after being oppressed like this. EMO frowned. He wasn't afraid of fighting Zheng Bingqiao, but his main purpose was contribution points. Zheng Bingqiao seemed to be lying. Thinking about this, EMO took out Sui Fei's Aqua contribution card. Can you swipe out some of the contribution points in here? If you can, I can ask less of you. Seeing this, Zheng Bingqiao's heart went cold again. His last sliver of hope was gone. This Aqua Jade card was definitely great Unity Immortal, perhaps the great Unity Immortal who chased EMO before. Without a doubt. He was killed if his Jade card was in EMO's hands. Immortal friend EMO, I can't open this spirit sense mark, but I have a way to sell out 30% of the contribution points inside. Zheng Bingqiao's tone grew even weaker. The courage he just summoned up was gone. Hearing this, he gave a few Jade cards all to Zheng Bingqiao and said, I'll give you all the Jade cards here, give me your contribution points. Zheng Bingqiao took the Jade cards and found there was even one with 2 million contribution points. He was shocked. If he exchanged all these Jade cards, he could get nearly 100 million contribution points. He would be earning. Even if he wasn't earning, he wouldn't want to fight with EMO anymore. Sure. Jin Bingchao took out his jade card and removed the spirit sense mark and gave it to Emo. Emo took the card and found there was indeed only 700k points. He swiped it all to his card without hesitation, taking the jade card Emo threw back. Jin Bingchao didn't even look and quickly saluted with his fists goodbye. The abstruse immortals here looked dazedly at this deal. The main thing was that Emo used a yellow jade card. This was the lowest grade. Even a golden immortal rarely used that. Seeing Jin Bingchao and the other abstruse immortal tertiary stage disappear, Brother Xian came up to Emo. Brother Mo, thanks for helping, you deserve this mud lotus. Emo had too many of them. He didn't care about one. Emo quickly waved his hand. No need, I'm not interested in that thing. Although Emo didn't fight at all, people from both sides saw Emo's power. The other team quickly saluted with his fists. We won't take this mud lotus. Brother Xian was a rather righteous person and said we'll give you some contribution points then. Hearing this, Emo thought and asked Brother Xian, how much contribution points is needed for a great unity immortal ill? Good quality ones usually cost 1 million contribution points. Some abstruse immortal wouldn't be able to save up this many points after countless years. Brother Xian answered. Emo thought, he had so many great unity immortal pills. If he sold them all, wouldn't he immediately be rich? But then he immediately gave up the thought. Great unity immortal pills were the top resource of big sections. If so many great unity immortal pills suddenly appeared, people would definitely investigate. He was only a mere abstruse immortal middle stage, not enough to fight against even a finger of great eternity immortal. Brother Xian, I also want to ask, where there is more level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast? Emo said. Brother Xian quickly took out a jade slip and said the blue area in this jade slip are where the level 4 and level 5 demonic immortal spirit beast are at. You must not go to the red areas. Why not? Emo asked. Because it's where they gather in masses. If you go in, there's no chance for survival. Brother Xian quickly said. Emo realized, when he got the Du Luo heaven fruit, he encountered countless demonic immortal spirit beast. It must be because those immortals went to the red area and were chased. But this also meant that there would be good treasures there. In that case, goodbye. Emo was going to leave. Brother Mo, wait. That red-robed female immortal stopped Emo. Emo immediately knew what she wanted to say, so he said, my friend is very safe, thanks for your concern. Then Emo took out Zisu and disappeared. He's probably a great unity immortal Chenbei, right? The abstruse immortal tertiary stage fighting Brother Xian asked. I don't know, but I saw him kill an abstruse immortal same power as me in one move. Brother Xian shook his head. He's that powerful? The other 4 abstruse immortal finally realized what that great unity immortal would take out his contribution points and leave. Emo wasn't interested in the blue areas. Level 4 and level 5 demonic immortal spirit beast weren't easy to deal with. To him, the best was level 3, the more the better. He went to the red marked area. Chapter 1657, ambushed. Emo stood before a red forest and scanned his spirit sense in. This was the red marked place on the jade slip. There was 3 red circles around this place showing just how many demonic immortal spirit beasts there were. The reason Emo came here was because this was the closest. Checking out the surroundings, Emo went in the forest without hesitation. He was ready to leave if he saw that he couldn't take on this place. There were only some level 2 demonic immortal spirit beast at the outside, but the deeper Emo went, there were more. After 15 minutes, Emo stopped. This was far from the depth of the forest. It was still the outskirts, but there were dense clusters of demonic immortal spirit beast. Just how many would there be in the depth? Luckily these were all level 2 and level 3. There weren't level 4. If they were all level 4, Emo would leave without hesitation. There were more than 10,000 around him now. In just a few seconds, Emo was completely surrounded. Countless demonic blades, chains flooded him, after ensuring there was not a single level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast. Emo immediately released Heaven Flame 9 suns, 2 purple suns were released and the dense clusters of demonic immortal spirit beast crippled under them. But soon, more demonic immortal spirit beast replaced the annihilated ones. They charged at Emo tirelessly. Emo breathed easy. 2 suns were much less taxing on his spirit sense than 4. There weren't level 4 demonic immortal spirit beasts, so 2 suns were perfect. As more and more demonic immortal spirit beast came, the piles of beast cores around Emo stacked higher. Yemo couldn't even collect them now. Even though two suns were less taxing on spirit sense, he still couldn't take it. Jinbingyu saw in the flying snow orb that Yemo used all his efforts to take on the demonic immortal spirit beast, so she quickly flew out and helped Yemo collect those beast cores. Otherwise in time, those level 2 beast cores would melt. Seeing Jinbingyu come help, Yemo breathed easy a little. He ate 2 dual spirit pills. He knew that he couldn't continue like this even if there was a level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast coming. He signaled Jinbingyu to focus on collecting beast cores and threw his contribution point jade card to Jinbingyu. Then, he used Spirit Will 9 transformations. The main use of Heaven Flame 9 Suns was on Spirit Sense. If Spirit Will 9 transformations could allow him to maintain his Spirit Sense or exert very little, perhaps he would really be able to collect the contribution points he needed here. Spirit Will 1 transformation to Blades, 2nd transformation Shatter Spirit and Break Sea, 3rd transformation Domain Birth, 4th transformation Magic Fuse, 5th transformation Realm Form, 6th transformation Nirvana, 7th transformation Void, 8th transformation Samsara, 9th transformation Become One. At the 2nd transformation of Spirit Sense, it could sever the spirit sense other people extend out. At the extreme, one could even shatter someone's sea of consciousness. The 3rd transformation was when Domain was formed, one could form his own spirit sense domain. At the 4th transformation, one could fuse his most powerful magic into the spirit sense. It wouldn't be simply spirit sense blades anymore. Any of his fire element or ice element could be instantly activated with spirit sense. It could be said that at the 4th transformation, one could kill Immortal King as Great Immortal. But this Spirit Will 9 transformations was fragmented. There was only the cultivation method for the first 4 transformations. But to Yemo, it didn't matter. He could use his 3 birth chant to slowly derive the cultivation method. Yemo now realized that the things he derived before were similar but not really. His spirit sense domain didn't have that much power nor a clear level. Although he had 3 birth chant, but he didn't have anyone to teach him nor any hints. Any of these cultivation methods were formed after the experience of countless years and countless powerful beings. His 3 birth chant was formed in the chaos after countless years. As for the 5th transformation forming one sea of consciousness world, Yemo believed the corner soul domain in the chaos star realm was probably the sea of consciousness world of Wushuang Immortal Emperor. From this, it was clear that Mu Wushuang not only had spirit sense cultivation method but reached at least the 5th transformation. Yemo slowly sunk into the Spirit Will 9 transformations. Even though his purple eye soul sever wasn't completely right, it wasn't completely wrong. At least his first transformation was completely correct, so he didn't need to cultivate the spirit sense turning into blades. He just skipped to the 2nd transformation Spirit Shatter. It wasn't hard, but in order to reach a high level, one needed tens of thousands of years. The first step to level 2 was to sever other people's spirit sense. This was very important in battle. When Yemo was deriving the purple eye soul sever, it could also sever people's spirit sense, but its power was too weak. Instead of severing, it was more like interference. This was only effective against people with weaker spirit sense than him. If someone had the same spirit sense as him, he wouldn't even dare to use it as he would be backlashed. This Spirit Will 9 transformations was completely different. If a cultivation method was only effective against people weaker than you, it would be meaningless. Purple Eye Soul Sever was a cultivation method that was pointless. The reason he could use it against people was because his spirit sense was too powerful. The Spirit Will 9 transformations also provided a direction for spirit sense cultivation. If there was enough time, Yemo would just look at this cultivation method and start deriving his own Spirit Will 9 transformations, but now he didn't have the time to, so he could only cultivate according to it. The demonic immortal spirit beast kept charging at Yemo, and Yemo's 2 sons didn't weaken at all. He protected him and Jinbingyu inside. The demonic immortal spirit beast kept dropping beast cores and Jinbingyu kept collecting them. Meanwhile, Yemo went into a state for self-forget. Yemo used the Spirit Will 9 transformations way of refining his spirit sense. Jinbingyu knew Yemo's son was powerful, but it couldn't last long. However, now she found that days had gone by and the 2 suns still hung in the air. Yemo didn't even realize that at the beginning he still used pills for cultivation, but later on he didn't even use that too, when there were more demonic immortal spirit beast. The suns would grow larger. When there were less demonic immortal spirit beasts, the suns could grow smaller. At the start, Jinbingyu was amazed at Yemo's spirit sense, but after a month or so, Jinbingyu felt something was wrong. Yemo seemed to have lost his senses. He just numbly slaughtered demonic immortal spirit beast and was expressionless. What worried her even more was that Yimo's skin started to get red and cold, but yet he was using a heaven flame. Martial brother Yi, are you alright? Jinbingyu called. There was some motion in Yimo's eyes, but he still didn't move. Now, Jinbingyu realized Yimo was in trouble. She gathered all her spirit sense power and yelled Yimo. Yimo's body shook and spat many mouthful of blood of purple blood. His face was pale like snow. Bastard. Yimo woke up and immediately put away Heaven Flame 9 Suns. Then he said, let's go. Jinbingyu flew into the flying snow orb without hesitation. Zissou splashed out a purple view, clearing the demonic immortal spirit beast ahead. Then in a faint dashing light Yimo disappeared. Yimo flew just for half an hour after leaving the red forest and stopped. He spotted another mouthful of blood and used earth mobility. What happened? Jinbingyu immediately asked worriedly. I was ambushed by that bastard. Thanks for saving me. I need to recover, don't talk to me. Yimo came to where he cultivated before and set up a stealth formation before going into the Golden Page world. Chapter 1658, Skyrocketing Name. The reason Qingmo Immortal City could become one of the top 10 immortal city of Zone Piao Heaven was not because it was big nor popular, but because of Blue Lightning Mountain. It was just a mountain, but no one could go in usually. Only when the Blue Lightning Immortal Well was open would the city open teleportation formation to the mountain. The Blue Lightning Immortal Well was only an ordinary top-grade immortal, but its quality was very good. It was much better than other things for cultivation and breakthroughs. The only pity was that it only opened every 1,000 years and only invited 100 people in each time. Many immortals went to where demonic immortal spirit beasts were gathered and slaughtered them just for a chance to cultivate in the well, but contribution points were very hard to gather. If you never used them, then it wouldn't be hard to gather 10 million after 1,000 years, but immortals needed to cultivate. Each time they went to adventure they would buy pills, magic artifacts, and runes. If they weren't lucky, the contribution points they gathered wouldn't even be used and they would die. Some powerful immortals would improve their power with contribution points. Only then would they get more contribution points. Now, the Blue Lightning Mountain was about to open. Many immortals were gathered at the city. Other than the 100 who could cultivate in the immortal well, the top 1,000 on each leaderboard would be able to go in the mountain too. However, they could only search for immortal spirit herbs there. In an immortal rest tower, a few immortals were congratulating a white-faced abstruse immortal. Zhenghong brother, congratulations, you reached the top 50. This time you can definitely reach Great Unity Immortal after going in the immortal well. We'll need your help in the future. An extremely seductive female immortal got up and drank. Then, the other few immortals also drank. The white-faced abstruse immortal laughed and said, if I can really go in and reach Great Unity Immortal, I, Ji Zhenghong, definitely won't forget you all. But there's still a month till the place opens. I don't know if people can surpass me. Ha, impossible. Brother Zhenghong, you know that the city made the rule 3 months before the opening of the mountain. Only those contribution points from killing demonic immortal spirit beasts will be counted. If it's obtained from some other method, it would be ineffective. It can only be used to buy things and not go into the immortal well. There's only 1 month now, the top 50 is pretty much decided. A long-bearded abstruse immortal smiled. Ji Zhenghong clearly knew this. In order to ensure fairness, this 3-month rule was made. There were other ways around this, but there was only so much the immortal city could do. Those who could cheat would have large sums of immortal crystals and might not even be interested in ordinary immortal wells. Ji Zhenghong nodded. Yes, but it's still better to be careful. The female immortal laughed. Brother Zhenghong is too careful. You have 9.46 million now. The 51st is at 8.08 million. Even a great eternity immortal wouldn't be able to kill 1 million worth of beast cores in a month, right? I feel like Brother Zhenghong is right. There are beast cores for sale in the city. If people buy it, there's still danger, but then again, even if someone buys them and beats Brother Zhenghong temporarily, it would be pointless. Brother Zhenghong is a master who almost reached the abstruse ranks. He only needs to go kill a few demonic immortal spirit beasts and it would be enough, another dark-skinned abstruse immortal said. The female immortal shook her head. Yes, but there isn't enough time to kill demonic immortal spirit beasts now. It has nothing to do with ability. The long-bearded abstruse immortal smiled. Those who have the ability to buy beast cores would have already done so already. The price of beast cores now are many times more than usual. No one would use that many immortal crystals to buy beast cores. Suddenly, Ji Zhenghong's face changed. Brother Zhenghong, what happened? The leaderboard is changing. Look, that emoing guy. The dark-skinned abstruse immortal called out. The female immortal also stared at the leaderboard in shock. An immortal called Mo Ying's contribution points keep rising. It went up from 4 million to 6 million. It still hadn't stopped. At the rate, it would only be a matter of time before it broke through 10 million. If that happened, Ji Zhenghong would be squeezed below top 50. What happened? Ji Zhenghong's face looked bad. Everyone stared at the leaderboard nervously. In just a short while, Mo Ying's contribution points were 9 million or so. In just half a minute, Mo Ying would become the 50th heaven immortal leaderboard. Interesting. An abstruse immortal peak stage saw the rising Mo Ying too. That guy is cheating, right? He bought this many beast cores? One extremely beautiful woman next to him asked. The abstruse immortal peak stage was dressed in blue robes and looked very handsome. A long sword hung in the air behind his back. Cheating, even if he is cheating, he's not simply to be able to get so many beast cores at this time. The abstruse immortal laughed. Martial brother Su, if he continues like this, would he reach first and be even above you? The beautiful female immortal asked worriedly. Su Ji smiled in contempt. So what if he's first? Using such means, he's no match for me. The female immortal nodded and smiled sweetly. Of course, martial brother is top 10 in the abstruse rank of Zone Piao Heaven. If it wasn't for the blue lightning well, martial brother would have already reached great unity immortal. However, Su Ji looked regretful. Only those with weaker foundations would fight over this. Those with more wealth wouldn't even want to come. Martial brother, don't worry. Once you reach great unity immortal in the well, you can go to a wider world. I believe with martial brother's power, you definitely won't stop at the middle heaven domain. One day, you will be able to cross the void and charge into the grand 11 heaven domains, that extremely beautiful woman said with confidence. There was certainty in Suji's eyes. He nodded to that female immortal. Thank you, martial sister Yan Er. Top 10 of abstruse rank in Zone Piao Heaven is nothing. Only once you enter a greater world would you be able to find what you want. There was a sliver of sadness in the female immortal's eyes, but she immediately said happily, Martial brother, you can do it. Ji Zhenghong looked at Mo Ying surpass him without stopping at all and clenched his fists tightly. He saved up for a few centuries and now at the last moment, his opportunity was taken. He's still rising. The female immortal stared at 43rd ranked Mo Ying and said in shock. The long-bearded abstruse immortal frowned. Where did this guy come from? To buy this much beast cores at this time? How much immortal crystals would be needed? I want to see which god this Mo Ying is. Ji Zhenghong's face was green and his jade cup was crushed. Jinbingyu didn't know her actions would make people so angry. Yi Mo had been in solitary cultivation for a few months. She just now remembered to send the beast cores into Yemo's card. Chapter 1659, Ferocious Tao Will. In the golden page world, Yemo slowly opened his eyes and stopped the time formation disk. He had cultivated an entire 40 decades in the time formation disk before recovering. Compared to before, Yemo was much darker and skinnier. If Shin Bingyu didn't wake him up before, he would probably burn himself out eventually. That cultivation method was too ferocious. When he started cultivating it, he only had the primordial instinct to keep cultivating and using Heaven Flame 9 Suns. Yemo knew that the reason he could last a month was because the 3 birth chant kept nourishing him and supplying him with life force. Otherwise in a few days he would completely turn into a layer of dried skin. Yemo took out the jade slip of Spirit Will 9 transformations and burned it to pieces immediately. He knew that the problem wasn't with the Spirit Will 9 transformations, but there was a sliver of Tao Will in the jade slip. It was even hidden in every word. When he looked at the jade slip and wanted to cultivate it, the sliver of Tao Will formed a bridge with his consciousness. The Tao Will then planted itself in his will and grew. The Tao Will wasn't intended to kill the cultivator but turn the cultivator into a puppet. If someone's spirit sense grew to a certain extent cultivating from the jade slip, the Tao Will would be able to affect the cultivator. However, the person behind this didn't expect someone would be able to cultivate and battle at the same time. The 3 birth chant allowed Yemo to release Heaven Flame 9 Suns while cultivating Spirit Will 9 transformations. The growing spirit sense couldn't last the use of Heaven Flame 9 Suns and thus couldn't control Yemo's soul and will. It could only give Yemo the message to keep cultivating to survive. Even so, Yemo used a few decades to completely burn away the Tao will and recover his lost essence under the bitter bamboo. The Spirit Will 9 transformations was an extremely high-level spirit sense cultivation method. Yemo was certain the cultivation method was right, but the problem was with the person who left it. Yemo definitely needed to cultivate the Spirit Will 9 transformations, but he wasn't going to use this cultivation method. He would derive his own Spirit Will 9 transformations. As for the person who left the jade slip behind, without a doubt it was the person who left behind the voice in the palace. That guy was definitely a powerful being. He not only had a terrifying cultivation method like the Spirit Will 9 transformations but could also form a palace with space law. Originally, what that guy left behind had nothing to do with him, but this Spirit Will 9 transformations jade slip annoyed him. If it wasn't for Jin Bingyu, even if he woke up he would die to demonic immortal spirit beast. How could he not get revenge for this? Even if he couldn't get it now, he would eventually get it. Yemo sealed the Sky Mobility Gold and the blue platform in the Golden Page world. They came with the jade slip. No matter if there were something wrong with them or not, he had to be careful. He didn't have time to look at them now. You're fine now. Jin Bingyu got up in joy. She had been really worried about Yemo. Yemo seemed skinnier and darker, but he should be fine. Yemo nodded. Thank you a lot this time. If it wasn't for you, I would be dead. You saved me countless times. This is nothing. But who is that bastard you said? Jin Bingyu asked. If I'm not wrong, it's the guy who wanted us to kneel in the palace and accept his heritage, Yemo said. Hearing this, Jin Bingyu's face flashed with horror. If it wasn't for Yemo, she would have knelt down and accepted the heritage. What are you doing? Yemo saw the jade card in Jin Bingyu's hand. Jin Bingyu got up and waved it, saying, Before I didn't have time to put the beast cores in the jade card, I could only throw them in the storage ring. I'm sending the beast cores in now to increase contribution points. How many contribution points? Yemo asked and then remembered why he even came here. How long till the opening of the Immortal Well? 11 million points now. There's still a month before the place opens. I was thinking if you still didn't come out we wouldn't have time, Jin Bingyu said. Yemo nodded. Okay, let's go back immediately. 11 million should be enough. Don't insert any more inside, we don't want attention. By the way, how many contribution points are left in the storage ring? Jin Bingyu gave the jade card to Yemo and said, There's about 6 million, I'll give the storage ring to you. I have 100k in my card. Yemo waved his hand. No need, keep it in the storage ring. If we don't have enough we'll add more. Although he was ambushed this time, he didn't lose completely. He got 10 million contribution points from killing demonic immortal spirit beasts with Heaven Flame 9 suns for a month. From this, it was clear that the demonic immortal spirit beasts there were countless. It was only a matter of time before they overtook Zhongpiao Heaven. On top of that, Yemo's spirit sense rose drastically. After he burned the Tao will, his spirit sense was almost on par with Great Extreme Immortal Tertiary Stage. Half a month later, a man and woman came to the Gulan City teleportation formation. It was Yemo and Jin Bingyu. After the two came out, they immediately got on Blue Moon and bolted out of the Pingpiao Plains. There were some demonic immortal spirit beasts stopping them on the way, but it didn't affect them much. They immediately went on teleportation formation from the Pingpiao town to this Gulan City and then took the teleportation formation from there to Qingmo Immortal City. The teleportation formation was very busy and they had to line up. It had been 6 hours and it still wasn't their turn. Just when it was about to be Yemo's turn, a harsh voice sounded, Let me go on first. I have an emergency. A red figure landed on the teleportation formation and moments later another green figure landed next to her. There were many people lining up, but these two female immortals suddenly cut in line. People were immediately unhappy, but no one said anything. The green-robed female immortal was at least Great Extreme Immortal. Everyone lining up was mostly below Great Unity Immortal. Seeing this green-robed female immortal, Yemo's eyes narrowed and quickly slowed his immortal essence. To others, she may seem like a Great Extreme Immortal, but Yemo immediately knew she was an Immortal King. Chapter 1660, Rent Cultivation Home. The Immortal King scanned across the immortals lining up and saw Yemo and Jin Bingyu. When she scanned Jin Bingyu, there was a sliver of surprise in her eyes, but soon she looked at Yemo. You seem very nervous? The green-robed immortal king's voice sounded by Yemo's ear. Hearing this, Yemo calmed down instead. He was certain now that even if the immortal king scanned him with spirit sense, as long as the immortal king didn't pressure him with spirit sense, he didn't need to worry about the golden page world being exposed. Yemo didn't know why the immortal king said this to him, but luckily she didn't keep focusing on Yemo as the teleportation formation had activated. This person is probably a great eternity immortal. Some people discussed, great eternity immortal? Are you dumb? She's one of the 10 big immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven, Su Huan Immortal King. Luckily you didn't say much just then. She hates people gossiping. If you dared to speak, she would have shattered your brain. What? She's Su Huan Immortal King? Of course, she's going to the Qing Mo Immortal City now desperately, probably for the opening of the Blue Lightning Immortal Well. Yemo was just listening on the side. He didn't expect her to be one of the 10 big immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven. An hour later, Yemo and Jinbingyu were on the streets of Qing Mo Immortal City. It was much more prosperous than Gulan Immortal City. Where do we go? Jinbingyu looked at the boisterous streets and frowned. Yemo knew what she meant. Jinbingyu didn't like to squeeze around where there were a lot of people. She liked quiet places. It's impossible to find a hotel or immortal rest tower. But we have another option. We can go rent a cultivation home from the Immortal City. Yemo smiled. This was the best choice. He was going to Blue Lightning Immortal Well, but Jinbingyu couldn't go. Even if she went, it was useless. The city management was rather strict. Even if you offended high-level immortals, you would be fine as long as you didn't go outside of city, much less city-managed cultivation homes. Safety was guaranteed. The biggest auction that takes place every century in the city is about to begin. Jade slips for the auction items, just one contribution point and you can get one. A few hollow immortal yelled on the streets, "Give me one." Yemo took out his jade card and bought a jade slip from the hollow immortal. He didn't want to go to the auction, but he wanted to see what was in these large-scale auctions. One would need large sums of immortal crystals or contribution points to go. He only had a few million immortal crystals and not many contribution points. After scanning it, Yemo sighed. No wonder it was the biggest auction of the century. There was everything here: high-level immortal spirit herbs, materials, top-grade flying immortal artifacts, high-level cultivation methods. No wonder so many people came to the city. It wasn't just for the immortal well but also for this auction. This auction even had level 7 immortal spirit herbs and extreme-grade immortal artifacts. The cultivation homes of the city were on the north side. There were no shops here but all sorts of spirit gathering and defense formations. Irrelevant people couldn't even get near. This was the city's main source of income. Yemo and Jinbingyu were stopped by a golden immortal. Halt, this is Immortal Cultivation Home Area. Yemo saluted with his fists. I know, we came to rent a cultivation home. The golden immortal said apologetically, the cultivation homes here have all been rented out. Sorry, this made Yemo frown. If they didn't have a place to stay, they couldn't sleep on the streets. If it was outside, he could set up his own cultivation home, but in here, it was impossible. Yemo took out 1,000 immortal crystals to the golden immortal. Friend, can you help? The golden immortal pushed the immortal crystals away reluctantly. It's not that I don't want to help, but the cultivation homes here have all been rented out. If there were free ones, I wouldn't stop you on purpose, and I don't dare to. Yemo still pushed the 1,000 immortal crystals to the golden immortal. Help me keep a lookout. If there's a free cultivation home, rent it for me first. The golden immortal knew that even if a cultivation home freed up, it wouldn't be his turn to make the decision, but these 1,000 immortal crystals were free. You want to rent cultivation home? A crisp voice sounded. A blue-dressed female immortal appeared next to Yemo and Jinbingyu. Yes, Xianbei. This female immortal was a great unity immortal. Yemo quickly bowed. The blue-robed female immortal looked at Jinbingyu and said, "Such a pretty immortal, I'll help you once. I'm going to leave the city and my rent period is up. You guys can have it." Thank you, Qianbei. Jinbingyu reacted quickly and bowed. No need. Let's go, I'll help you do the procedures. Otherwise, as soon as I leave it would be rented away. It's useless to ask this small golden immortal. The immortal waved her hand. There was an awkward look on the golden immortal's face, but he used the opportunity to explain the rules to Yemo. there were 4 types of cultivation home: top, middle, low and special. The female immortal rented a top-grade home. It was 500k immortal crystals a year. This was high-priced even for great immortals. It would be much cheaper to pay with contribution points. However, Emo had some immortal crystals, so he rented for 10 years. As for contribution points, he didn't use them. Seeing Emo just take out millions in renting for a decade, she looked at Emo with some surprise. After the blue-robed female immortal moved away, Emo and Jinbingyu came to the cultivation home. They were very happy with this place. This cultivation home was large and had a garden. There were cultivation rooms, bedrooms, pet rooms, side rooms. There was also a guest greeting room. There were low-level immortal spirit herbs planted outside and a pond. The level 3 immortal spirit gathering formation made the immortal spirit chi here very dense. The defense formation was level 4 immortal formation. This 5 million is very worth. Emo nodded. Yes, I really like it here too. That Shen Bei was right. If we weren't lucky we wouldn't be able to rent this place. Jinbingyu agreed. It's a pity in such a good environment I can't even cultivate. Jinbingyu sighed. The immortal spirit chi here was much better than even extreme sword sect. Emo didn't know how to comfort her. After being with her for so long, it was impossible that he didn't care about her at all. Don't worry, I'm just exclaiming. The cultivation method you gave it very good. I can feel a sliver of immortal essence now. Jinbingyu immediately knew what Emo thought and quickly added. Emo shook his head. He knew that if her spirit roots couldn't recover she couldn't cultivate. That way, he couldn't leave her behind. You stay at the main cultivation room, I'll go to the side room. Jinbingyu said, feeling what she said before was inappropriate. No, you use the main cultivation room. This cultivation home isn't rented for us too, Emo said. Jinbingyu was dazed and asked, then where are you going? Chapter 1661, Scammed. Emo wasn't going to go somewhere, at least not very far, before the opening of the immortal well. He just wanted to tell Jinbingyu that he was going to the marketplace, but he really just wanted to go see if there are any news of recovering spirit roots there. It was slim but better than doing nothing. He set up another trap and attack formation at the cultivation home before going onto the streets again. In the city square, Emo looked at his ranking. 11 million contribution points, ranked 41st on the Heaven Immortal leaderboard. The first on the leaderboard was 16 million. It wasn't Suji but Chu Shangzi. Emo didn't care who was first. He felt very safe with his rank. He believed that no matter how he dropped, he wouldn't go below top 50 in this half month. Emo still had a few million more beast cores. Altogether, he would have nearly 16 million, but Emo didn't dare to use it. If he used too much and couldn't stay in top 50, then it would be bad. Emo walked around in the marketplace and the merchant towers but didn't buy anything. He just wanted to see if there was news of clear mind spirit or any immortal spirit herb that could repair spirit root. However, he was unlucky. He had been to a few marketplaces and tens of merchant towers, but every time he asked about spirit root recovery pill and immortal spirit herbs, people looked at him like he was an idiot. Even if there was such a pill, would an abstruse immortal be able to afford it? Luckily he didn't ask for clear mind lotus or people would take him for a madman. After one day, Emo was not only tired but also disappointed. When Emo walked out another merchant tower, he was stopped by an abstruse immortal primary stage. Immortal friend, please hold up. Emo turned back and looked at him in confusion. You have some business with me? The abstruse immortal primary stage. That's right. I heard you were searching everywhere for spirit root recovery immortal spirit herb and pills. You have it? Emo subconsciously asked but then immediately became wary. I don't, the abstruse immortal said. Emo frowned but said nothing. The abstruse immortal primary stage continued. I don't have this immortal pill but I have the news of a level 6 immortal spirit herb spirit red lotus. Then he looked at Emo's expression wanting to see what Emo thought. Emo knew spirit red lotus of course. It was a level 6 immortal spirit herb. It could be used to concoct the clear disaster pill to purify spirit root and stabilize essence spirit. It would also increase chances of reaching great immortal. The spirit red lotus was good but it was a far cry compared to clear mind lotus. It was not very useful to Jinbingyu. This thing has no use for me. It's just an immortal spirit herb for concocting clear disaster pills. I don't need it. Emo waved his hand. Don't be in a rush to reject. It's useless to you but it's useful to Immortal Forest Tower. What has this got to do with me? Of course it does. Immortal Forest Tower has a level 7 Immortal Pill Spirit Recovery Golden Pill. It's said that it has some use for recovering spirit roots. The Immortal Forest Tower made a restriction. That is, if you want to buy the pill, you must have Spirit Red Lotus. Spirit Recovery Golden Pill? I asked a few pill towers how come none of them knows anything about spirit root recovery pills. It's very simple, because they think you can't afford it. Yi-Mo frowned. He was an Immortal Pill Great Master, but he had never heard of some Spirit Recovery Golden Pill. If you don't want it, I'm going. The abstruse immortal saw Yi-Mo frown, so he laughed. How many immortal crystals? Yi-Mo asked. 10,000 contribution points, the abstruse immortal said. Too expensive. Yi-Mo turned to leave. He felt this guy was unreliable. He was going to confirm at the pill tower if there was the Spirit Recovery Golden Pill. Seeing this, the abstruse immortal added, lowest 5,000 contribution points. If not, then I'm going. He was about to leave. Yi-Mo saw this and stopped him. Tell me the news and I'll give you 500 contribution points. Regardless if this guy was a liar, Yi-Mo didn't care about 500 contribution points. It would be bad to miss it, but if this guy didn't agree, then never mind. Deal. Unexpectedly, this abstruse immortal primary stage took out a tattered jade slip to Yi-Mo without hesitation. Yi-Mo felt he was tricked, but since he agreed, he couldn't regret. He could only swipe 500 contribution points to this abstruse immortal primary stage. Seeing that Yi-Mo's jade card was yellow, he smiled. He was very satisfied. How many immortal crystals could a yellow jade card immortal have? To be able to trick 500 contribution points from him was all his skill. The abstruse immortal primary stage immediately disappeared after getting the contribution points. Friend, you got scammed. Wang Lu was the biggest scammer here, a good-hearted abstruse immortal tertiary stage said. Thank you. Yi-Mo heard this and knew he might have really been scammed, but this jade slip seemed a little broken. It didn't seem to be newly made to trick people. Yi-Mo's spirit sense scanned inside. He immediately saw an immortal spirit herb. The image was very obfuscated, and so were the writing. The location was very obscure too, Kongji Ranges. That was around 100,000 kilometers from here, not too far. But the range was big. How could he know where the Spirit Red Lotus was? The image was so obscure that Wang Lu outlined it before it could be seen clearly. He didn't look at the outline. He wanted to forcefully see if this was Spirit Red Lotus before being outlined. Other people wouldn't be able to do this, but his spirit sense was something else. When Yi-Mo fuzzily saw the original image, his hands almost shook, nearly crushing this jade slip. Was I thinking too much? Yi-Mo put away the jade slip, still feeling his hands were shaky. He clearly saw a Clear Mind Lotus, not Spirit Red Lotus. These two looked similar, but Red Lotus was dark red while Clear Mind Lotus was snow white. One was level 6 Immortal Spirit Herb, one had no level. Yi-Mo had decided to go see. There was still half a month before the Blue Lightning Mountain opened. He could check it out. Thinking about this, Yi-Mo had decided to leave the city. He would find a quiet place to study this jade slip first. Yi-Mo sped out of Qing-Mo Immortal City, and just when he wanted to find a place, a blue figure dashed out of the city quickly and left on the flying magic artifact. Yi-Mo recognized this figure. It was the kind-hearted great extreme immortal that rented them the cultivation home. She didn't go very far and a gray figure came out. He took out a mirror and scanned before releasing his flying magic artifact, following to the direction the female immortal disappeared to. It was another great extreme immortal. Yi-Mo hesitated for a moment and followed over with Blue Moon. Chapter 1662. Fight head-on. Yi-Mo was weaker than both of them, but his spirit sense was stronger than both of them. The blue-dressed female immortal was Great Extreme Immortal Primary Stage, while that gray-robed immortal was Great Extreme Immortal Middle Stage. Yi-Mo's spirit sense was Great Extreme Immortal Tertiary Stage, plus his cultivation method was good at stealthing, so the two didn't notice him at all. 4 hours later, the Great Extreme Immortal suddenly sped up. The female immortal immediately noticed she was being followed, but at this time, there was no time to get away. The gray-robed Great Extreme Immortal already stopped the female immortal. Yi-Mo immediately hid on the side. This female immortal helped him once. If possible, he wanted to help her too. When he saw the blue-dressed female immortal stop, she didn't seem to be scared of this Great Extreme Immortal and scanned around instead with her spirit sense. Why are you following me? The female immortal stared coldly. The demon seal sword you bought from the auction is my friend's name. A price. I need to take it back. The gray-robed immortal said calmly and released a pitchfork. The female immortal sneered, you were there at the auction, do you not know the price? If you have to have it, then give it to me the price I bought it for. Impossible, that's my friend's thing, you want me to take it back with the price of the auction? The gray-robed great extreme immortal's tone went cold. What has your friend got to do with me? If you want it, then pay me the immortal crystals I paid for it. The blue-dressed female immortal grunted, then don't blame me then. The great extreme immortal shook his pitchfork, turning into rings of shadows looming over at the female immortal. The female immortal didn't fear at all, she shook her hands, shaking out countless blue rings. Yemo couldn't even see what her magic artifact was. The female immortal sneered, you want the demon seal sword? Don't think I don't know what you want me 3-leaf blue jaw. Moments later, the blue rings locked the flurry of pitchfork shadows. The space nearby rumbled, the forest below seemed to have been devastated by a tornado. Hearing this, Yemo realized what was going on. 3-leaf blue jaw was level 6 immortal spirit herb, used to concoct extreme jaw pill. Extreme jaw pill is the main pill for great extreme immortal to break through to great eternity immortal. It can increase the chances by 40%. These two were both great extreme immortal. One could imagine how important the 3-leaf blue jaw was to them. Seeing the force of the battle, Yemo was shocked. He could kill great unity immortal, but he was certain that he was no match for great extreme immortal now. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't dare to help now. If the difference between the two was too high, he would rather not come out. Rumble. The explosions and tearing immortal essence formed a huge explosion whirlpool in a radius of few kilometers. Luckily, the space of the immortal realm was stable, otherwise, with such power, space itself would collapse. Yemo didn't dare to help, but he saw the battle. He thought the female immortal would be weaker than the great extreme immortal, but after fighting for a while, they were evenly matched. The great extreme immortal frowned, clearly not expecting this outcome. The female immortal didn't expect this too. There was a sliver of desperation in her eyes. Yemo knew if he helped now, the great extreme immortal probably would be defeated, but he wasn't going to. Although the female immortal helped him once, he didn't know what sort of person she was. If she was someone to annihilate people to steal information, then it would be no good. Just when Yemo was hesitating, the female immortal took out a rune. That rune instantly released terrifying force. Even at more than 10 kilometers away, Yemo could feel the threat of death. Before Yemo could react, the huge explosion sounded. When Yemo recovered his senses, that female immortal was long gone. Such terrifying rune. Yemo was thinking what he should do if he encountered such rune. Even his immortal nirvana body would be heavily injured under such explosion. The gray-robed great extreme immortal also disappeared. Was he killed? Thinking about this, Yemo immediately felt an extreme sense of danger. Without hesitation, he slashed out with Zisu. Crack, Zisu clashed with the pitchfork. Yemo flew back a few hundred meters before stopping. You didn't die? Yemo stared at the great extreme immortal. This guy instead found where he was and ambushed him. If this great extreme immortal wasn't heavily injured and he reacted fast, he would be dead now. But Yemo wasn't scared much. This great extreme immortal's chi was messy and quite injured. His power was only about great unity immortal now. This great extreme immortal was shocked. He was heavily injured, but even so, he was still equivalent to a great unity immortal tertiary stage. This guy was a mere abstruse immortal middle stage. He didn't kill him in one move. How was this possible? Why did you ambush me? Yemo grabbed Zisu and asked coldly, ambush you? You dare to follow me? Of course I'm going to kill you. The great extreme immortal wasn't certain if Yemo followed him. If an abstruse immortal middle stage could follow a great extreme immortal without him noticing, he didn't dare to believe. Yemo frowned. I follow you? You're clearly much stronger than me. How can you not notice me following? I just saw people were fighting here, so I came to visit, and then there was an explosion. Seeing Yemo deny, the great extreme immortal was confused. He was just guessing before, but regardless, Yemo was just an abstruse immortal. He could kill him easily. Feeling the great extreme immortal's killing intent, Yemo quickly took out a long sword. One Bei offended Shenbei. This sword can be my compensation. Level 7 immortal artifact? The great extreme immortal called out in shock. This was top grade immortal artifact. Even his pitchfork was only a fake level 7. Yemo needed this moment of days. Yemo released World Rock and tens of spirit sense blades. Even though he was wary of Yemo, the great extreme immortal didn't expect a mere abstruse immortal middle stage dared to suddenly attack him. Rumble, the World Rock turned into a mountain and smashed down. The great extreme immortal could only barely use the pitchfork to stop the World Rock, but his spirit sense slowed and he couldn't release it in time. Crack. The pitchfork was smashed head-on by the World Rock and immediately cracked. However, it still stopped the World Rock. I'm going to tear. The great extreme immortal spat a mouthful of blood and was furious. However, before he finished, Zisu came over. Shadowless attack, splurge. Zisu sliced on the great extreme immortal. This all happened so quickly that the great extreme immortal didn't have any time to react. Even so, Zisu that should have hacked the great extreme immortal in half only left a deep mark on his chest. Die. The great extreme immortal punched Yemo's chest. Yemo spat a mouthful of blood and flew back, but his immortal nirvana body prevented him from exploding on the spot. Immortal nirvana body? The great extreme immortal who was bloodied said in shock. Chapter 1663, white light dashing into the sky. Yemo's immortal essence was rustling around and he couldn't attack again. The great extreme immortal was heavily injured but didn't dare to attack Yemo again. He quickly ate a few pills and was very worried. He never expected an abstruse immortal middle stage would be this terrifying. If he knew, he would definitely run immediately. Yemo knew he would recover faster than this great extreme immortal, but he didn't dare to let this great extreme immortal recover. If he did, it would be over. Before the pills could even melt, Yemo released Lightning Sword. Rumble, Lightning Sword rained down incessantly, and at the same time, Yemo's immortal essence calmed down. The great extreme immortal was already injured heavily. How could he take on this lightning sword that was more terrifying than divine damnation? If he was at his peak, it wouldn't affect him. But now this was lethal. He barely released a shield. It would break soon as Yemo's lightning sword seemed endless. The more he was shocked, the more the great extreme immortal realized that he couldn't even run away now. The nearby space was completely locked by Yemo's lightning sword. Yemo's immortal essence gradually recovered. He knew lightning sword wasn't enough to kill a great extreme immortal. He released the World Rock once again. At the same time, Yemo made up his mind. The lightning sword was powerful, but it was too scattered. It wasn't able to settle the score. After this, he had to condense it. He needed to focus all the lightning sword into one. He didn't lack large-scale attacks. He lacked lethal blows. Feeling Yemo's rising force, there was a sliver of despair in the great extreme immortal's eyes. Never had he thought he would be killed by an abstruse immortal. Where did such a terrifying abstruse immortal come from? I'm going to kill you. Terrifying force came out. The space nearby shook. It was like a black hole. Yemo couldn't even fly away. Not good. This guy was going to self-destruct. Shadowless noticed this earlier and jumped to Yemo first. There was nothing Yemo could do about this. If it was a great unity immortal self-destructing, he could forcefully stop it. Instantly, Yemo took Shadowless into the golden page world. Rumble. The terrifying explosion turned everything into nothing. Ripples were startled in the space. Nothing could survive in this explosion. Before the explosion finished, Yemo came out of the golden page world. His spirit sense scanned to where the great extreme immortal self-destructed. There was a terrifying huge ravine and nothing else. Yemo sighed. He almost got a great extreme immortal storage ring. Realizing he would get nothing, Yemo left without hesitation. With such a terrifying explosion here, it would definitely attract immortals. In less than 5 minutes, a few dashing lights landed here. Great extreme immortal self-destruction? A brown-robed immortal said in shock. The few other immortals looked at each other and nodded, instantly leaving. No matter what it was that caused a great extreme immortal to self-destruct, it wasn't something they could mess with. Yemo seemed to be covered in blood, but he recovered quickly. That great extreme immortal's punch was terrifying, but he had an immortal nirvana body and the great extreme immortal was heavily injured. Now, he had pretty much recovered. After finding a distant valley, Yemo changed a set of clothes. Before he could clean himself, 2 more dashing lights came. Yemo immediately hid on the side. These 2 were abstruse immortal tertiary stage. The taller abstruse immortal asked, "Brother me, is it here?" "Yes, look at that small peak. Last time I saw white light dashing into the sky from there. I'm certain that thing is nearby." The other abstruse immortal answered. The tall one frowned and said, "That's the most complicated terrain of the Kongji range. In the depths there are level 4 and even level 5 immortal spirit beasts. It's hard for us to find something." Hearing this, Yemo was surprised. He didn't expect he came to the Kongji range. The two spoke for a while and dashed into the depths of the ranges. Yemo didn't come out. He scanned his spirit sense into that jade slip. The more Yemo looked, the more he was excited. He hadn't seen clear mind lotus before, but he knew what it was. It had 2 leaves and the middle white part was the seed. The lotus didn't grow on the mountain, it was in a lake. The lake was almost 1 km long and floated in the sky. There was a row of words, Kongji Mountain Clear Lotus, Shi Jingkong left it. If it's not a Shi family descendant who takes it, please take care of the Shi family a little. Crack, the jade slip cracked and turned to dust while a jade piece dropped. Yemo looked at this jade piece in annoyance. It seemed to be one that needed to be activated with blood. There were the words Shi Jingkong. Yemo realized what happened. Shi Jingkong found an immature clear mind lotus. For some reason, this jade slip didn't fall into the hands of the Shi family. The image was obscure and made many people think it was broken, but Shi Jingkong did this on purpose. Only those with great eternity immortal spirit sense or higher could see it. Yemo's spirit sense wasn't great eternity immortal level, but he had spirit will 9 transformations. Without a doubt, this was left for the descendants of the Shi family. Yemo was grateful to Shi Jingkong, but he wasn't going to spend time to find his descendants, who knew how long Shi Jingkong had been dead for and who she was. How could he find his descendants? Yemo just needed to find the lake now. Yemo knew it wasn't easy, but suddenly thinking about the words of the 2 abstruse immortals, one of them said, white light dashing into the sky. Wasn't that the symptom of the clear mind lotus about to reach maturity? The second symptom was white mist. When the second symptom came out, almost everyone would know clear mind lotus was ripe. The Kongji mountain range wasn't small, but if everyone knew the clear mind lotus was about to mature, even great eternity immortal wouldn't be able to get a share, much less him. Thinking about this, Yemo desperately flew towards where the 2 abstruse immortal went. 2 hours later, Yemo was completely in the depths of the Kongji range. There was nothing else but thorns. There was no sign of those 2 abstruse immortal, and Yemo didn't see any lake either. Chapter 1664. Clear mind lotus. A day later, Yemo still didn't find the 2 abstruse immortal, but he encountered a level 4 immortal spirit beast. If he wasn't far stronger than ordinary abstruse immortals, he would have died to the beast already. This made Yemo suspect whether those 2 abstruse immortals were eaten by immortal spirit beasts. 3 days later, Yemo still hadn't found the 2 abstruse immortals nor the lake. He was very disappointed. Just when he wanted to give up, he thought of Shadowless. In the Mist Demon Palace, it was because of Shadowless that he found the place. Thinking about this, Yemo immediately let Shadowless out and told Shadowless he wanted to find the clear mind lotus. He even showed Shadowless what it looked like. Shadowless didn't disappoint Yemo. He immediately took Yemo around the twists and turns and found 11 level 3 immortal spirit herbs and 3 level 4 immortal spirit herbs. Another day passed and Yemo stopped at a crevice. He had been here once, but he found this place was different. This crevice was natural and crossing it would bring him to the other side of the valley. Over countless years, quite some immortals must have passed through here, but Yemo found that the weeds and low-level immortal spirit herbs seemed fresher here. Yemo carefully scanned his spirit sense here and soon found that there was a battle here. The fresh low-level immortal spirit herbs were cultivated by magic to cover the traces of the battle. After reaching this conclusion, Yemo's heart skipped rapidly. Looking at these immortal spirit herbs, they were just cultivated a few days ago. This was in accordance with the time the 2 abstruse immortals came in. They fought a battle and still used means to cover up here. The only possibility was that there was some stealth formation here. Yemo began to search this place inch by inch, but half a day later he still found nothing. With his near level 4 formation great master skill, he still couldn't see what was here. How did the 2 abstruse immortals see something? Suddenly, Shadowless sent him a strong message. Yemo immediately came to where Shadowless told him to go. There was a huge boulder here. If one didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see what was special about this. Yemo noticed that the immortal spirit chi below here was extremely dense. Yemo carefully moved the rock and the space nearby immediately changed. Yemo moved the stone back and the space returned to what it was, natural formation. Yemo was overjoyed. This was a natural high-level stealth formation. Yemo moved that huge rock and the natural formation showed before him. With Yemo's formation skills, he easily found the formation door and disappeared within the crevice. After going in, dense immortal spirit chi came and a faint mist hovered above his eyes. Before Yemo could see clearly, an extremely strong smell came before him. Without hesitation, Yemo smashed with the world rock. A sharp shriek sounded. A black figure was smashed away and instantly disappeared in this mist. This was a level 4 immortal spirit beast that wanted to ambush Yemo. Yemo didn't have the mood to check up on that level 4 immortal spirit beast. He stared dazedly at the white lotus before him. Clear mind lotus, Yemo saw it clearly. 2 crisp green leaves decorating the snow-white lotus seed in the center. It floated above a lake surrounded by mist. It released extremely beautiful luminosity. This place wasn't a lake but actually the surface of extremely dense immortal spirit chi. Yemo really wanted to move the lake into his golden page world, but when he looked around at the natural formation he gave up this idea. If he really did this, the nearby area would collapse and might bring immortal kings to check it out. Yemo scanned his spirit sense around and didn't see the abstruse immortals who came in before. It seemed they were killed by the level 4 immortal spirit beast. Without hesitation, Yemo came to the clear mind lotus and used an extremely large jade box to collect the lotus. As for the root, Yemo didn't touch it. This was the best place to grow the clear mind lotus. Perhaps countless years later, a new clear mind lotus would form. Yemo didn't stay here any longer and left. Half a day later, Yemo came back to his cultivation home. Jinbingyu still seemed to be in cultivation. Yemo was very satisfied with coming to Zone Piao Heaven. He got Spirit Wool 9 transformations and the Clear Mind Lotus. Jinbingyu would definitely be overjoyed to recover. This was even something of the dreams for Yemo. Yemo knew that after Jinbingyu could recover, he would be leaving alone. He knew that the cultivation resources he needed weren't something ordinary people could afford. When other people got large sums of cultivation resources, they could find a place to go into solitary cultivation, but he couldn't. He had to keep going around searching for top-grade resources. It was because of this that he cared so much about the Blue Lightning Immortal Well and used all his means to go to the Pingpao Plains to slaughter demonic immortal spirit beasts so he could reach the top 50. "You're back." As soon as Yemo came in, Jinbingyu greeted him. She saw Yemo seemed to be in a good mood and had a smile on his face. Her dejected mood lightened up quite a bit. She knew that Yemo arranged her to stay here, but he didn't cultivate here because he wanted to leave the city. But she had been used to staying with Yemo, and now that she stayed alone in the cultivation home, she couldn't settle her mind. Just thinking that Yemo was about to leave alone, she was full of anxiety. "Come with me." Yemo pulled Jinbingyu into the cultivation room. "Guess what happened this time?" Yemo smiled at Jinbingyu. "Are you planning to leave the city after the Blue Lightning Mountain opens?" Jinbingyu asked dejectedly instead. When Yemo rented this place for 10 years, she knew that Yemo wouldn't be taking her. She could feel it. Yemo still had a lot of secrets and he didn't seem to want to expose these secrets in front of her, so it was inconvenient to take her. Yemo found the Clear Mind Lotus. He came back to bring joy to Jinbingyu. Jinbingyu stayed all these years with him, so even though she didn't express the loneliness in the depths of her heart, Yemo understood it. He did indeed plan to find a place to reach Great Unity Immortal and leave the city in search of new cultivation resources, but he was caught off guard by her question. Chapter 1665, Mark in the Tao Heart. Jinbingyu's personality changed a little after staying with Yemo, but in her bone. She was still a cold woman. Hearing Yemo's word, she sighed and suddenly took off her dress and walked up to Yemo, hugging him. "I know I owe you a lot, but I may never be able to repay you. Before you go, you can have my body, my virginity essence, and something else." Yemo didn't know what the other thing was, but he never intended to duo cultivate with Jinbingyu, Martial's sister Bingyu. "Wait." Yemo quickly pushed her away, but when her hands touched Jinbingyu's silky skin, he dazed for a moment. He had seen Jinbingyu naked before and even helped her dress and carry her around everywhere, but he had never had any emotions for her. Jinbingyu was indeed pretty, even a little prettier than Susu. But Jinbingyu wasn't his woman. The moment he ascended to the immortal realm, he wouldn't have any more woman in his heart. But Yemo only dazed for a brief moment and pushed Jinbingyu away. "Martial's sister Bingyu, you misunderstood me." Jinbingyu looked at Yemo in confusion but didn't get angry. To her, doing that thing with Yemo was to satisfy his lust and pay back what she owed him. Although she was a little curious what it would feel, but it didn't mean she liked doing that. "Didn't you say your Tao heart was different to mine?" Jinbingyu couldn't resist asking. Yemo rubbed his forehead. "Martial's sister Bingyu, that doesn't mean this. I'm saying that thing can only be done between people who love each other. I already have people I love, so even if I'm going to do it, it would be with them, not you." So, Jinbingyu smiled. that smile was enough to make any woman lose confidence. Even Emo sighed, if this woman smiled more she would be beautiful to the extreme, them? Is I because you love a lot of people? Jinbingyu asked plainly. Emo felt his nose awkwardly. Yes, they're a part of my life. I ascended to the immortal realm first partly for them. Then would you have any more? Jinbingyu frowned and asked. Emo shook his head no. Emo didn't explain anything. He indeed wouldn't be interested in any other woman anymore, even Jinbingyu, although his Dao heart was different to Jinbingyu, but it was very firm. For him, the people around him, he needed to reach the peak of Dao. I know that after you leave this time we might never be able to see each other again. So, I really want to give the only thing I can give to you. My spirit root is dissolved. I would never have an opportunity this lifetime. If the spirit root can still be repaired, then, Emo smiled and pulled her dress up. Other than saying goodbye today, I came to cure your spirit root, so you can cultivate again. What? Jinbingyu was dazed. Her mind was blank. If other people said this, she wouldn't believe it all, but Emo said this, she trusted it 100% already. Emo had never lied to her all these years. It's true because I got the clear mind lotus. Emo set up a few restriction and took out a jade box. The snow-white lotus was in the middle and a faint refreshing aroma came. Jinbingyu was dumbfounded. It really was clear mind lotus. She had never expected Emo would be able to find it. With this, it meant that her future accomplishment would be far greater than before. Not only would her spirit root be repaired, it would also be upgraded. With Emo's body refinement cultivation method in 3 birth god water chant, Jinbingyu didn't dare to think what level she would reach. Emo didn't say anything and just waited on the side. He knew Jinbingyu needed time to absorb this information. After a long while, Jinbingyu came back to her sense. She stared at Emo with fiery eyes and felt her heart was wavering. Who else would give her this other than her dearest family? Much less Emo, they were just using each other. The only dearest person she had was her master, Emo. Jinbingyu murmured and couldn't control the excitement in her heart and embraced Emo. The first time it was to thank Emo as she knew she didn't have long to live. Emo was going to leave, but this time, she really couldn't control it now. It wasn't just for this clear mind lotus. They were just a team and she forced Emo to team up with her. After she was heavily injured, Emo didn't abandon her. He took her into the heaven domain ship. Took her to the void to find void flying snow and then went off alone to search for clear mind lotus. She realized that if she didn't recover, Emo wasn't going to abandon her. Her Dao heart was firm, but even so, a mark was made on it. Feeling Jinbingyu's body growing warmer, Emo also felt some fire in his heart, but he soon calmed down. He couldn't take the feelings. If he slept with her, he wouldn't be able to remove her from his life. Plus, he didn't fall in love with Jinbingyu. Calm down first, recover your spirit root. I'm indeed going, but if you don't recover I can't leave assured. Emo patted Jinbingyu's shoulder. He knew that if a firm-hearted woman like Jinbingyu fell in love, it was uncontrollable. The current Jinbingyu wasn't the real her, she lost her immortal essence and her Dao heart was loose. If this continued, her Dao heart would be ruined and it wasn't good for the both of them. I understand. Jinbingyu slowly calmed down and stared at Emo answering. She knew Emo stopped her breaking Dao heart. She was very grateful. After Emo left, she would go out to search for her great Dao. If one day she could stand at the peak, she would go find Emo and tell him the feeling of that instant. If she can't even reach great Dao, everything else would be pointless to bring up. Taking over the clear mind lotus, Jinbingyu didn't say thank you. She knew Emo didn't need that. The lotus turned into a mortal liquid that Jinbingyu slowly consumed. Jinbingyu sat and didn't move, a calm mist emitted from her body enveloping her in an aroma. Meanwhile, her power rose slowly. Emo knew Jinbingyu's power was beginning to recover. Her spirit root was not only repaired but purifying, from foundation establishment state to golden core state, and in a short while, Jinbingyu was at hollow immortal. The immortal spirit chi gathered above her head and turned into immortal essence nourishing her meridians and dantian. Emo didn't stay here. He didn't know if Jinbingyu would regain her past Dao heart, but he knew she had her path and so did he. Emo left a storage ring before Jinbingyu and quietly left her cultivation room and this cultivation home. He wouldn't be coming back here, at least not for a few years. Jinbingyu slowly opened her eyes. A long-gone sense of power came. She was only abstruse immortal primary stage before, but after changing her cultivation method and using the clear mind lotus her power rose to abstruse immortal primary stage. The Nirvana succeeded too. She reached immortal Nirvana body. For the first time, Jin Bingyu couldn't resist tearing. She thought she had completely lost hope, but GMO brought her such powerful hope. She immediately wanted to find GMO but found GMO wasn't in the cultivation room. There was only a storage ring before her. There was a troubled feeling in her heart. She couldn't express this feeling. She hadn't fallen in love before, she didn't know if this was that feeling. She scanned her spirit sense in the storage ring. GMO left the flying snow orb. There was even 3 great Unity Immortal pills and tens of bottles of other pills. These pills saved her countless years. GMO didn't even take away all the beast cores. He left behind 2 million worth of contribution points. Jin Bingyu walked to the cultivation home door and stared at the road that she walked over with GMO a few days ago. Chapter 1666, Dao Seeking God Art. This was the final day before the Blue Lightning Immortal Well opened. The biggest square, Blue Lightning Square, was full of people. There were more people than usual. People who had some inside knowledge knew this time was different as 3 of the Big 10 Immortal Kings of Zhongpiao Heaven came. This included Su Huan Immortal King, Kaifeng Immortal King and Pingzhou Immortal King. There were few Immortal Kings in Zhongpiao Heaven, yet 3 came this time. Clearly something was about to happen. Yemo was sitting in a spirit rest tower on the side of the square, drinking. His only purpose here was to wait for the immortal well to open and then leave. He was also watching the leaderboard, trying to ensure that he wouldn't be falling below top 50. He asked other people and knew that the Heaven Immortal leaderboard was very stable, but now, Yemo realized it was utter bullshit. His rank went from 30 or so down to 41st. Now he was 47th. If things continued like this, he would definitely end up below 50. Luckily, he prepared 3 million contribution points of beast cores, but GMO didn't use them now. He would use it as soon as he went below 50. GMO had been sitting in here for half a day, but he didn't ask about what was happening. It had nothing to do with him. However, on a table not far from him, a few immortals' discussion caught his attention. One of them spoke of his name. It seems that even if that MOing didn't cheat, I wouldn't be able to get into the top 50. I was 51st, but now I'm 63rd, a white-faced abstruse immortal tertiary stage said with great disappointment. 3 other people sat on his table. An extremely pretty and seductive female immortal, she was abstruse immortal tertiary stage 2. The other 2 was one long-bearded and the second dark-skinned. They were all abstruse immortal tertiary stage. Yeah, the Heaven Immortal leaderboard has never been so strange. It's the last few days, but the rankings are so volatile. Look, even Su Ji, who was first, is now 27th. The female immortal frowned. Something is probably going to happen in the immortal city, right? The dark-skinned abstruse immortal said. But what has that got to do with the leaderboard? The long-bearded abstruse immortal shook his head. Hua Mountain, look at the notice. The dark-skinned abstruse immortal pointed at the notice board next to the leaderboard. Yemo saw the notice too. After the opening of the immortal well this time, the top 50 of the Heaven Immortal leaderboard will be representing Zhongpiao Heaven to go to Yuanla Heaven and participate in the Dao Seeking competition. Isn't Yuanla Heaven the number 1 heaven domain of the middle heaven domains? It's said to be equivalent to a grand heaven domain. I heard that the Dao Seeking tournament was the top 50 of the abstruse immortal rank. Why did it become contribution rank this time? Is there a difference? Which of the top 50 on the contribution leaderboard isn't from the abstruse leaderboard? But Yuanla Heaven is too strong. It's said that even if you could go before, rarely could people enter Dao Seeking Tower. How can the Yuanla Heaven not be strong with the Dao Seeking Tower? Even some grand heaven domain immortals want to go to Dao Seeking Tower. If you enter Dao Seeking Tower, it would be you would definitely become great immortal and have 10% extra chance of reaching Immortal King. No wonder so many people want top 50 this time. I want to go to Yuanlu Heaven's Dao Seeking Tower. I'd be willing to pay any price. Yemo didn't expect this turn of events. He knew Yuanla Heaven, of course. It was said that it was on par with ordinary grand heaven domains. It was the most powerful middle heaven domain. Yemo only knew it was powerful but not why it was powerful. Now it seemed to be due to that Dao Seeking Tower. He would go ask someone what it was later. In order to ensure that the prodigies of Zhongpiao Heaven aren't left out, the contribution leaderboard from 51st to 100th can challenge the top 50. Each person only has one chance to challenge. If the defender loses, he would lose his spot to the challenger.
The defeated don't get any opportunity to challenge again. A successful defender will not be challenged again.
But a challenger who succeeds needs to accept one more challenge if challenged. The eventual top 50 can cultivate in the immortal well for half a year before representing Zhong Piao Heaven in the Tao Seeking Tower tournament. EMO saw his rank go down to 53rd, but he wasn't worried. He just needed to be in top 100. No wonder the leaderboard changes so fast. They all want to go to Yuanla Heaven, the female immortal said. Then she thought of something and said to that white-faced abstruse immortal, Zhenghong brother, you still have a chance. As long as you're in the top 100 you can challenge the 50th. You can challenge the Imoing guy, Imoing, look his name has fallen below top 50 already. The long-bearded abstruse immortal said. The white-faced abstruse immortal laughed. I didn't expect I still had a chance. Let these people cheat, I'll greet them on the battle stage. Yemo didn't care about what they said, he walked up to an abstruse immortal middle stage and saluted with his fists. Friend, may I ask what that Tao Seeking Tower is? The abstruse immortal looked at Yemo in confusion, wondering why someone didn't know what the Tao Seeking Tower was, but he quickly said, there are 9 levels to the Tao Seeking Tower. It's said that immortals can create their own Tao art and God art. The laws of the universe are gathered in the Tao Seeking Tower. Immortals can easily combine all they've learnt into their own God art. Yeah, it's because the Tao Seeking Tower is so insane and all the prodigies in Yuanla Heaven can go there that Yuanla Heaven is stronger than other heaven domains. But luckily there's a Tao Seeking Tower tournament every 1,000 years. Otherwise, the other heaven domains would only be getting worse and worse, one abstruse immortal said. The first abstruse immortal shook his head. Although Yuanlu Heaven's power is directly related to the Tao Seeking Tower, its cultivation resource and immortal spirit chi isn't something other heaven domains can compare with. They didn't become the number 1 middle heaven domain due to luck. Yemo quickly asked, why are there 9 levels of the Tao Seeking Tower? The abstruse immortal said, the 9 levels are based on each person's understanding of Tao. Usually, hollow immortals can only stay at level 1. If a hollow immortal can reach level 2, he would be a prodigy amongst prodigy. Abstruse immortal usually stay at level 3, rarely can one reach level 4. Can the immortals of Yuanlu Heaven go to Tao Seeking Tower at any time? Of course not. Only a few rare prodigies can go in, or once you satisfy some requirements. What's the requirements? That I don't know, but I only know it's not easy. Although there's 50 from Zhong Piao Heaven going there, but it would be extremely lucky if 1 or 2 of them can even get in. Hearing this, Yemo realized that the Tao Seeking Tower was pretty much made for him. Chapter 1667, Tao Seeking Tournament. Yemo felt his lightning sword could slaughter large amounts of low-level enemies, but against people who were stronger than him in cultivation level, it couldn't settle the score. He felt it last time when he fought that great extreme immortal. He wanted to go into solitary cultivation to refine his lightning sword. This Tao Seeking Tower was perfect for him. Other than his lightning sword, his illusion cloud sword technique was the same. Although he lacked the 9th strike, Yemo knew it was because he was at a bottleneck and didn't want to create a 9th strike. His illusion cloud sword technique also needed to form into a god art. Otherwise, he would have some difference between top masters. That Yen Jiutian gave Yemo a strong warning bell. As for the world rock, it was worse. He just used his immortal essence and spirit sense to smash. Yemo also realized later that the reason his world rock wasn't as strong as Yen Jiutian's black mist wasn't because his world rock was weak, but that his world rock didn't have its own god art while Yen Jiutian's mist was a god art. Yemo had made up his mind that he must go to the Tao Seeking Tower. As more and more immortals came to the blue lightning square, the immortals sitting in the spirit rest tower also rushed down. From others' discussion, Yemo just realized that the tournament for going into the blue lightning immortal well had begun. Yemo left the immortal rest tower as well and put all his beast cores into the contribution jade card. He didn't need to save beast cores now. If he was squeezed out of top 50, he would fight for a spot. A few million contribution points were thrown into the jade card. Yemo's jade card immediately became 14 million. Yemo noticed his name, his rank rose from 53rd to 21st. It didn't seem he needed to challenge anyone now. He just needed to accept someone's challenge and he would be in the top 50. Everyone was watching the leaderboard right now. Moing suddenly rose to 21st and immediately caught everyone's attention. Who is this guy? How come I've never heard of him? I saw him before. He only got on the leaderboard in these few months. A month ago, his name drastically rose up.
He did it again this time. Just how many immortal crystals did he spend on buying beast cores?
Without a doubt, he's the disciple of a powerful being or he has a powerful sect behind him.
Perhaps he's the young master. Don't challenge this person, even if you beat him. Who knows if people would come looking for trouble with you? Yeah, such a person isn't ordinary. It's 20 immortal crystals a contribution point, now it's 80 to 100 a contribution point. Who can afford this many beast cores at such a time? Hearing these discussions, Yemo shook his head.
He had no support, he got all of his beast cores from his hard work. Just when he wanted to change places, Yemo heard a loud explosion. A few immortals landed on the stage. Yemo looked at the abstruse immortal primary stage next to him and asked, "Who are these people? They don't seem ordinary." The immortal saw Yemo's cultivation level was higher than his and quickly said, "Friend, you just got to Zone Piao Heaven, right?" The person wearing the gray hair tie is the number 1 master of Zone Piao Heaven abstruse immortals, Ouyang Yi. He's the first of the Zone Piao Heaven abstruse rank. He can definitely get a spot in the Dao Seeking tournament.
Yemo looked at Ouyang Yi's name, 7th on the contribution ranking. The one standing behind him wearing blue robes is the 4th of the abstruse rank. Chu Shangzi, the female immortal next to Ouyang Yi, is the purple rain goddess.
She's not only the top beauty of Zone Piao Heaven but also second on the abstruse ranking.
See that abstruse immortal with a long sword on his back?
He's Su Ji, abstruse rank number 9. This abstruse immortal primary stage was clearly proud of these people and admired them. Chu Shangzi was contribution ranking number 1, Su Ji was originally first on the contribution ranking but now he was almost 30.
Purple Rain Goddess was ranked 9th on the contribution ranking. It seemed they didn't care about the contribution ranking at all. To them, they could get whatever rank they wanted. These abstruse immortals were at least abstruse immortal tertiary stage.
Most of them were peak stage. There was not a single abstruse immortal middle stage like Yemo. A few more dashing lights came and through this abstruse immortal primary stage, Yemo knew that they were also ranked ahead on the abstruse ranking. Pretty much all the people on the abstruse ranking came. Ouyang Yi and Purple Rain Goddess seemed prideful. Yemo could feel the superiority coming from the bottom of their hearts. As though standing here wasn't their honor but the honor of the Blue Lightning Square. Yemo could tell this superiority was probably due to their background. Perhaps they were from status immortal sections. Chu Shangzi and Su Ji seemed calm, they didn't act like they were superior.
Especially that Su Ji. Yemo felt he had more potential than Ouyang Yi.
That long sword hanging behind his back didn't seem ordinary too. People who were similar gathered together, immortals were the same too. The top 10 of the abstruse immortals formed their own circle, the Great Unity immortals formed their own circle too. Solo cultivators like Yemo or the lowest abstruse immortals could only listen in to them talking. Even if you added something, people would ignore you. Yemo didn't want to participate in such high talks. Yemo walked around the square. There were quite some shops and stalls but not a single thing he was interested in. Despite this, he did buy quite some maps of the 11 Middle Heaven domains. Half a day passed quickly. As more and more people came, 3 rainbow clouds landed in the center of the square.
Yemo couldn't tell their exact power but he was certain they were immortal kings.
Any one of them could kill him with a finger. This feeling made Yemo very annoyed. He calmed himself down and cast these thoughts aside. The square fell silent as the 3 immortal kings came. Yemo had seen one of them, the green-robed Su Huan immortal king. The other 2 would probably be Kai Feng and Ping Zhou immortal king. Standing in front of Su Huan immortal king was a white-robed immortal king. His face was square and he seemed to be the head of the 3 immortal kings. He nodded to the immortals before waving his hand and a yellow light was released. The yellow light instantly turned into a huge stage and the 3 immortal kings were on the stage now. The white-robed immortal king then said, "I believe everyone knows me. I'm Zong Piao Heaven Kai Feng immortal king. Other than the Blue Lightning immortal well, I came here for a more important thing and that is the Yuan Lu Heaven Dao Seeking tournament."
Kai Feng immortal king sighed.
"We from Zong Piao Heaven have always been participating in Yuan Lu Heaven's Dao Seeking tournament, but only one person has truly gone in the Dao Seeking tower and that was me. Pity, I could only stay around level 3 at the time. I can say that the reason I could become Immortal King was due to the great help from Dao Seeking Tower. So, I believe everyone now knows just how much help the Dao Seeking Tower has for cultivation." The square immediately burst into discussion. There were billions of immortals, but which one of them could break through to Immortal King? Kai Feng waved his hand. Calm down, everyone. The scene fell silent immediately. Kai Feng nodded.
But the Dao Seeking Tower is the #1 Dao Tower of Yuan-Lu Heaven.
Even people from Yuan-Lu Heaven need to be selected to go in, much less us.
Yuan-Lu Heaven gave the other Middle Heaven domains 500 spots. We have 50 spots. The tournament is very hard, but even if one person gets in,
I would be very happy. Chapter 1668, Top 50 Tournament. Top 50 Tournament. Su Huan Immortal King got up and said, there are 11 Middle Heaven domains. Although each heaven domain is boundless and even immortal kings can't reach many corners, but combined, there can be 30 people who go in the Dao Seeking Tower. In the countless years of Zhong Piao Heaven, no one has been able to enter other than Kai Feng Immortal King. Every time we go to Yuan-Lu Heaven, we speak quieter than other immortal kings. So, we hope someone can shine out in the tournament and bring some honor to Zhong Piao Heaven, even if it's just 30th. All the immortals in the square looked down in shame, however. Those in the abstruse ranking had firm-looking eyes, clearly planning to get into the top 30. Su Huan Immortal King changed the topic. The 50 abstruse immortals going into the immortal well will be the people going to Yuan-Lu Heaven.
I believe everyone knows the rules now. Let the match begin. From 51st to 100th, any of you can challenge the top 50.
Then, Su Huan Immortal King and the other two Immortal King left the stage. Two floating rankings appeared above the stage.
The left one was top 50 and the right one was 51st to 100th. Each challenge, the names on the two sides could switch. Yi Mo looked at his name, it was still 21st.
He wasn't worried, he didn't fear anyone who challenged him. Just when everyone was thinking when the challenge would begin, a short fat abstruse immortal peak stage flew to the stage and saluted with his fists.
Heaven Immortal Sex Gone You rank 73 th challenges 50th Luo Xiang.
Although the contribution points ranking had nothing to do with power, those ranked really high would indeed be much stronger. As soon as this voice sounded, a chiseled face abstruse immortal landed on the stage.
Luo Xiang accepts your challenge.
Then he sliced out with his word. Gong Yu was prepared, released a black mace bringing dark rays everywhere and clashing with Luo Xiang's sword light. There were Immortal King restrictions on the stage, so no matter how much the two fought, the stage was very sturdy. Luo Xiang's sword rays hacked on the stage but couldn't even make any marks. The two's immortal essence was evenly matched.
About an hour later, the mace's dark rays loosened.
Gong Yu seemed to be unable to last long. Indeed, in half a minute,
Gong Yu was hacked away by Luo Xiang's sword light.
A wound came from his shoulder to his lower waist. I admit defeat.
Gong Yu immediately got off the stage. Luo Xiang stopped attacking and quickly ate a pill at left.
He was a defender and thus kept his top 50 spot. First round, Luo Xiang wins, a great eternity immortal said. The next to get on was a bald-headed abstruse immortal. He immediately said, Heaven Immortal Sect Contribution Rankings 51st Mihua challenges 47th Li Nuohua.
You took what was mine, now give it back.
The bald-headed abstruse immortal was full of killing intent. From his tone, the people realized that Li Nuohua probably stole Mihua's rank through cheating. An angry-looking female immortal landed on the stage. Li Nuohua accepts your challenge. The female immortal attacked faster than Luo Xiang and released a golden cloth before she finished talking. She stage was illuminated in gold. Some weaker heaven immortals couldn't even look with their eyes. The light was too piercing. I'm not scared of you. Mihua roared and his black staff turned into a black dragon. It was obvious that Mihua was much stronger than that Gong Yu.
In 5 minutes,
Li Nuohua was struck in the back by the dragon's tail and spat a mouthful of blood falling off the stage. Yi Mo could tell that heavy injury was intentional. If she didn't do that, she might die. Mihua came up with killing intent. Second round, Mihua's victory, top 50 defender. The Great Eternity Immortal announced, Mihua would still need to fight again if challenged.
Yi Mo knew that it would be best to challenge Mihua now if someone wanted to.
Mihua was also injured a little in the fight. The other immortals could clearly see this too. Before Mihua stood steady, an abstruse immortal peak stage got up.
Heaven Immortal Sect Contribution ranking 64th Ji Shang challenges 47th Mihua.
Ji Shang also attacked with his magic artifact immediately. Mihua could barely block it, but Ji Shang pursued the attack. Blood splashed on the stage. Kai Feng Immortal King shook his head.
This method was a good tactic, but it was low. Even if Ji Shang won, he wouldn't get very far and his future wouldn't be that great. Emo believed the same. But different than Kai Feng Immortal King, Emo felt Ji Shang's future wouldn't be huge, not because he used this tactic but due to his mentality. Ji Shang just wanted every little advantage he could and didn't have a heart of pursuit. If it was him, he might use this way to beat Nihua, but his goal wasn't this victory but to go into Blue Lightning Well to cultivate. Emo would use everything possible for his cultivation, but Ji Shang just purely wanted to use this advantage to beat Nihua. Emo couldn't feel any perseverance towards cultivation on him. In a short while, Nihua was heavily injured. Looking at his hateful eyes, Emo knew that there was an extra person on this guy's must-kill list now. Third round, Ji Shang's victory, defender top 50. Brother Zhanghong, I suggest you don't challenge that Moing. Even without him you would fall below the top 50. Now that Emo can stay at 21st, he definitely has the support of his sect. The skinny abstruse immortal was trying to persuade Ji Zhanghong, never mind, I just want a rank. I'll let that Moing be happy for now. When I have a chance I won't let this person go. Ji Zhanghong nodded. After 30 rounds, no one challenged Emo. Emo knew that this was due to no one knowing him. If someone knew that 21 Samoing was in abstruse immortal middle stage, in less than a second someone would challenge him. 2 days later, the challenges were over and the top 50 were decided. Everyone knew this tournament wasn't completely fair, but it could indeed let the strong people stay. Emo was ranked 21st and was never challenged at all. Chapter 1669, Fight over Immortal Well. Emo stood with the top 50. When those failed immortals saw Emo, they hammered their chests in frustration. They didn't expect there was an abstruse immortal middle stage in the top 50. Emo felt a little awkward too. He was the only abstruse immortal middle stage in this 50 people. Those few immortal kings noticed too. Especially Su Huan Immortal King. She looked at Emo strangely. Emo noticed the red-robed female immortal who came with Su Huan too. She was in top 50 in abstruse immortal tertiary stage. She wasn't challenged too. The teleportation formation to the Blue Lightning Mountain was on the east side of the city. Emo and them followed a great eternity immortal to the palace. There was 100 people here, 50 abstruse immortals and 50 great immortals. Other than these 100 people, many other immortals could go into the immortal well, but they would need to wait till after the 100 people went in. The top 50 of heaven immortal ranking get in the teleportation formation. After entering the immortal well, choose a place for your cultivation. When all of you get in, the palace would close immediately. The great eternity immortal reminded. Before anyone could say anything, the teleportation formation lights shimmered and in a few seconds Emo and them were swept away. Moments later, Emo found that he and all the abstruse immortals appeared in another palace. There were tens of small doors in here. A few abstruse immortals quickly chose a small door and entered. So this was it, each person had a set cultivation ground. Seeing more and more people go in, Emo pulled an abstruse immortal peak stage and saluted with his fists. Immortal friend, can people have divine damnation here? The abstruse immortal smiled. Of course, if you reach great immortal, congratulations. Then the abstruse immortal quickly found a door and went in. Immediately, there was only Emo left in the palace and only a small door left. Emo quickly went in there. After he went in, the small door immediately disappeared and shut itself. Walking in tens of meters, Emo found an immortal pond circulating with white mist. A dense immortal spirit chi surrounded Emo. Emo moaned in comfort. This was the best cultivation grounds. The pond wasn't big, there was a round jade cushion in the center. Although the well was called Blue Lightning Immortal Well, it actually had no element. But Emo was certain this immortal well was much better than the one he found before. This was a diluted immortal pond and the immortal spirit chi was still this dense. If one cultivated directly in the well it would be even better, but the time is too short, only half a year. At most, he would be able to reach abstruse immortal tertiary stage. What a waste. Emo sighed as he flew onto the seat and scanned around with his spirit sense. He immediately found that the immortal spirit chi came from the cushion below him. If he took out time formation disc, Emo was certain he could reach abstruse immortal peak stage in such a place and even use this pond to suck over most of the nutrition from the immortal well, but in here he didn't dare to take out the time formation disc no matter what. He didn't even dare to use the golden page world too. Time formation disc had time law. If an immortal king looked over, he would see it. Emo admired those who were abstruse immortal peak stage. If they had great unity immortal pill then they might be able to break through to great unity immortal here. Wait, Emo suddenly thought of something. What if someone going to the tournament reached Great Unity Immortal here?
He thought of what that abstruse Immortal Peak stage said. Some of them would have to break through to Great Unity Immortal if they continued to cultivate here, so why did they still come in? Emo slapped his head and realized. He wasn't prepared at all. They couldn't cultivate here but still went in. Clearly they only had one purpose, and that was to collect the pond water. Then they would be able to cultivate wherever they wanted. Emo sighed. He knew that to refine the pond water here one must have formation. Those abstruse immortals must have prepared all sorts of formation discs and storage magic artifact. He was the only one not prepared. Luckily he didn't need all that. He was a level 3 immortal formation master and had the golden page world. Realizing this, Emo stopped cultivating. He started setting up formation and completely barricaded this place before collecting the well. Even if it couldn't stop the immortal king spirit sense, it would at least let him know. Then, Emo started studying formation that could purify the water. It was hard for others to quickly study a new formation, but not for Emo. A month later, he could set up a level 3 purifying immortal formation. This was much more powerful than other people's formation discs. Plus, Emo didn't set up just one. He set up more. The flow of liquid from the pond went from drops to a small stream and then a big stream into the golden page world. When Emo set up the 4th purifying immortal formation, Emo knew he didn't need to cultivate nor set up formations anymore. The water he would get in half a year was definitely enough for him to reach abstruse immortal peak stage. The effect of what Emo did began to show up in other immortal ponds. Those abstruse immortals sensitive to immortal spirit chi began to feel less immortal spirit chi. Clearly they didn't expect someone to be this shameless setting up a level 4 purifying immortal formation. They guessed that everyone was cultivating and thus the immortal pond was being used up. Emo slowly changed all the level 3 immortal formation to level 4 immortal formations. At the 4th month, Emo felt the pond water lessen again and even became scarce. He knew he couldn't keep purifying anymore. He had collected almost all the pond water here. He should leave some for others. Emo put away all the formations and even removed all the spirit sense shielding formation and acted like nothing happened and began cultivation. 3 days later, a powerful spirit sense scanned past Emo's spirit pond. It didn't stop and left after one scan. Emo was frightened, however. If he didn't think of leaving some for others, his spirit sense barrier formation would be found even if the purifying formations weren't found. Then, he would be the number 1 suspect. Chapter 1670, Exchange for Immortal Crystals. There was one more month. Emo just stopped cultivation. The density of the pond water was very low now. It wasn't much help to his cultivation anymore. So he just spent this month studying formation. On the Blue Lightning Mountain, some immortals collecting herbs had been teleported out. The 3 immortal kings stayed on the mountain. Pingzhou Immortal King, what did you see just then? Su Huan saw Pingzhou Immortal King scan the cultivation palace of the Heaven Immortals and Great Immortals and frowned. The 2 palaces had spirit sense shielding function. Even if an immortal king wanted to scan in, he would need help from the formation. Kai Feng also looked at Pingzhou. The immortal spirit chi of the well suddenly became scarce and they immediately knew. That's why they came to check. Before even when half a year was up, the immortal well wouldn't become this low in purity. However, this time there was only 4 months and the pond became this scarce. Pingzhou was confused himself. I saw nothing strange, just some abstruse immortal peak stage using formation to separate the pond water. Impossible. If they just use formation to separate pond water, that speed wouldn't even be as fast as their cultivation. How could it let all the immortal pond density drop this low and even affect the immortal well? Kai Feng frowned. Perhaps the immortal spirit chi of the well itself lowered. I think more time needs to be in between the next opening of the well. Otherwise, this would only damage the immortal well. Su Huan said heavily, I agree. The Blue Lightning Immortal Well was one of the most important resources of Zhongpiao Heaven. There was a lot at stake. A month or so later, Emo and the immortals were teleported to the square. Although Emo took more than half of the well, most of the immortals who went in still grew in power. Emo was the only person who didn't improve at all. He was still abstruse immortal middle stage. People said nothing, but some people still shook their heads at Emo. It was such a waste for him to use such a good resource. Anyone else would be able to reach abstruse immortal peak stage or at least tertiary stage in half a year, but his power was absolutely the same. The great eternity immortal leading them in was there waiting for them. He said loudly, the immortal well cultivation ends now.
Everyone has half a day to buy the pills and magic artifact you need. Half a day later, we will be taking Heaven Domain Immortal Ship to Wenchong Heaven Domain and then take teleportation formation to Yuanla Heaven from there. Everyone couldn't wait to go out. Some abstruse Immortal Peak stage wanted to sell their purified pond water to exchange for pills. Others wanted to use their contribution points. They also needed to bid their sect farewell. For EMO, he needed to spend all of his contribution points. He could exchange them at other heaven domains, but it wasn't much useful at Yuanlo Heaven. He only had tens of thousands of immortal crystals on him. He needed to exchange all these contribution points to immortal crystals. EMO could only go to big immortal towers to exchange immortal crystals. That would make him lose out a lot of immortal crystals, but it was impossible to exchange 10 million contribution points in a rush in the black market. Even if there was such black markets, EMO didn't dare to go. One mistake and he could lose his life. The biggest tower in Blue Mo Immortal City was Shuangju Tower. Their immortal pill and magic artifact business was the best. When EMO walked in, he saw a few people he knew already. They were all abstruse immortal who went to the immortal well. They were clearly preparing for the Dao-seeking tournament. When they saw EMO come in, only one abstruse immortal middle stage nodded to him. The rest didn't seem to see him. To them, an abstruse immortal middle stage could only rely on help to get into the immortal well. Such person going to Yuanla Heaven was a waste. EMO didn't care what others thought of him at all. He just came to the third level of the Shuangju Tower. It was filled with high-level immortal spirit beast and materials. EMO was very interested in them. EMO bought a large pile of immortal spirit herb and immortal materials above level 4. Even the tower rarely sees a mass buyer like EMO, so they just sent a female immortal to follow EMO everywhere and attend to him. The abstruse immortal middle stage who nodded to EMO couldn't resist coming to EMO immortal friend. Although we're representing Zone Piao Heaven to go to Yuanla Heaven, we can't stay there. If you spend all your contribution points here, you would need to earn more when you come back. EMO dazed for a moment. He didn't expect one couldn't stay at Yuanlo Heaven. He was planning to not come back. Can one not stay in Yuanlo Heaven? Not even if you go into Dao-seeking Tower? EMO frowned and asked. The abstruse immortal smiled bitterly. Of course you can if you enter the Dao-seeking Tower, but how many can go into the Dao-seeking Tower? Even the prodigies of Yuanlo Heaven can rarely go in. There's 100 people from Yuanla Heaven in the tournament, so in total, there are 600. One could stay behind if he gets top 200. But other than Martial Brother Ouyang Yi and Purple Goddess in them, the rest has no hopes. EMO realized that this guy meant he had no hopes of getting into top 200. EMO was very confident, however. He might not get first, but a top 30 should be fine. The reason he didn't dare to say he was number 1 was because the immortal realm was boundless and there were too many prodigies. Who knew if there would be a second and third Yen Zhoutian? Thank you, immortal friend. EMO saluted with his fists. The abstruse immortal saw that EMO didn't really get it into his brain but didn't care and just left with the other abstruse immortals. The female immortal treated EMO with even greater respect. Hearing he was competing at Yuanla Heaven, EMO was taken to a grand tower and here he saw cultivation methods marked at 50 million contribution points. Magic artifact marked at 40 million contribution points. EMO couldn't afford any of them. Will illusion. Crystal? EMO's eyes focused on a fist-sized aqua material. This was level 7 immortal material. This was the best thing to upgrade his Z-Su with. The Will Illusion Crystal could make the magic artifact feel ethereal and be traceless. This is why the Will Illusion Crystal is 10 times more expensive than other level 7 immortal materials. Yes, master. This is level 7 immortal material, Will Illusion Crystal. It's one of the best materials for forging top-grade immortal artifact. Holding a magic artifact made with Will Illusion Crystal can increase your power by 10%. The female immortal said. EMO looked at the price, 8.63 million contribution points, so expensive. This was almost 100 million immortal crystals. The low heaven domain really couldn't compare with middle heaven domain. Chapter 1671, A Wasted Spot. A black heaven domain immortal ship left Zone Piao Heaven and went into the void. EMO was in a luxurious room now. The immortal spirit chi here was extremely dense and there were free immortal fruits and wines. He could go onto the deck at any time. This was his first time enjoying such luxury. The 50 abstruse immortals going to Yuanla Heaven all had such rooms and had 3 immortal kings to protect them. They could ask immortal king questions at any times.
Almost all of them tried to ask the three immortal kings all sorts of questions. Sometimes, something that troubled them for many years would be easily explained by an immortal king. This was unimaginable for any abstruse immortal. But there was only one person who didn't want such benefit, and that was GMO. Other than asking Ping Zhou Immortal King a moderately hard question, he spent most of his time in his room. If it wasn't to avoid suspicion, he wouldn't ask a single question at all. After he timidly asked a question that many abstruse immortals can answer, other abstruse immortals were speechless towards him. The question wasn't easy, but as an abstruse immortal who could go to Dao-seeking tournament, asking such question was not good enough. Mo cowered behind the others and didn't seem to dare to ask a second question after seeing the contempt in others' eyes. When he returned to his room, he finally breathed easy. He just had too much pressure facing three immortal kings. Now that he asked a question and was sneered at, he wouldn't be suspected even if he doesn't come out again. Mo spent all of his 14 million contribution points, and other than exchanging for materials, he also got 50 million immortal crystals. He gave the last 1,000 contribution points with the jade card to the female immortal serving him. Is that abstruse immortal middle stage MOing? Ping Zhou Immortal King Spirit Sense scanned Mo, who dazedly sat in his room and shook his head. Su Huan Immortal King nodded yes. I especially researched about him. He seemed to be lucky and found many beast cores that people hid. That's how he reached the contribution points ranking. He's in solo cultivator. He doesn't seem old, but his mind is too weak and can't take pressure. He doesn't dare to ask a second question just because he was laughed at. He doesn't even dare to face those who laugh at him. He really can't achieve much in the future. If his willpower was a little stronger and dared to ask us more questions, he would be able to reach abstruse immortal tertiary stage before Wenchong Heaven. This is such a waste of a spot. Ping Zhou Immortal King shook his head. Kaifeng Immortal King laughed. Never mind, even if it wasn't a waste, one spot if useless to us. Ping Zhou nodded and said there are quite a few good seeds this time. That Ouyang Yi, Purple Rain Goddess, Su Ji, Chu Shangzi, and Su Huan Goddesses Milan are all good. I'm quite hopeful towards this tournament. Perhaps this time we can break a record. Kaifeng Immortal King laughed. Ping Zhou Immortal King, I think you missed one. That Mang Yong abstruse immortal tertiary stage is very good. When he challenged someone, he didn't even use his main magic artifact and defeated his opponent. When someone challenged him, he also won easily. You're saying that abstruse immortal with a red mark on his forehead? Ping Zhou Immortal King asked. That's right, him. Kaifeng Immortal King nodded. On the deck, 30 or so abstruse immortal were looking into the void. Doing this could not only improve one's understanding of magic but also enlighten one's heart and make it easier to break through in solitary cultivation. Did you see Ping Zhou Immortal King's face? That MOing wasted a spot. The three immortal kings aren't happy. Someone spoke about GMO, Sai, an abstruse immortal middle stage. I don't know where he got so many contribution points. Just look at his cowardly act and you know he's not from a big sect. Wouldn't it be better to ask him to transfer his spot to someone else? Look at the question he asked. Should that be something asked by an abstruse immortal participating in the Dao-seeking tournament? My face was burning with embarrassment after he said that. Yeah, because of his question, the three immortal kings are doubting our overall ability. Never mind, that guy is quite self-conscious and stopped asking. He still doesn't come out of his room now because he knows shame. Plus, no one wants to miss out on the Dao-seeking tournament. You can't blame him. Ji Zhenghong just realized now that Mo didn't have any background. He was regretful. He should have challenged Mo. A pale yellow-dressed female immortal suddenly sneered. Talking behind people's backs is very honorable. Then, the yellow-dressed female immortal left the deck and went back into her room. We didn't say anything about her. Why does she care? The round-faced abstruse immortal tertiary stage grumbled. I think we misunderstood the three immortal king. They wouldn't be unhappy just because of Mo Ying's question. It's because Mo Ying didn't dare to ask another question after everyone looked down on him. That's why they are disappointed. An abstruse immortal peak stage stood out and said, everyone knew this guy, he was abstruse ranking 4th Chu Shangzi. Everyone agreed to him after he said this. Some people even wanted to call Mo out and tell him about this, but soon they gave up on this thought. They were afraid Mo would disappoint the three immortal king masters, Mo Ying. Su Ji murmured this familiar name, remembering Mo Ying's ranking rising non-stop and eventually beating him. But this cheating guy was worthless to him. The immortal ship flew rapidly in the void. The abstruse immortals would either go look at the void or ask the immortal kings questions. One person was of exception, and that was GMO. Everyone knew why he didn't dare to come out now. Later, one people completely forgot about him. 3 months later, the ship stopped at the teleportation formation to Yuanlu heaven.
Finally, everyone saw GMO again.
Many people had gathered at the teleportation formation. These people came from other heaven domains and also was going to the Dao Seeking Tournament. Only Wen Chong Heaven has teleportation formation to Yuanla Heaven in the middle heaven domains. If they didn't take teleportation formation, it would take more than a decade to fly to Yuanlo Heaven. The teleportation formation to Yuanlo Heaven was super long distance teleportation formation. Other than immortal kings, everyone else would feel dizzy. Even EMO was of no exception, but he was in a much better state than others. However, EMO pretended he was worse than others. He heard that some people would stay in the Dao Seeking Tower for 200 years. To him, he would just complete his god arts and then leave. He would never go back to Zone Piao Heaven again. EMO and them rested for a few days before coming to the Dao Seeking Square outside the Dao Seeking Tower. The square was filled with people. This square was much larger than the Blue Lightning Square. Ouyang Yi and them were prodigies in Zone Piao Heaven, but in Yuanlo Heaven, they were nothing.
Zone Piao Heaven's abstruse ranking was weaker than ordinary immortals at Yuanlu Heaven.
They clearly knew this, so they didn't act like they were superior as before. EMO listened and was scared that an immortal monarch would suddenly come. Immortal kings couldn't see through his secrets, but what about an immortal monarch? Blood-clothed immortal Shui Qingxian is here. See that his heaven sword immortal Fu Lingtian. Oh, Xian Len goddess is here too. Ouyang Yi and them were talking quietly on the side. EMO wanted to laugh. They were glorious like that before, but now they switched positions. Chapter 1672, abandoned again. From other people's discussions, EMO soon knew who blood-robed immortal Shui Qingxian was. He was the most murderous abstruse immortals in Yuanlu Heaven. He can easily kill Great Unity Immortal. Those who offended Shui Qingxian would be killed no matter how far he ran. This person also liked to bring his anger on others. If you offend him, even after you were killed, he would still kill your friend if he met him. It was this that Shui Qingxian got the title Blood-Robed Immortal. He has a spirit hound that can sniff you out no matter where you went. Heaven Sword Immortal Fu Lingtian was the most talented sword immortal in Yuanlo Heaven. He was top 10 of the Yuanlo Heaven Immortal leaderboard. He could also kill Great Unity Immortal, but unlike Blood-Robed Immortal, he has his principles. Xian Len Goddess was the most proficient at using god arts in the Yuanlo Heaven Immortals. Under her god art, even Great Unity Immortal would die. She was also someone no one dared to mess with in Yuanlo Heaven. She is cold and prideful, but as long as you don't offend her, she usually wouldn't look for trouble. Every prodigy of Yuanlo Heaven seemed to have their own glory. EMO was enjoying the good story time when suddenly a fierce force rose from the square and pressed down. EMO was shook and immediately looked down, taking back his force and trying to calm himself down. It wasn't just EMO, but all the immortals in the square stopped their discussions. The powerful force seemed to have blown past like a breath, and a grey-robed immortal landed on the main stage and disappeared. Soon, tens more immortals landed, and EMO found that the 3 immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven were among them. Tens of immortal kings gathered at the Dao Seeking Square. That pressure seeped out again. Even though the immortal kings didn't do it intentionally, other immortals didn't dare to breath loudly anymore. EMO breathed easy. He noticed that the grey-robed middle-aged immortal was also an immortal king, but probably immortal king tertiary stage. He didn't know if this scene was worth an immortal monarch coming or if there was immortal monarch in middle heaven domains at all. No one dared to discuss, and EMO didn't know who this grey-robed immortal king was. The grey-robed immortal king scanned everyone and said loudly, "I'm Yulu Heaveni, he immortal king, the person responsible for the Dao Seeking Tournament." EMO felt like his clothes were being burned when he immortal king scanned him. EMO was shocked. This immortal king was too scary. The Freedom King was nothing compared to this immortal king. This Dao Seeking Tournament is very important. Everyone who had participated in Dao Seeking Tournament knows that only heaven immortals can participate, but the results affect whether the great immortals and status immortals of each heaven domain can go into Dao Seeking Tower. EMO didn't understand this. He had never heard about this part before. This tournament will be divided into 3 rounds, a total of 600 participants. Because this time it happens to be the opening of the 7 refined tower that opens every 100,000 years, the first round of the tournament will be trial in the 7 refined tower. Everyone can form teams, but each team must not have more than 7 people. Before he finished, He Immortal King's voice was covered by all the discussions. Yemo had never heard of the 7 refined tower, but from the looks of the immortals around him, the 7 refined tower seemed scary. Meanwhile, the Yuanlu Heaven participants were rather calm from their discussion. Yemo knew that the 7 refined tower was divided into 7 levels but never opened until every 100,000 years. Each level was a crazy and bloody world. The higher up you go, the more dangerous. Most ordinary immortals rarely survive. When everyone's discussion died down a little, he Immortal King pressed down with his hands and the discussion stopped completely. The 7 refined tower is indeed very dangerous, but the fortunes there are amazing too. The immortal spirit herb and rare materials are very precious. Anything you get you can keep. There are 7 levels. The team that passes the first level gets 1 point, second level 5 points, third level 10 points, fourth level 20 points, fifth level 40, sixth level 80, seventh level 160 points. Of course, this isn't the only means to get points. There are a lot of 7 refined stones in the tower. The more color the stone has, the more points. 1 colored stones are worth 1 point, 7 colors are worth 7 points. I need to remind everyone that no matter how many colored stones, there would be a mortal spirit beast guarding them. Of course, everyone who goes in can get a transmission rune. You can crush it in time of danger to come out. After the match ends, teams will lose 2 points for every member that dies. The square was dead silent now. There was a hole in the rules. This meant that it allowed 2 teams to attack each other. If one team kills someone from the other team, not only would they get the 7 refined stones, but they would also make the team lose points. Yemo didn't care about this. He was thinking about what the 7 refined stones were. He Immortal King said calmly, the top 10 teams of the first round can each get a heaven immortal spot into the Tao Seeking Tower. The second and third can get a great immortal spot on top of that. The first squad can also get a status immortal stop on top of all that. Yemo finally understood why the Tao Seeking tournament was related to status and great immortals going in the Tao Seeking Tower. It was decided based on the results of the first 3 rounds. Kaifeng Immortal King didn't say this because he knew it was impossible for Zhongpiao Heaven to get this, but Yemo could guess that the Immortal Kings didn't want to give up on this. Seeing everyone understand, he Immortal King nodded all the participants, now come with me to teleport inside the 7 refined tower. I hope everyone can get a good rank and contribute to your heaven domain so your immortal kings didn't send you over in vain. Yemo looked at the 3 immortal kings from Zhongpiao Heaven and could understand why they felt bad. Every time, they could only see other immortal kings go in while they had to go home, when the contestants came to the 7 refined tower square. There were hundreds of thousands of people here and more were coming. Some merchant towers set up signs saying buying immortal spirit beast cores from 7 refined tower and high-level immortal spirit herb as well as materials for a high price. Some sects also put up signs wanting to take in prodigy immortals from the 7 refined tower. Some talented immortals would definitely want to stay at Yuanla Heaven, and a good sect was important. People needed to form squads before going in, and the contestants soon formed their own teams. Yemo found the Zhongpiao Heaven soon formed 7 squads, with each squad having 7 people. No one wanted to be with him. Chapter 1673, team with only 1 person. Everyone looked at Yemo and had a strange face. Even the tens of immortal kings looked at him. Although they knew no one wanted to team up with him, probably due to his weak power, but even so, he shouldn't be ignored by everyone. Just how bad was he with people? The other heaven domains had squads of 4, 5, 6, and 7. Only Zhongpiao Heaven was all 7 people squads. The weakest guy was left out. Yemo looked down and said nothing. He acted as though he was very uneasy, as though he was worried about going in 7 refined tower alone. In fact, he really didn't want to be exposed in front of everyone like this. It was fine if they were below status immortal, but with this many immortal kings staring at him, if they all used spirit sense to check him, he would be over. Luckily, most people had sympathy for Yemo, who looked down and said nothing. Some people was contemptuous that someone like Yemo came to waste a spot. Some immortal kings never thought of using spirit sense to check Yemo, this abstruse immortal middle stage. The 3 immortal kings from Zhongpiao Heaven shook their heads too. They weren't happy with the contestants abandoning Yemo, but also disliked Yemo's timid attitude. The first round hasn't even begun and Zhongpiao Heaven was being laughed at. Suji saw Yemo and shook his head. If Yemo didn't get this result by cheating, he might help Yemo say something, but Yemo deserved this. That yellow-robed female immortal also looked at Yemo and was speechless too. One really couldn't sympathize with him.
No wonder no one wanted to team up with him.
Everyone was trading maps of the tower while he looked down, not daring to scan his spirit sense out. Without a map, he wouldn't even be able to get up to level 2. Immortal King seemed to know the zone. Piao Heaven Immortal Kings were a little awkward, so he broke the silence and said, please collect jade cards as a team and enter the teleportation formation.
Yemo looked at his team card, it was 79. There was nothing else.
Yemo knew that with this jade card, it could record his team's progress just like contribution points jade card. Other teams had many people, but every person still had a jade card and they were interconnected. Crushing the jade card would teleport you out and the points you got would count towards the team's points. There were 106 teams.
The teleportation formation was very fast and every 10 seconds, one team was teleported away.
In less than half an hour, all the teams had been teleported in. Emo was the last as he had the least person in the team. In order to not make the immortal kings of each domain disappointed early, the screen outside only showed the team's rank and points but didn't point out which heaven domain it belonged to. In less than 5 minutes, the 11 assist squad got 1 point and became first. When Emo was teleported in, he landed in a fiery red thorn bush. There was no one around him. This was a random teleportation. As soon as Emo landed, 2 red level 1 thorn immortal spirit beast attacked. Emo casually slashed with Zisu and the 2 immortal spirit beast were killed. However, there was no points for killing BS in here. Emo found a rock and scanned his spirit sense out. Standing on it, there were swamps, thorns, brushes everywhere. All sorts of insects ravaged the place. Some strange immortal spirit herb grew in strange corners, but they were all low-level immortal spirit herb. Emo felt that the first level of this tower was boundless. His spirit sense seemed to have been suppressed to 10,000 km radius.
Emo frowned.
The contestants of Yuanlo Heaven would know where the entrance to level 2 was and had a map. He had nothing. He didn't know that every team had a map except for him. Emo didn't want to stay at level 1, even if he found 7 refined stone, the color was too low.
It was a waste of time.
This level was probably prepared for Hollow Immortal and Golden Immortals. Emo released Blue Moon, wanting to find a place out. It would be best to find a team from Yuanlo Heaven and get a map from them. Emo just flew out a few hundred km and a powerful whirlpool appeared in his spirit sense.
Emo was fraught and quickly maneuvered Blue Moon a few km away before dodging that whirlpool. When he scanned his spirit sense back, the whirlpool was gone. This was only first level. It seemed he needed to be careful. Emo didn't get off Blue Moon but just expanded his spirit sense out. Half a day later, Emo still had no idea about the entrance to level 2. He killed quite some flying immortal spirit beast on the way. There were level 1 and level 2.
Some of them had stealth capabilities, but that was nothing to Emo. Which idiot is this? He dares to fly this fast on flying magic artifact in the 7 refined tower? Emo found the 4 before they found him and rushed over without hesitation. It's that idiot that no one wants to team up with.
Pity he doesn't have much on him.
He's coming towards us.
His flying magic artifact isn't bad.
Emo came before them.
For friends, may I ask if you have 7 refined tower map?
Emo saluted with his fists. Yes, but you need to pay some price.
One sharp-chinned abstruse immortal sneered. Emo frowned. I know. How many immortal crystals?
We don't need immortal crystals, just leave behind your flying magic artifact.
Oh, and your storage ring. Another abstruse immortal laughed.
In their eyes, Emo was here to give them storage ring and flying ma. I'll add something, your life will be kept here too.
Otherwise, we Tang Yao Heaven can't take the blame.
Another abstruse immortal said. Seeing this, Emo immediately decided to kill them. There were no points in level 1 and yet they still wanted to kill him. They were purely trying to rob him.
Tang Yao Heaven gave Emo a very bad impression.
The ship he was on with Jinbingyu was towards Tang Yao Heaven. In that case, I'll give this stone to you.
Emo sneered and World Rock was released. A black mountain was dominant immortal essence smashed down. You're asking to die. Seeing Emo dare to attack, these abstruse immortals were furious.
This loner abstruse immortal middle stage dared to attack them. Chapter 1674, 10 points team, Rumble. The abstruse immortal tertiary stage who was attacked by Emo barely managed to release a shield, but this shield was like paper to the World Rock. It was instantly torn apart. Splurge. The World Rock just paused a tiny moment before falling on this abstruse immortal tertiary stage. Emo planned to kill with one strike. he didn't hold back at all. Even the abstruse immortal storage ring was pulverized. Then, the world rock smashed at the second abstruse immortal. Emo wasn't worried, he believed more than one of them would have the map, the other three reacted at the same time. Other than that abstruse immortal being smashed, the other two was joyful instead. They could tell that this black rock was a powerful magic artifact. If they killed Emo, this would be theirs. The two abstruse immortal tertiary stage released their magic artifact without hesitation and attacked Emo at the same time. Seeing this, Emo breathed easy. He was scared someone would try to run at this time. If someone did, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. He wasn't from the Zhongpiao heaven. He came to the tournament for himself. If the three immortal kings of Zhongpiao heaven didn't protect him, it would be big trouble for killing Tangyao heaven contestants. His immortal essence flooded into the world rock while hacking over with Zisu. The second abstruse immortal being attacked by the world rock released a defense spell magic artifact, but it still couldn't stop Emo's world rock. Emo's immortal essence was far beyond ordinary abstruse immortal, plus he was using the world rock. Crack. The bell magic artifact shattered. The abstruse immortal tertiary stage wasn't able to withstand the world rock's terrifying power and his body was smashed to a pie. His essence spirit was devoured by Shadowless. Emo killed two abstruse immortal tertiary stage instantly in one move. The other two were very shocked and knew things weren't good. Emo was able to release Zisu while using the world rock, meaning that he had far superior spirit sense and immortal essence than them. If they still didn't run now, they would be idiots. That abstruse immortal peak stage saw Emo's strength earlier, and just when he was about to crush his jade card and run, he found he couldn't. Sword domain. He was bound by sword domain. In his shock, the abstruse immortal peak stage burned his immortal essence like crazy. He just needed 1 second, no, half a second. The illusion cloud domain kill strikes SWPRD domain easily tore through his sword veil. While he was recovering, the sword ray easily cut apart his body in less than half a second. Seeing Emo instantly kill 3 people, the last abstruse immortal was completely dazed. His hands were shaking. He wanted to take out his jade card and crush it, but he found his sea of consciousness was in chaos. He couldn't even hold the jade card. Zisu turned around in a purple beam and sliced the last guy from waist in half. Emo's face was very pale after instant killing 4 people. If the 4 didn't run, he wouldn't need to use such efforts, but if he relaxed a little bit, there would be someone to teleport out. The hardest kill was the 4th person. He used his spirit sense blades to attack this abstruse immortal and make him unable to activate the jade card. This was very taxing on his spirit sense. Luckily, this was an abstruse immortal tertiary stage. If it was an abstruse immortal peak stage, Emo would probably spit a mouthful of blood and still might not be able to lock the person now. He put away 3 storage ring. Emo didn't stop at all and immediately left the scene. 15 minutes later, Emo set up a simple stealth formation in the forest and took out 3 storage ring. As he expected, other than pills and immortal crystals, there were 3 maps. The jade slip was very simply, however, and only had where to find the entrance to the next level. It also had some basic knowledge about the 7 refined tower, to avoid void whirlpools and some stealthed immortal spirit beast. It also said where the 7 refined stones would most likely occur. It was usually at dense spirit chi places while immortal spirit beast guarding. This was enough for Emo. He packed away everything and left as quickly as possible. He was going to level 2. The first level was useless to him. Emo thought the 7 refined stone would be a forgery material usually hidden underground on some rock. But when he found a 7 refined stone, he knew he was too naive. It was a material indeed, but it grew on a plant with no leaves nor flowers. There was indeed a level 2 immortal spirit beast guarding it. The single-colored stone had 7 sides and each side was even in size. Emo scanned with his spirit sense and couldn't tell if it was forgery or pill concoction material. Emo even captured a sliver of fire element in this. The rock was yellow on one side and gray on the other sides. Emo didn't throw it into the jade card, he threw it into his golden page world. He felt he needed to study this. If he didn't have enough points in the end, he could throw it back. Emo found 3 more rocks on the way and threw them all into the golden page world. Half a day later, Emo found the entrance to the second level. This was just a small teleporting whirlpool. Emo's spirit sense scanned a few teams were coming over this way too. He didn't stop and went in the whirlpool quickly. Moments later, he was teleported to level 2. The immortal spirit chi here was much denser than level 1, but the space seemed more volatile. Emo found that after reaching level 2, his jade card showed 1 point. This meant that 79th team had 1 point.
Yemo threw a 7 refined stone inside and the points became 2. Yemo didn't stay at level 2 for long. There were level 3 immortal spirit beast and even 3 colored 7 refined stone, but this wasn't where Yemo wanted to stay. At level 2, he found 6-7 refined stones and went into level 3. Yemo wasn't just searching for 7 refined stones, he found the immortal spirit herbs here were very old. Even the level 2 and level 3 immortal spirit herb were tens of thousands of years old, some even 100,000 years. Yemo stayed at level 3. Level 3 had level 4 immortal spirit herb and level 4 immortal spirit beast. From this, it was obvious that at level 4 there would be level 5 immortal spirit beast. A week later, Yemo killed more than 10 level 4 immortal spirit beast and got tens of level 4 immortal spirit herbs and many level 3 immortal spirit herb. He also got 9 3-colored 7 refined stones and 1 4-colored 7 refined stone. There were a few times he almost encountered other teams, but he carefully avoided them. Yemo didn't want to meet with these people, he wanted to go to level 4. Before going there, Yemo decided to increase his power to abstruse immortal tertiary stage. The 7 refined tower square screen showed clearly the points of the teams. The first ranked team, Team 11, was at 83 points. The second was Team 35, who was 81 points. The lowest ranked Team 41 was 0 points. Why is there still a 0-point team? Someone asked. Without a doubt it's that Zone Piao Heaven one-man team. That guy is pitiful. But surely, he got at least 1 7 refined stone? Hard to say, maybe he really didn't get one. Would he have been killed by immortal spirit beast? Impossible, there would at most be level 2 immortal spirit beast at level 1 of the tower. That guy is an abstruse immortal middle stage, he can take on level 2 immortal spirit beast. But it's possible he was annihilated by another team. Some people laughed. The tens of immortal kings were also looking at the scoreboard discussing about cultivation as well. Clearly, they could hear the discussions of the low-level immortals. Kaifeng immortal king and Ping Zhou immortal king's face was sunken. Su Huan immortal king's face was green. She regretted bringing that MOing to Yuanla heaven. Chapter 1675. You weren't smashed to death. A white light blinked and a 6-man squad was teleported to level 3. I see a level 4 Jilan fruit. It seems there are quite a lot of good things at level 3. One person said. Before he finished, a piercing screech of metal sounded and then a dark shadow covered the space. Not good, it's spirit-sucking bloodbat, run. One experienced abstruse immortal tertiary stage immediately called out in shock. The rest of the people realized that this black mass was spirit-sucking bloodbat. They were immediately about to retreat. However, it was too late now. The flock of bats surrounded the 6 completely. There were bats from level 2 to level 4. Even though they had used their last means, but it was useless against so many bats. In a short time, 2 abstruse immortals were torn to bloody mist by the bats. The remaining 4 people had a sliver of despair. They could only crush their jade card and teleport out. 3 months trial and they didn't even last 1 month. When the 4 came to the square, they realized they weren't the first. There were at least 40 people who were out. Yemo just cultivated in his golden page world for 3 days, but that was a year or so in the time formation disk. He broke through to abstruse immortal tertiary stage without any trouble. 3 days later, Yemo left the golden page world and hid his power to be abstruse immortal middle stage. He had decided to go to 7 refined tower level 4. Shui Chengxian, your power is indeed strong, but there's a chronological order to things. We've been here for half a day and we killed the 3-headed bear. Now that we're going to collect 7 refined stones, you're going to rob us? One pretty female immortal's face was bursting red. There were 4 abstruse immortals behind her. However, Shui Chengxian looked down and said nothing. There were 3 people behind him too, but his teammates were full of contempt. Clearly, they knew that the blood-robed immortal could deal with everything himself. Shui Chengxian laughed and suddenly sneered, if you disagree then attack together, only I will be fighting. The other 3 teammates laughed too and one of them said, Martial brother Shui, we'll go somewhere else, we won't affect your business. When you're done, we'll rendezvous, will you? The abstruse immortal then looked at the pretty female immortal strangely before leaving. Moments later, the 3 were indeed gone. Shui Chengxian licked his lips and didn't seem scared at all facing 5 people. He laughed, you guys can attack together. Don't worry, I'll let one of you live. Then he scanned that pretty female immortal. Even an idiot knew what he meant now. Shui Chengxian was vengeful and very lustful too. The 5 clearly knew Shui Chengxian's character.
One abstruse immortal peak stage saluted with his fists and said nothing. He pulled that pretty female immortal and said, "Let's go."
The female immortal knew that the five of them combined were probably no match for Xue Chengxian.
It was pointless to stay here and they didn't dare to collect the stones. Seeing them leave, Xue Chengxian laughed, "You're lucky I'm in a good mood." Then he was about to collect the 3-7 refined stones. "I'm in a good mood too."
One sound suddenly stopped Xue Chengxian. Before Xue Chengxian could scan his spirit sense, a figure landed before him. He waved his hand and the 3 stones fell into his hands. "It's you?"
Xue Chengxian saw it was Yi Mo and dazed. He knew this guy, the one from Zone Piao Heaven that no one wanted to team up with. He was the weakest, an abstruse immortal middle stage. How did a trash like him come to level 3? Then he realized, this guy not only came to level 3 and dared to take 7 refined stones from him, you're asking to die. Xue Chengxian released his space-shattering lightning spear. Countless silver lightning arcs shot out. It was as though the spear broke into a space filled with lightning arcs. In that instant, the lightning covered the entire space. Before this spar was fully activated, a few more silver spear shadows spilled out, each bringing countless lightning arcs as it crackled the space. There were more and more spear shadows and lightning arcs. Yi Mo approved of this quite a bit. This was a bit like his illusion cloud division strike. From this, it was clear that Xue Chengxian's spirit sense was also powerful. Xue Chengxian was furious indeed. No matter how this insect came here, he dared to challenge his authority. He wasn't going to give this insect a chance to crush the jade card. He was certain he would be able to kill Yi Mo before he could teleport out, but what made him more furious was that Yi Mo didn't use the jade card and instead released a rock magic artifact. Smash! The world rock brought out a dark ray that instantly broke through the endless silver lightning arcs. Xue Chengxian's spear had a sliver of spear domain inside. Ordinary abstruse immortals would indeed be killed before being able to use jade card, but to Yi Mo, this wasn't enough. Xue Chengxian was indeed much stronger than ordinary abstruse immortal tertiary stage, but compared to Yin Jiutian he was far weaker. In the blink of an eye, the world rock fell. The silver lightning was crushed like paper, spilling everywhere. The world rock just paused for a brief moment and continued falling. Xue Chengxian was overwhelmed. He ran his immortal essence like crazy, trying to maintain his spear force. Crack! The world rock smashed the lightning spear and Xue Chengxian spat a mouthful of blood flying back out. Mid-air he ate a pill and released a faint red barrier. You weren't smashed to death." Yi Mo murmured in confusion. Yi Mo was planning to kill Xue Chengxian in one go. Yi Mo shook his head. It seemed he needed a god art indeed. If the world rock had its god art, that kid would have been smashed to pulp. Xue Chengxian heard this and spat another mouthful of blood. He dominated the Yuan La Heaven domain, and even Great Unity Immortal would have to run away when seeing him. Since when did he receive such insult? That guy just used one move and was confused why he didn't die. "I looked wrong. I didn't expect you had such power," Xue Chengxian said coldly. Xue Chengxian's heart was cold. If this wasn't the 7 refined tower, he would be certain Yi Mo was a great immortal, but great immortals can't come in the 7 refined tower. This guy was indeed an abstruse immortal then. Why did no one want to team up with such a powerful abstruse immortal? This was the first time he had seen an abstruse immortal this strong. "Since you didn't die, eat another strike then." Yi Mo knew that it was a bit hard to kill Xue Chengxian in the 7 refined tower. This guy could crush his jade card in time. Xue Chengxian burst his immortal essence and the red light barrier shone brightly. He released his lightning spear again. He really couldn't accept being beaten by a nameless person. As long as his red barrier could stop that rock, he can counterattack with the lightning spear. Dang! Crack! The red barrier crashed with the world rock, forming a loud bell ring. The red barrier instantly disappeared and the powerful force struck Xue Chengxian a few hundred meters away. Xue Chengxian spat another mouthful of blood while looking at the world rock in shock. He didn't understand what magic artifact could be this powerful. Chapter 1676, Your Dad from Zong Piao Heaven 2. Yi Mo dazed that Xue Chengxian's magic artifacts were all pretty good. They were hit by the world rock and didn't shatter. This meant that not only were Xue Chengxian's spirit sense and immortal essence powerful, but his magic artifact were indeed very good. After a long while, blood-robed immortal Xue Chengxian recovered his senses. He saw the way Yi Mo looked at him and felt very uncomfortable. It had always been him to look at others like this, but someone dared to look at him this way today. But he had to take it. He knew if he kept fighting he would be no match.
He also knew that the reason this guy didn't keep attacking him was not because he let him go, but he knew that he couldn't kill him in the 7 refined tower. Oof. Xue Chengxian sneered and took back his defense magic artifact and blinked away. Yi Mo didn't chase him. After Xue Chengxian ran away, his power would be exposed. This wasn't good. Yi Mo knew sooner or later his power would be exposed. He wasn't going to hold back because he needed to get into top 10. Yi Mo wasn't afraid of exposing his power but his golden page world. When he went into solitary cultivation, he had decided to hide the golden page world in the depth of his sea of consciousness. This way, even an immortal king wouldn't be able to force out his golden page world with spirit sense pressure unless the immortal king shattered his sea of consciousness. Other people wouldn't be able to access the depth of their sea of consciousness, but Yi Mo could as he had spirit sense cultivation method. Yi Mo didn't believe there would be such insane immortal king, he was only a contestant. No matter what, the immortal king wouldn't have a reason to crush his sea of consciousness. At most, he would suspect he had some fortune and scan his meridians with spirit sense. Yi Mo stayed another day at level 3. When he saw an abstruse immortal tertiary stage being entangled by a vine and instantly sucked dry, he realized that immortal spirit beasts weren't the only danger in here. More and more people were coming to level 3. Yi Mo had decided to go to level 4, he only had 7 points on his jade card. Although he had many 7 refined stones, he only threw some in the jade card. The rest were in the golden page world. He felt these stones were good things and it would be a pity to use them all for points. Xue Chengxian was very annoyed. He slaughtered countless and for the first time he had to run away. But he cherished his face and still acted like nothing happened when he met up with his teammates. These 4 were the elite of Yuan La Heaven and were all very prideful. That's why they teamed up, as they believed with them, they could get the top few ranks. Martial brother Chengxian is back so quick? The hawk-eyed abstruse immortal laughed and asked casually. No one could tell Xue Chengxian lost. They just felt Xue Chengxian's power was a little weak. That abstruse immortal peak stage was pretty close with Xue Chengxian and felt his weak chi was due to playing with that pretty female immortal. Xue Chengxian grunted and said nothing. The few were used to Xue Chengxian being like this. When he didn't want to talk, it was best not to mess with him. Zong Piao heavens. Xue Chengxian said coldly and then suddenly darted out. The other 3 immediately scanned another 6-man squad. They followed over without hesitation. Xue Chengxian saw this team was a Zong Piao Heaven squad and the captain was the abstruse rank number 2 Purple Rain Goddess. Su Ji was there too. This was a rather strong team of Zong Piao Heaven, but even the most powerful Zong Piao Heaven squad was not enough to Xue Chengxian. Plus, they just lost a team member. They immediately saw when Xue Chengxian came over. It's blood-robed immortal Xue Chengxian. Purple Rain Goddess sneered and immediately sent a message letting the other 5 form a formation. Give me your storage rings and females, otherwise die. Xue Chengxian said coldly while releasing his lightning spear. Su Ji and them knew that if someone dared to move, that lightning spear would immediately pierce that person. With Xue Chengxian's power, he would definitely be able to kill them before they activate the jade card. Plus, there were 3 people behind Xue Chengxian and the 4 of them surrounded the 6 of them, blood-robed immortal. We have no enmity with you. If you just want 7 refined stone, we can give you some, why be so harsh? Purple Rain Goddess was prideful in Zong Piao Heaven, but here she could only soften up. What do you think you are? What right do you have to bargain with martial brother Chengxian? If you don't do what he says in 3 seconds, you all die. Don't think you have a chance to activate Jade card. Whoever dares to move, I promise he will immediately be dead. That eagle-eyed abstruse immortal sneered. Su Ji said slowly, blood-robed immortal, I've heard of your name, but isn't this a bit too dominant? Dominant? You can only blame you're from Zong Piao Heaven. I'm going to kill trash from Zong Piao Heaven today. There was cold rays in Xue Chengxian's eyes as he shaked his lighting spear about to attack. Your dad also from Zong Piao Heaven. Another voice sounded, but Xue Chengxian shivered and that lightning spear immediately weakened. That voice was his nightmare. How could he forget? Indeed, he saw Yi Mo walk up. A day ago he lost all his face to this guy and was almost killed. Yet in a day, they met again. The other 3 saw Yi Mo too and released their killing intent, but they didn't attack. They knew blood-robed immortals rule. If someone dared to steal his prey, he would make that person pray to die. Thud thud, 2 lights flashed and 2 people in the team teleported out. The other 4 didn't move. There was contempt in Purple Rain Goddess's eyes. It was an insult to be on the same team as these cowards. The remaining 4 all looked at Emo. They frowned. This was the disgusting thing about cultivators ascended from the cultivation realm. They didn't act like immortals at all. Suji frowned for a different reason. He knew that Emo was only going to infuriate Xue Chengxian and make him kill him. To him, it was very substantial that Emo could come all the way here alone. Before Xue Chengxian said anything, he immediately said to Emo, "Don't speak, we lost 3 people on the team, you can team up with us." Emo looked at Suji in confusion. He didn't expect he had such intention. But Emo just nodded at Suji and said, "You guys can go, I can do it alone." Suji smiled but didn't answer. If they could go, they would have gone already. Suddenly he realized something wasn't right. According to Xue Qingxuan's arrogance, how could he not flip when Emo proclaimed himself to be his dad? Xue Qingxuan's teammates also looked at why the blood-robed immortal hasn't flipped yet. However, what shocked them more was that Xue Chengxian instead asked Emo, "Just what do you want?" Suji and Purple Rain Goddess were completely dazed. Since when was blood-robed immortal so easy to talk to? Asking the guy who proclaimed to be his dad what he wanted, martial brother Chengxian. The eagle-eyed abstruse immortal couldn't help asking. Emo wasn't planning to fight since he knew he couldn't kill Xue Chengxian, but now that a team from Zhongpiao Heaven was affected due to this, he felt uncomfortable. Just when he was looking for a reason to fight, this guy on the side spoke, giving him the excuse to flip. "Punk, shut your mouth." The eagle-eyed abstruse immortal raised a brow. A mere abstruse immortal middle stage from Zhongpiao Heaven dared to yell at him. Did he want to die? Chapter 1677, Piss out of 7 Refined Tower. Before Xue Chengxian said anything, he was about to release his golden mace. Xue Chengxian sneered and waved his hand, signaling the eagle-eyed to stop for now. The eagle-eyed was furious, but he listened to the blood-robed immortal. He knew there must be a reason Xue Chengxian hadn't killed Emo yet. Otherwise, with his personality, Emo would be completely vanished now. Emo felt things were boring that the eagle-eye went back. He was waiting for him to attack and kill this guy first. These guys were Yuan Le Heaven elite, he was by himself. If he didn't have a good reason, it wasn't good to kill a prodigy abstruse immortal of Yuan Le Heaven. Everyone looked at Emo. They all wanted to hear what Emo wanted and know why blood-robed immortal was so nice today. "I spent most of my time in here collecting immortal spirit herb. I didn't get a lot of 7 refined stones. You have 4 people here, just give me 10s each." When Emo finished, the remaining people completely dazed. Was Emo an idiot or just insolent? Did he not know it was blood-robed immortal Xue Chengxian he was talking to? But Purple Rain Goddess and Suji glanced at each other. There was shock and confusion in their eyes. They didn't know where this Moing got his confidence from, daring to scam 7 refined stones from blood-robed immortal. "You've insulted me beyond the limit." Fire was spewing out of blood-robed immortal's eyes. His hand shook and the silver color crackled on his spear. Hearing this, how could the eagle-eyed abstruse immortal take it? He couldn't control his golden mace anymore and smashed down at Emo with golden light. The heaven-covering golden light completely enveloped Emo. The Zhongpiao Heaven 4 people's face changed. They immediately retreated in the wake of that fierce golden light. This was just a henchman of blood-robed immortal, and he was this terrifying already. What would happen if blood-robed immortal attacked? Yuan Le Heaven was indeed far superior than Zhongpiao Heaven. Any one of them was on par or even better than Ouyang Yi. Emo didn't wait for Xue Chengxian to attack. He needed to finish the battle fast. If the 4 attacked him together, it would be a little troublesome. Seeing the golden mace land, Emo released World Rock before the golden light was fully activated. The World Rock was much faster than that golden mace. The golden mace looked fierce and full of killing intent, but the master of the mace's sea of consciousness was surrounded by Emo's spirit sense blades. The eagle-eyed abstruse immortal sneered, seeing Emo being enveloped by the killing intent. He didn't understand why Xue Chengxian was so polite to an abstruse immortal middle-stage insect. Why not kill such arrogant fool quickly? But in less than half a second, he was shocked. He felt countless invisible blades attack the border of his sea of consciousness, making him lose control of the golden mace. The golden light was rendered useless. Wait, this was a spirit sense attack. Before the eagle-eye could react, a terrifying explosion sounded in his sea of consciousness. When the World Rock smashed the golden mace, the countless blades hacked into his sea of consciousness. The terrifying backlash overturned his sea of consciousness before he could react from the chaos. A huge black mountain smashed over. Splurge.
The eagle-eyed abstruse immortal was smashed to nothing in just one blow. Meanwhile, Shui Chengxian just released his lightning spear. Seeing the eagle eye getting smashed, he immediately stopped his spear. He knew that if he released the spear, that guy would hunt him until he left the tower. The two abstruse immortals behind Shui Chengxian never intended to attack. Yi Mo was a mere abstruse immortal middle stage. How could he be a match for the eagle eye? Yet how long had it been, 1 second or 2 seconds? Eagle Eye was killed. They all came from mountains of corpse. With how Yi Mo killed Eagle Eye dominantly in one move, the two immediately realized why Shui Chengxian was so concerned with Yi Mo and didn't attack. The blood-robed immortal was no match for Yi Mo at all. Where did this maniac come from? He was this terrifying. Realizing this, the two immediately came to the blood-robed immortal's side. Their magic artifact was releasing light. Clearly they were ready to fight Yi Mo, Purple Rain Goddess, Su Ji, and them were completely dumbfounded. Only now did they realize how absurd this MOing was. He killed Shui Chengxian's teammate, but the blood-robed immortal didn't even dare to say anything. He was too powerful. Su Ji sighed, and he thought this MOing got top 50 by cheating. Purple Rain Goddess and the other two Zone Piao Heaven abstruse immortal looked at Yi Mo in shock. Only now did they realize how ridiculous it was to look down on this person. With such power, even Ouyang Yi would be killed, so the abstruse ranking wasn't reliable too. That was the only thought Purple Rain Goddess had. To be honest, she didn't consider any abstruse immortal of Zone Piao Heaven highly. Even Ouyang Yi was so-so to her. But now, she realized how ridiculous her sense of superiority was. Yi Mo put the storage ring he got into his storage ring and then looked coldly at blood-robed immortal but said nothing. The blood-robed immortal gritted his teeth and took out a few 7 refined stones to Yi Mo. Those I haven't put into the jade card are all here. Yi Mo looked at the stones. They were all 3 and 4 colored. He threw them into his jade card and his points rose to 24 immediately. The two next to Shui Chengxian took out a few stones and threw it to Yi Mo without hesitation. With all this, Yi Mo's points rose to 61. Seeing Yi Mo's shameless act, they were furious but didn't dare to talk. Is that fine now? Blood-robed immortal said word by word. If he could beat Yi Mo, he would have ate Yi Mo piece by piece already. I said 10s, you only gave a few. Do you think I'm an idiot like you? Yi Mo said contemptuously. The world rock floated in the air again and that terrifying pressure fell. They had seen the power of the world rock and became nervous, clutching their jade slips in their hands tightly. Blood-robed immortal almost spat blood out of fury. Yi Mo didn't say it wasn't enough when he took it. Now that he took it, he said it wasn't enough. He might as well just crush his jade card. We have no enmity. Don't you think you're a bit too domineering? Blood-robed immortal just said this and felt it was quite familiar. Purple Rain Goddess and Su Ji were speechless. This was too satisfying. Then piss off. Yi Mo said. He knew he couldn't kill them and they probably only had this much 7 refined stones. Wait, I meant to piss out of 7 refined tower, not somewhere else. Yi Mo said coldly, who knows if this guy will keep looking for trouble with Zone Piao Heaven people. You. Blood-robed immortal almost spat blood again out of anger. He took out the stones so he could stay here, not to be kicked out. Yi Mo sneered, if you don't go, you can try my waiting stone. If I can't smash you out of the tower, I will go out myself. Very well, blood-robed immortal Shui Chengxian, will remember you. I hope you're always lucky like this. Shui Chengxian took out his jade card and crushed it. The other two saw this and could only crush their jade cards too. In the blink of an eye, there was just Yi Mo and 4 completely dumbfounded Zone Piao Heaven abstruse immortals. Chapter 1678, 7 refined tower level 5. Yi Mo scanned Purple Rain Goddess in them but said nothing. He turned away and disappeared. Just who is he? One Zone Piao Heaven abstruse immortal asked in shock. Everyone looked at Su Ji because he said to invite Moing. Perhaps he knew him. Su Ji shook his head, seeing everyone look at him. I only know he's called Moing. His contribution points only rose up a month before the Blue Lightning Immortal well opened. I don't know anything else. Since when did such a powerful abstruse immortal appear in Zone Piao Heaven? Not even blood-robed immortal Shui Chengxian is a match for him. With his power, he should be fine getting top 3 in the Yuan Lo Heaven immortal rank. That abstruse immortal said in shock again, this is no small matter. We need to report to the 3 immortal king masters as soon as we go out. Su Ji said. Purple Rain Goddess nodded. Indeed, Moing came out of nowhere. No one looked favorably of him before, but he's this terrifying. We're the frogs at the bottom of the well.
They could tell that this very prideful goddess also faced reality now. Not only were there many people stronger than her in Yuan-La heaven, but even Moing was far from what she could be. But that Moing has no ill will, he helped us. I think he kicked Shui Chengxian out of the tower so he can't keep harming us Zong Piao heaven people. If I didn't guess wrong, the blood-robed immortal suffered in his hands once and that's why he brought his anger on us. Moing is a rather upright person and knew he caused this so he kicked blood-robed immortal out. Suji said, everyone agreed. Purple Rain Goddess sighed, I wanted to work hard and find 7 refined stones and make the 3 immortal king masters have no regret. But now, it seems the 3 immortal king masters won't be regretting. With Mo Ying's power, he can definitely get into top 10. Purple Rain Martial's sister, would Martial brother Moing be the strongest in the 7 refined tower? Someone asked. Purple Rain Goddess shook her head, probably not. The blood-robed immortal is infamous, but that's because he's too murderous. He's only ranked 9th on the Yuan-La heaven immortal rank. I think Moing would be able to rank into top 5, but it would be a bit hard to get first. Su Ji continued, with Moing in here, it's our opportunity. We should go find 7 refined stones and go to level 4 before the place closes. Everyone agreed to this and the 4 quickly left, continuing the search for 7 refined stones. When Mo came to the 4th level, he remembered that his map stopped at level 4, there was no entrance for level 5. Mo looked at the map he got from the eagle-eyed abstruse immortal. His map also stopped at level 4, it seemed he needed to find level 5 himself. There were level 5 immortal spirit beast at level 4. At level 5 there would be level 6 immortal spirit beast, at level 7 there would be level 7 immortal spirit beast. Level 7 immortal spirit beast were theoretically equivalent to immortal kings. Although the immortal spirit beast here were weaker than immortal king, but they definitely weren't something he could deal with. At level 4, if he wanted to stay he would have to stealth himself. As soon as Mo thought of this, a dominating force swept over. Level 5 fire chimera beast. Its skin and hair were good forgery materials, but Mo knew he was weaker than this level 5 chimera. Even if he could kill it, he would be heavily injured. Mo immediately stealthed when the chimera came over. The 3 birth chance stealth capabilities were shocking. The chimera came for Mo, but when he got to where Mo was, the target he was looking for was gone and he began to roar. At this moment, a few more dashing lights lit up. Mo knew more people came to level 4. With this, the chimera roared and charged over. Before the 4 could react, the chimera spewed a fire mountain. One of them was instantly enveloped by the fire mountain. The other 3 ran away in 3 different directions. The first to run just flew up and was tied by a vine that sprung up. Then, this abstruse immortal fell into the thorn brush and disappeared. The 2 other abstruse immortal were scared soulless. They immediately crushed their jade card and disappeared from level 4. In just a few seconds, 2 abstruse immortal tertiary stage were killed without resistance and the other 2 got away. Mo didn't dare to act like he was in level 3 and flew around on Blue Moon everywhere. He carefully shifted himself while stealthed. He would avoid places with lots of vegetation. On the way, he encountered many devouring vines in level 4 immortal spirit beast, but he avoided them all. Instead, he found large amounts of level 4 immortal spirit herb and they were all very aged. Mo rejoiced on his decision to come here. Half a month later, Mo collected a few hundred level 4 and level 5 immortal spirit herb and large amounts of 7 refined stones. There were more stones at level 4, probably due to long time with no people coming here. Some of them weren't even guarded by immortal spirit beast. He killed a few level 4 immortal spirit beast, but he would immediately go if he saw level 5 immortal spirit beast. Luckily there were little level 5 immortal spirit beast at level 4. Mo only encountered 2.5 a month. After going through just under half the area of level 4, Mo found the entrance to level 5 and went in without hesitation. There were so many good things at level 4. Level 5 was undoubtedly more wealthy. Mo guessed right. Level 5 was like an immortal spirit herb silo. There were all sorts of aged immortal spirit herb and the stones were at least 5 colored. In 5 days, Mo got 10s more level 5 immortal spirit herb and a few 5-colored stones. There were large amounts of level 5 immortal spirit beast and bugs at level 5, but none of them were able to find him. At this moment, Mo felt he was walking on the edge of a blade. Another 7 refined stone appeared before him. Mo scanned his spirit sense out. Moments later, he was certain there was no danger. A level 5 dual-horned tiger was sleeping. This wasn't the first time he stole stones like this. As long as he got to the stone before the guarding immortal spirit beast woke up and grabbed it,
he would be fine. When Emo was tens of meters away, he suddenly felt things weren't right. Before he could react, an insignificant flower had expanded and eaten him. Immortal devouring flower. Emo realized immediately, this flower can instantly turn what they devour into nothing. Someone else would probably go into the golden page world immediately, but GMO knew that it would be extremely hard to get out if he went in the golden page world. Level 5 Immortal devouring flower and its consciousness already. It wasn't good to expose the golden page world. Emo immediately released Heaven Flame 9 Suns. 4 purple suns circulated around his body, turning him into a huge fireball. Emo felt that his heaven flame seemed to be joyful, as though it found something good. The flower let out a sharp howl and instantly withered. Emo dashed out immediately and ran away. A few hundred km later, Emo stopped. He rejoiced, not expecting his heaven flame to be this powerful, being able to burn level 5 Immortal devouring flower. This place was too dangerous. Emo then started throwing some 7 refined stones into the jade card. It would be bad if he encountered danger and wasn't able to turn the stones into points. Chapter 1679, Heaven Flame Nirvana. As time went on, more and more people were teleported out of the square. The rankings changed rapidly too, but what people didn't expect was blood-robed immortal Shui Changxian being teleported to the square. He wasn't the most powerful abstruse immortal in Yuan Lo Heaven, but he was definitely the most ferocious one. Yet such a person was teleported. Blood-robed immortal had a strange temper and his face was bleak. No one dared to ask what happened. As for the 2 who teamed up with him, they didn't dare to say anything before blood-robed immortal spoke. 2 Zong Piao Heaven abstruse immortal who were forced by him to crush their jade cards saw blood-robed immortal come out and quickly hid on the side. They didn't know why blood-robed immortal came out, but they didn't dare to say anything. In the VIP room of the square, a few Yuan La Heaven immortal kings saw Shui Changxian being teleported out. They didn't have a good face too. To them, the more people they had staying in the tower, the more spots they had going into the Dao-seeking tower, but all the immortal kings were together now and they couldn't really go out and ask. That 79th team is interesting. They were always second last and suddenly rose to 36th a month ago. Later on, it rose to 17th. Now, it just rose to 146 points, it's 7th. One gray-robed immortal king laughed. I noticed it too, this team has a strange way of getting points. It seems to wait many days before adding points again. Each time it adds much more points than other teams. This way, the 79th team might really get first. Another immortal king added. I thought it was Yuan Lo Heaven Shui Changxian, but now it doesn't seem so. Which heaven domain is this squad from? That immortal king said and didn't look at the bad faces of Yuan Lo Heaven immortal kings. Everyone knew what he meant. Shui Changxian liked slaughter. That way, he would get the 7 refined stones of others when he killed them and get a lot of points. The immortal kings of weaker heaven domains said nothing. They knew this team definitely wasn't from them. They didn't care about being first, they just wanted a spot in the top 10. That 0 points team still didn't get a single point and nor was anyone teleported out. I think they all died. One Tang Yao Heaven Immortal King mentioned 41st squad. He kept feeling that this squad was related to him. It was very strange indeed. Level 1 of the tower had no threat for an abstruse immortal. How could they not get a single point? Emo left some 7 refined stones and sent the rest all into the jade card. No matter what, he would get a top 10 spot. He didn't know how many points were needed to get into top 10, he was by himself after all. So, he sent in all the stones he could except for some. Emo didn't wander around freely after being devoured by the immortal devouring flower. That was level 5, what if it was a level 6 or level 7? He might not even be alive. After calming down, Emo remembered that after releasing Heaven Flame 9 Suns, his Heaven Flame sent an emotion of excitement. Was there something near there that could help Heaven Flame evolve? Or was there a material for Mist Lotus Heartfire to Nirvana? Thinking about this, Emo's heart grew excited. He even wanted to run back there and check, but he didn't lose his mind. The fight with the flower definitely woke up that dual-horned tiger. Going over there again was suicide. He didn't dare to fight the tiger at all, even if they were evenly matched. Who knows if suddenly a vine would pop out from below him and drag him away. Emo thought carefully. When he released Heaven Flame, there was nothing by immortal devouring flowers. If there must be something, it would be 7 refined stone. Emo was shook. He was almost certain it was 7 refined stone. When he got the first 7 refined stone, he felt there was a fire element inside. Thinking about this, Yemo grew excited. He immediately set up a stealth formation and went into the golden page world. Yemo immediately released Mist Lotus Heartfire and took out a 5-colored stone. As soon as he did, Mist Lotus Heartfire jumped in excitement. Yemo carefully sent the stone to Mist Lotus Heartfire. Before Yemo could react, the Mist Lotus Heartfire swept the 7 refined stone away. Immediately, the Mist Lotus Heartfire jumped around and its temperature rose again.
The flame's color kept changing too. What is this? Yemo dazed for a moment and immediately grew excited. He could tell that Mist Lotus Heartfire was undergoing nirvana.
He had never been able to find something for Heaven Flame Nirvana, but now the 7 refined stone was it. A 5-color one could allow Mist Lotus Heartfire to nirvana, then what about 6 and even 7-colored ones? In his joy, Yemo kept throwing 5-color stones into the rolling purple Heaven Flame. Yemo didn't know how many stones were needed for Mist Lotus Heartfire to succeed. After he threw all of his stones in, he realized he didn't have that many. He began to worry. What if Nirvana failed? Seeing the rolling flames, Yemo stopped throwing in 7 refined stones. He only had lower than 5-colored ones now. If Nirvana failed, he could only use blue like morning sky, because of Qin Yanmei's or his blue like morning sky is purple now, but it was a very faint purple. Yemo didn't plan to use ordinary materials to Nirvana blue like morning sky.
He didn't get this flame easy, it's very rare and one has to get the flame's recognition to own it.
Yemo decided that if he couldn't find Astral Flame Marrow, he wouldn't Nirvana blue like morning sky, he would either not have it or have the best. A day later, the Mist Lotus Heartfire calmed down and turned into a purple flame floating in his hand. Yemo looked at the surroundings of this flame in shock. There was a faint golden ring around it. The second golden ring was also visible sometimes. Mist Lotus Heartfire not only succeeded but was also about to reach purple Nirvana level 2. This 7 refined stone gave Yemo too much surprise. Feeling Mist Lotus Heartfire that was many times stronger than before, Yemo couldn't help exclaiming. It was too powerful. After looking at the flame for a long while, Yemo put it away. He finally understood what the 7 refined stones were for. No wonder the tournament was to gather 7 refined stones. With this thing being this powerful, Yemo wasn't going to keep sending it into his jade card. No matter how dangerous it wasn't going to stop Yemo from seeking 7 refined stones. He was already imagining his Heaven Flame reaching purple Nirvana level 4 and evolving to an immortal flame. Yemo didn't keep wasting time in the golden page world. His main purpose wasn't immortal spirit herb anymore but 7 refined stones. In the next 2 weeks, Yemo gathered 7 refined stones at level 5 like crazy. Sometimes, even if there wasn't a sleeping level 5 immortal spirit beast, he would go steal it. He was injured a few times and almost eaten a few times. Luckily, his powerful 5-element mobility and stealth cultivation method saved his life again and again. When Yemo found the entrance to level 6, he already had 32 5-colored stones. Chapter 1680, Terrifying Claw. Yemo was very careful. Even though he was at the entrance to level 6, he stealthed himself carefully. Those who could come in level 5 weren't necessarily strong. Even the strongest abstruse immortal wouldn't be able to dominate level 5. Those who could come in were very good at stealth just like him. His stealth cultivation method wasn't something ordinary people could have. Yemo didn't really believe there would be other people here except for him, but when he saw a black figure dashing past at the entrance to level 6, he realized he had underestimated people. That black figure was definitely an abstruse immortal and his speed seemed faster than his.
Yemo didn't move and just stared at that person, wanting to know who it was.
That abstruse immortal stealth cultivation method is very good as well. Even Yemo could only faintly see a figure. 10 seconds later, after a level 5 Iron Foot Bear passed, that figure showed itself. Yemo thought it would be someone from a big heaven domain, but when he saw who that person was, he realized it was an abstruse immortal from Zhongpiao Heaven. Yemo only knew his name seemed to be Mang Yong. Yemo remembered this guy because his moves were clean when he challenged.
He could actually come to level 5 alone.
It was clear that he either left his team behind or he was the only one left. On top of that, Mang Yong had a red mark on his forehead. Mang Yong didn't see Yemo. He waited for the bear to pass and immediately dug out the 2 stone essence fruit nearby and changed a direction before leaving. He didn't go to level 6 entrance. Yemo didn't call Mang Yong, he had his own business. After reaching level 6 of the tower, Yemo immediately stealthed himself. He knew that most of the immortal spirit beast here were level 6 immortal spirit beast. He didn't have any chances of victory against them. Yemo's carefulness was useful. As soon as he hid, tens of thousands of level 5 gold-sucking ants flew by. With ants of such level, it would be useless even if he used Heaven Flame 9 Suns and all of his immortal essence. After the ants flew past, Yemo finally felt the dense immortal spirit chi of level 6. He was certain that if he took out Time Formation Disc to cultivate now, it would be on par with the immortal well. However, Yemo didn't have the time to do so, nor did he dare to. Level 6 immortal spirit herb were higher level and more precious. Yemo even found more than 10 3-leaf Jialan. He moved them all to his golden page world without hesitation. In the Qingyemo city, 2 great extreme immortal fought over just one, and now he got more than 10. Other than this, he got more of Su Ling, 7 heart mushrooms. Su Ling was just a level 5 immortal spirit herb, but it was the best ingredient to concoct Extreme Dusk Pill. Extreme Dusk Pill could increase the chances of breaking into Great Extreme Immortal. So, it was worth more than ordinary level 6 immortal spirit herb. This was Yemo sneaking around. He was certain if he walked around openly he would get much more. Yemo was more careful at level 6. He didn't even dare to make any big movements digging immortal spirit herb, nor did he scan his spirit sense around. However, he felt that level 6 was much smaller than the previous levels. Because Yemo moved slower, he was safer than he was at level 5, except for when he stole 7 refined stones. A few days later, Yemo found 7 6-colored stones and saw the entrance to level 7. From the bottom of his heart, Yemo didn't want to go to level 7. If he had some chance at level 6, he had 0 chance at level 7, but Yemo knew that he wouldn't be able to stay at level 6 for long, as 3 months' time was about to be up. Moments later, Yemo took out his jade card and held it in his hand while going into the teleportation ray to level 7. He would immediately crush it if there was danger at level 7. As soon as Yemo came to level 7, he saw 3 7 refined stones. They were all 7-colored. In his joy, Yemo dashed out and took them while scanning his spirit sense out. The first thing he saw was a purple fruit. The fruit has been there for countless years, but there was slivers of Dao radiance. Yemo's heart shivered. Pingyu immortal fruit, this was definitely it. It was said that Jin Bingyu's sect was annihilated for one. Even Yemo couldn't control his excitement anymore. With this fruit, it meant he would be able to reach a mortal king for certain. He had to get this. Just when Yemo wanted to dash over, a terrifying pressure came, and then there was a roar. Immediately, Yemo had a sense of despair. He didn't dare to think about the Pingyu immortal fruit anymore. He crushed his jade card without hesitation. Rumble. The instant Yemo teleported away, Yemo saw his afterimage being crushed by a claw that was a few stories big. Yemo was certain that if that claw landed on him, there wouldn't be any pieces of him left. This was the power of level 7 immortal spirit beast, that terrifying force, pressure, and speed. He wouldn't even have time to go into the golden page world. Yemo wasn't disappointed not getting the Pingyu immortal fruit. At least he got 3 7-colored stones. Yemo knew he got no points for going into level 7 as he didn't stay there till the end. However, this wasn't the greatest pity. He didn't get anything good from level 7. If he stayed there for just a day, no, half a day, he would be rich. At level 4, a blue-dressed female immortal was standing on a huge blue rock. 4 other abstruse immortals surrounded the stone. This female immortal was Yuan of Heaven Shen Goddess, ranked 3rd on the Heaven Immortal ranking. No one was superior than her in use of god art. Shen Goddess, do we not need to search for 7 refined stones anymore? One square-faced abstruse immortal asked. Su Qian, we just need to do as she tells us. She wouldn't be mistaken. Another teammate said. Shen Goddess smiled. That extreme beauty was amplified in her smile. She didn't move at all, but her immortal temperament made people feel she was flying and dancing. There's 5 minutes until the trial ends. We will be teleported to the square. It's pointless to keep searching for stones now. We were lucky, we found a large bunch of 4-colored 7 refined stones. It should be fine getting top 3. If lucky, we might even get first. Shen Goddess's voice was like a dripping clear well, making people immersed in her voice. Seeing no one talk as they were all enchanted by her, Shen Goddess didn't mind. She had seen this all too frequent. She was thinking, this time she could finally crush Sun Ran Goddess under her feet. She had always been on par with Sun Ran Goddess. Although she was ranked 3rd, but everyone knew that Sun Ran, who was ranked 4th, was on par with her. The instant Yemo came to the square, rays of dashing lights were teleported out too. Yemo knew his luck was too bad.
as soon as he crushed the jade card, the trial time was over. If only that level 7 immortal spirit beast found him later and he got the Pengyu immortal fruit, things would be perfect. If he was teleported out at the end, he would get 160 more points. But now that was gone, Emo desperately took out the jade card wanting to know how many points he had. He crushed the outer layer but the inner layer was still there. Chapter 1681, Captain Moing, Team Member Moing, looking at the 356 points on the jade card, Emo dazed. This point wasn't right. If he passed level 7 it should be 436, if not then 276, why would it be 356? Was there half points? Emo instantly cast this thought aside and remembered he should be looking at the screen in the square. He wanted to see if he got into top 10. What was this? The screen displaying the leaderboard was gone. The first round of the tournament has finished. Let's see which heaven domains the top 10 comes from, which prodigy teams got them. As the voice sounded, tens of Immortal King landed on the main altar of the square again. It was Immortal King speaking. Emo immediately realized that the screen showed the ranking before to attract everyone's attention to the progress of the round. They covered it up now to entice the contestants about their own ranking. Otherwise, everyone only needed to look at the screen and no one would pay attention to the Immortal King talking. As soon as he said this, the square fell quiet. Good method. This was much better than telling everyone to be quiet. He didn't speak and looked at the screen. Moments later the bottom showed a row of words. 11th team got 10th place with 239 points. Yuan La Heaven Domain, team leader Fu Lindian, team member Li Long, Gan Xing, Hualuanin. With this, the square erupted. 239 points was only 10th. Those squads who got less than 239 points immediately knew they were disqualified. Teams with more than 239 points knew they reached top 10. Emo breathed easy. Even if he got no points for level 7, he would be in top 10. He got what he wanted. It seemed that with his 356 points, he might possibly reach top 3. Emo just didn't want to be first as that would catch too much attention. Heaven Sword Immortal Fu Lintian's squad is only 10th. It seems the caliber of this time is very high. Someone said, before, Yuan La Heaven always gets 5 to 6 in the top 10, I wonder how many they can get this time. Fu Lintian is only ranked 7th on the Heaven Immortal ranking. It seems it won't be hard for Yuan La Heaven to get 5 or 6 spots again. Not necessarily, finding 7 refined stones also require luck, it's not completely power. If you're unlucky and can't find stones, it's pointless no matter how strong you are. Emo agreed to this perspective. Power was important because without power you wouldn't be able to get far. But luck was also important. Power is meaningless if you can't find stones. Immortal King paused before repeating what he said again. His voice didn't seem as happy as before. Clearly he felt Fu Lintian's squad's points were too low. The screen showed the 9th, 63rd team reached 9th with 244 points. Zhangyu Heaven Domain. Team leader Wu Wanlin, team member Xie Yutong, Gongsunji, 6th team reached 8th with 257 points. Zhangyu Heaven Domain, team leader Musha, he named 2 Zhangyu Heaven Domain names. There was a sliver of helplessness in his tone. The square went into an upbeat again. Some Immortal Kings begun discussions too. Many Immortal Kings congratulated Zhangyu Heaven Domain Immortal Kings. In all the past tournaments, rarely does another Heaven Domain get 2 spots other than Yuan La Heaven. The 3 Immortal Kings of Zhangyu Heaven Domain couldn't stop smiling. They just got 9th and 8th, but this 2 Dao seeking tower spots. This meant that Zhangyu Heaven Domain might have 2 more Immortal Kings. He was regretful but he still congratulated the Immortal Kings. 19th team reached 7th with 262 points. Xiangmeng Heaven Domain, team leader Liao Lingshin. 98th team reached 6th with 271 points. Wenchong Heaven Domain, team leader Tai Zhongfei. These 3 Heaven Domains were all congratulated. Those Heaven Domains who haven't appeared yet began to worry. The only one who didn't worry was Zong Piao Heaven, Duancheng Heaven and Ji Yao Heaven. These 3 Heaven Domains rarely got into top 10. Between 10th to 6th, they still had some hopes, but for 5th to 1st, they didn't need to have any hopes. It's usually always taken by Yuan Lo Heaven, Huangjia Heaven, Kongsheng Heaven. 66th team reached 5th with 284 points. Yuan Lo Heaven, team leader Shen Len. 45th team reached 4th with 287 points. Kongsheng Heaven Domain, team leader Lin Xingshan. Immortal King's face looked worse and worse.
Up until now, Yuanla Heaven only showed 2 teams, usually there would be 3 to 4 now. Xianlen Goddess' face was worse. She thought her team would at least be top 3 or even first, but they only 5th. She couldn't comprehend this and even felt embarrassed. 85th team reached 3rd with 289 points, Huangjia Heaven Domain, team leader Cheng Warren. With this, the Immortal Kings from Huangjia Heaven Domain finally breathed easy. Luckily Cheng Warren didn't disappoint them and reached top 3. A chiseled and cold-faced abstruse immortal in blue shirt saw that 3rd was only 2 more points than his team and sneered. He shot out a sharp glance at Cheng Warren. 32 RD team reached 2nd with 297 points, Yuanlo Heaven, team leader Guanfei Jin. He finally breathed easy after reading out this name. At least there were 3 Yuanla Heaven teams now, without a doubt. First would also be Yuanla Heaven team. Yemo rubbed his nose. If he knew that 356 was far beyond 2nd, he would definitely not throw that many stones in at level 5. He just wanted a top 10, but now he accidentally got 1st. This was too much of a joke. Were those teams sleeping in the tower? And that Mang Yang? He reached level 5 too. Yemo didn't know if he went into level 6, but he was certain Mang Yang didn't hand up the stones he got. In fact, the main way of getting points in the tower is 7 refined stones. But the stones were limited. If you want to beat others by a lot, you had to reach higher levels. The higher you go, the more terrifying the points are. When Yemo passed level 6, it already meant that he would certainly be in top 10. Yemo was annoyed he got 1st. If there was one person who didn't want 1st in this square, it was him, but he got it. Purple Rain Goddess and Su Ji and them looked at Yemo in confusion. They didn't believe Yemo was 1st. They thought Yemo should be able to get top 10, but up till now, his name still wasn't called out. If they knew this, they should have discussed with Yemo to sell the stones he got to them. That way, they would have 240 or so points and get a top 10. Xianlen Goddess frowned. Sanran Goddess's name still haven't been called out. Was she 1st? How is that possible? The 1st should be 300 or so points. In the square, a white-robed abstruse immortal saw the 2nd and a fierce killing intent rose up from his body. The nearby abstruse immortals all moved away. The number 1 of Yuanla Heaven immortal rank, he is titled the white-robed immortal Guanfei Jin. He got 2nd the 1st round. Even blood-robed immortal would have to look down and move aside in front of Guanfei Jin. He showed killing intent clearly because he didn't get 1st. Finally, the 1st team was shown. 79th team reached 1st with 356 points. Zhong Piao Heaven, team leader Moing, team member Moing. He even forgot to repeat it this time as he just kept staring at this in disbelief. How is this possible? Rumble. The square fell silent for a few moments and burst out. The 1st was that one-man team, Moing, who was the weakest. Just who was this Moing? He got 1st and beat 2nd by 56 points. This is insane. Who is Moing? Moing is who? Which heaven domain? Zhong Piao Heaven? This, chapter 1682, focal person. Actually, those people who asked about Moing realized that they all knew this Moing. It was that abstruse immortal middle stage whom no one wanted to team up with and had to go in alone. Zhong Piao Heaven 1st? Even the other immortal kings were dazed, much less the Zhong Piao Heaven immortal kings. Was something wrong? How could Zhong Piao Heaven be 1st and that one-man team Moing? The next moment, everyone looked at Yemo. Even the tens of immortal kings looked at Yemo. They knew that the leaderboard couldn't be wrong. This meant that Zhong Piao Heaven was indeed 1st, and abstruse immortal middle stage got more than 300 points and reached 1st alone in the 7 refined tower. This was too unbelievable. Congratulations Kai Feng Immortal King, congratulations Ping Zhou Immortal King. The 3 immortal kings from Zhong Piao Heaven was still dazed and all sorts of congratulations sounded. That was 1st, there was an immortal king spot to go into the Dao Seeking Tower. Which immortal king here didn't envy that? The 3 Zhong Piao Heaven immortal kings were still dazed. Ping Zhou Immortal King said this. How is this possible? Kai Feng Immortal King reacted and laughed while thanking and saluted with his fists. He was completely shocked too. He didn't understand how Yemo could get 1st. Where did this guy come from? Why did he act so timid before? He definitely wouldn't believe an abstruse immortal this powerful is that timid. The only explanation is that it was all an act. Zhong Piao Heaven is really shocking. This way is good, using one-man team to get the highest points. It seems we need to use this way too, a sour voice sounded. Everyone knew what he meant. Zhong Piao Heaven had communication beads and all the other teams gave their stones to Mo Ying's team. Mo Ying got large amounts of 7 refined stones and stacked his points up. Mo Ju Immortal King, if you really do this, then next time your Wenchong Heaven won't even get one spot.
One Immortal King sneered, if other people can do that, why can't I? Mo Ju Immortal King was rash.
He just reached Immortal King and this was his first time taking people here. With many Immortal Kings on the side sneering, too contemptuous to talk to him, he was even more annoyed. Another Wenchong Heaven Immortal King pulled him quickly after forming teams. The teams would be recorded by formation. In the tower, the stones would belong to the first to collect the stone. Placing stones of the same heaven domain teams together was useless and just be a waste.
Mo Ju Immortal King immediately realized.
You can only get stones from teams of different heaven domains.
Clearly, this stamps out cheating. Mo Ju's face blushed. He really didn't know such rule here. His face was slapped in front of all these Immortal Kings, making him feel really awkward and disliked the Mo Ying as well. Kaifeng Immortal King ignored Mo Ju. He knew that this Immortal King just broke through and probably knew less than those contestants. He was overjoyed now. Zhong Piao Heaven team got first. That meant there was an extra status Immortal and Great Immortal spot into the Dao Seeking Tower. Su Huan and Pingzhou Immortal King woke up too. This was real. The three looked at each other and couldn't control the excitement in their eyes. Su Huan forgot about her regret of taking EMO here. She couldn't even stop smiling now. Congratulations Zhong Piao Heaven, you're the black horse indeed. Immortal King calmed down now and scanned EMO with his spirit sense. The Zhong Piao Heaven Immortal Kings thanked everyone and wanted to pull EMO over immediately to ask about the process. When Immortal King scanned his spirit sense over, EMO felt his body go cold. That spirit sense stayed for a short time and left. This made him loosen up. He hid his power to be abstruse Immortal Middle Stage to test if Immortal King can see through it. If Immortal King can, then it meant that he might expose his golden page world if an Immortal King suppressed him with spirit sense. If Immortal King can't see his hidden power, it meant he was safe. He got first. This can be some contribution to Zhong Piao Heaven. After all, he took most of the Blue Lightning Immortal well and used Zhong Piao Heaven to earn some fortune. As for round 2, he didn't need to work hard. With one spot. It was pointless to work hard. All the abstruse immortals from Zhong Piao Heaven looked at Yimo in disbelief. Other heaven domain people didn't know this guy, but they did. The question he asked Immortal King was ridiculous, and after he was laughed at, he hid in his room alone. Yet someone like this could get first. This was unbelievable. The only people who didn't doubt Yimo was Su Ji and Purple Rain Goddess. They saw Yimo's power. Even blood-robed immortal didn't dare to say much to him. It wasn't impossible for someone like this to get first. They really wanted to ask what level Yimo reached. Not just them, all the Immortal Kings wanted to know what level Yimo reached. Did he get 6-colored 7 refined stone? That was worth a fortune. Every time the tower opened, the most precious thing was 7 refined stone. Usually, the highest colors that come out are 5-colored. 6-colored were almost never seen. Martial brother Ouyang, this guy is too lucky. He got first alone. Did he find a few hundred 1-colored stones at level 1? One abstruse immortal wearing gray headband frowned at Yimo, and a long-haired abstruse immortal on the side said sourly, then he added, idiots have dumb luck. Purple Rain Goddess and Martial brother Ouyang can take care of someone like him with one slap, but he's this lucky. Shut up, brother Mo's power far exceeds me. Don't drag me into this. Purple Rain Goddess yelled in fury. Ouyang glanced at Purple Rain Goddess in a daze before saying in confusion, Purple Rain Goddess, Wangbo talks a bit much, but he's straightforward. Ouyang clearly meant that Imoing was indeed weaker than them. Purple Rain Goddess scornfully looked at Ouyang and said, Martial brother Ouyang can match brother Mo. I'm ashamed I'm not as good as you. Then she left. Su Ji and 2 other people were standing with Ouyang, but hearing this they frowned and stood a little far. Xu Shangzi realized something was up and quickly went up to Su Ji and inquired. Chapter 1683, Immortal King questioning, your Zhong Piao Heaven Imoing? I, Guan Fei Jian, will remember you. I believe we will meet again. I didn't expect a mere Zhong Piao Heaven would have someone like you. A white-robed abstruse immortal peak stage walked up to Yimo saying with a cold tone. He looked pridefully at Yimo as killing intent seeped out of his body. Some weaker abstruse immortal moved away immediately. Yimo frowned.
he knew the immortal king drew enmity to him, but he wasn't scared.
How did he offend this guy? Emo didn't know that Guan Feijian was unhappy he lost.
He felt he lost not because he was weaker than Emo, but he shouldn't have teamed up.
If he didn't, he would get higher points. I'm from Zhong Piao Heaven too, why can't Zhong Piao Heaven get first? Suji got up and said. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me?
Guan Feijian's force suddenly rose and a terrifying killing intent smashed at Suji. Suji knew his power clearly.
He was ranked 9th on the Zhong Piao Heaven abstruse ranking, but he believed he could even beat Ouyang Yi.
But facing Guan Feijian's terrifying killing intent, he actually shivered and almost couldn't resist pulling out his long sword. Emo suddenly sneered and his force rose.
Zhong Piao Heaven's fierce killing intent was instantly swept back. Guan Feijian's face changed, but he didn't retreat. Before Guan Feijian said anything, Emo said, Who do you think you are? What right do you have to stand before me? Guan Feijian's face went cold, but unexpectedly, he didn't attack.
Instead, he said coldly, Okay, you have balls.
Then Guan Feijian turned to leave.
Emo knew that this guy wasn't scared of him, but they couldn't fight in the square. I'm Suji, thanks for helping twice, brother Mo.
I didn't even get a chance to thank you for last time. Suji was very grateful seeing that Emo helped send Guan Feijian away.
He knew that if Emo didn't intervene, he wouldn't be able to stop pulling out his sword. If he did that at 7 Refined Tower Square, Zhong Piao Heaven would lose face. You're welcome, we're all from Zhong Piao Heaven, we should help each other.
Emo saluted with his fists and smiled.
This Suji was good, he looked favorably of him.
The other was Mang Yong. Emo was certain Mang Yong was stronger than blood-robed immortal.
Mang Yong wouldn't be hiding his strength anymore in the second round. Immortal King felt many unfriendly spirits and skin towards Emo, and Guan Feijian even went up to Emo. He knew that this guy would have quite some things ahead of him in the third round. He pressed with his hand the top 30 squads of the first round has 152 people remaining.
These 152 will progress to the second round of the tournament.
The second round and third round will be at the Dao Seeking Square. It will commence 3 days later.
Emo dazed.
He thought that second round and third round would continue immediately after. Why was it 3 days later? Martial brother Moing, thanks for saving me before. Otherwise, we can't even reach top 30 and we would have no right to go to the second round. Purple Rain Goddess walked over to thank Emo. The other two from her team also came to thank Emo. It's nothing, Emo said, and then saw the 3 immortal kings of Zhong Piao Heaven come over with faces full of joy. Moing, you did very well, even I looked wrong.
You actually got first, great, great, great.
Pingzhou Immortal King said. Emo could feel that Pingzhou Immortal King approved of him from the bottom of his heart and quickly said, Moing, greet 3 Immortal King Qinbei.
This isn't a place to tlack, let's go to our residence first.
Kai Feng Immortal King smiled.
He was in a very good mood.
In the past tournaments, Zhong Piao Heaven would be lucky if they had one team go into the second round, but this time there was 3, at Nui Immortal City, Zhong Piao Heaven's Spirit Rest Tower. Although many people were disqualified, the atmosphere was still great. In the temporary meeting room, the 3 Immortal Kings were still excited.
There weren't many who could come here.
Other than Emo, there was Suji and Purple Rain Goddess team. The third team was the team Mang Yong was it. This time our Zhong Piao Heaven did very well.
Not only is Moing first, but there's 3 teams in top 30.
This is great. Kai Feng Immortal King said. There were only 50 people from Zhong Piao Heaven, but there were more than 10 into the second round.
How could he not be happy?
He had never felt what it was like to be surrounded by many immortal kings before. In the past, it was only them who walked around congratulating people. It was annoying, but they still had to do it. This tournament went very well. Tell us about which levels you reach.
And what happened? Pingzhou Immortal King was in a good mood.
He usually spoke the least, but now he spoke the most. Purple Rain Goddess said our team was attacked by blood-robed immortal Shui Chengxian. 2 of us crushed the Jade card and left the tower. The remaining 4 of us were planning to fight with blood-robed immortal.
That's when we met Martial Brother Moing.
He saved us and then forced blood-robed immortal out of the tower. Only they could we keep searching for 7 refined stones.
At the moment before the tower closed, we went into level 4. We stayed in there for half a day and was teleported out. Oh. Kai Feng Immortal King didn't expect Yemo to have saved them and looked at Yemo in shock. Then he nodded and looked at the two further standing abstruse immortal you left before your team left. The two abstruse immortals' faces went pale before they said anything. Kai Feng waved his hand. Get out, you two don't need to go into the next round. Yes. The two didn't dare to say anything and left with their heads hanging low. Yemo approved of this Kai Feng Immortal King now. Even he looked down on people who abandoned their teammates before the fight even began. Even if you were to run, at least run when you couldn't hold on anymore. Plus, the team formed because they all knew each other. Mang Yang wasn't the captain of his team, it was someone called Yulai, third on the abstruse ranking. He said we also reached level 4 and encountered a level 4 immortal spirit beast. Mang Yang got separated from us, but he hit at level 4 and nothing happened. Yes, I found 5 4-colored 7 refined stones at level 4. Mang Yang bowed and said, Yemo knew this guy was lying. He clearly went to level 5, but from what he said, Yemo knew this guy probably didn't go to level 6. Kai Feng Immortal King nodded. That's right, you all did very well. No matter why the second round is delayed by 3 days, don't go out casually. Kai Feng Immortal King didn't explicitly say, but Yuan La Heaven seemed unhappy with the results of the first round. Okay, you all go out, Moing stay. Kai Feng nodded. Moing, when I saw you at Gulan Immortal City, I knew you weren't ordinary. You seemed to be afraid of me at the time. Later on, you acted timidly too. Are you scared of us 3 old guys? Su Huan stared at Yemo and asked. Yemo knew that he had to face this no matter what as long as he reached top 10. Yes, Zhenbei, I'm not from Zongpiao Heaven. I wanted to go into Blue Lightning Immortal Well to cultivate, that's why I was worried. Yemo replied. His tone was calm and didn't seem timid before. He had 3 spots in his hand, he didn't need to worry about what the 3 immortal kings would do to him. Once he was in Dao Seeking Tower, he would have nothing to do with them, as expected. Su Huan Immortal King smiled. Zongpiao Heaven should be thanking you instead. With your power you can participate at any heaven domain. By the way, where is that beautiful female immortal with you? If she needs some help she can come to me. Su Huan Immortal King clearly knew Zhen Bingyu didn't have immortal essence. She's my martial sister, she's in solitary cultivation now. Thank you for asking Qianbei. If I need Qianbei's help I will definitely ask. Yemo thanked. Kai Feng Immortal King was rather happy with Yemo's performance and looked down on the heaven domain that forced Yemo out. Such a prodigy was forced to another domain, they were idiots. He smiled and asked, you got 300 or so points, you probably went to a high level of 7 refined tower, right? What's the highest level you went? Chapter 1684, Round 2, Yemo would definitely not say he went into level 7. He said slowly, Wan Bei just reached level 6 and encountered a powerful immortal spirit beast, so I could only crush the jade card and come out. You reached level 6? The 3 immortal kings looked at Yemo in shock. Yes, my stealth cultivation method is good, so I reached level 6. I just didn't get anything. Yemo thought. He only got 7 6-colored stones. This wasn't anything, then how do you have so many points? Su Huan asked in confusion. I was lucky, I found a 7 refined stone pile at level 5 and got 30 in one go. Yemo answered. If he didn't expose his power, he might really say he found more than 100 stones at level 2. The 3 looked at each other as though shocked by Yemo's insane luck. After a long while, Kai Feng said 5-colored stones are really rare, you need to use it well. It's hard to buy even with immortal crystals. In the entire immortal realm, only the 7 refined tower has such things. Yemo knew it was good but still asked, may I ask Kai Feng Qianbei what exactly is its use? Kai Feng Immortal King nodded. The stone contains fire element chi, those who cultivate fire element cultivation method can use it to improve his fire element god art. Just from that, 7 refined stones are countless times more precious than fire element immortal crystals. On top of that, the stones could also allow rare flames to nirvana and upgrade. Hearing this, Yemo didn't expect the stones could also upgrade fire element god art. Didn't that mean his heaven flame 9 suns could be upgraded? Moing, how are you planning to divide the 3 spots? Kai Feng Immortal King saw Yemo understand the 7 refined stones, so he changed topics. His tone was calm, but even Yemo could feel the excitement there.
Su Huan and Ping Zhou also looked at Yimo. Kai Feng Immortal King's words made Yimo have a great impression of him. In reality, the three immortal kings can completely decide for themselves, but they still asked him, an abstruse immortal. Yimo quickly said, I only want one heaven immortal spot, 3 Chenbais can decide for the 2 remaining spots. Hearing this, the three nodded in satisfaction.
Kai Feng Immortal King continued, what do you need the most now?
Yimo immediately knew he was going to be rewarded, so he quickly said, Wan Bei has a sword and I'm planning to upgrade it. I lack some top-grade materials. At this moment, he wasn't going to be polite. Ping Zhou Immortal King suddenly took out a black ore and passed it to Yimo. I have a phoenix black gold here, do you think it's useful? Yimo was overjoyed. He quickly accepted and said, it's very useful, thank you Ping Zhou Immortal King Qianbei. Phoenix black gold was top-grade forgery material, level 7 immortal material. How could he reject something like this? With the Phoenix Black Gold and the Wool Illusion Crystals, he would be able to upgrade Zisu to level 7 Immortal Artifact once his forgery skills improved. Su Huan Immortal King and Kai Feng Immortal King gave 1,000 Blade Sand and Extreme Lightning Gold respectively. They were all level 6 immortal materials. Yimo had decided to use these two to upgrade Zisu to middle grade Immortal Artifact first. Seeing Yimo took all 3 ores, the 3 Immortal King felt quite good.
Kai Feng said, Moing, you should probably be the strongest in the Zong Piao Heaven contestants.
Although you got a spot, I still hope you can try your best at the second round. If you can get another first, Zong Piao Heaven would get another Immortal King into the Dao Seeking Tower. I've been inside already, but Su Huan and Ping Zhou Immortal King hadn't been inside. Even though he knew Yimo's points came mostly from luck, Kai Feng still had some hopes for Yimo as he was able to touch level 6.
Hearing this, Yimo sweated. He didn't expect they saw through what he planned.
He really didn't plan to try it round 2, but he didn't object to Kai Feng Immortal King's words. This Kai Feng Immortal King really knew how to do things. He would first give things and then ask. Yimo could only say, Wan Bei will try my best. At the same time, Yimo also respected Kai Feng Immortal King. Although he had been in there once, he only reached the first 3 levels. His power was weak at the time. If he went in now, he would definitely benefit countless times more from it. However, what he said before meant that he was giving the spot out. Yimo respected his magnanimous character. Okay, I'll thank you for the Zong Piao Heaven Immortal Kings. I know your will isn't at Zong Piao Heaven and you will be leaving Zong Piao Heaven after this tournament. Everyone has their own wills, we won't force you. I have a jade slip here, it's a fragmented map of a place in Jinshan Heaven. It said there are many rare forgery materials inside. If you have the fortune you can go in and have a look. Kai Feng Immortal King gave another jade slip to Yimo. Yimo sighed. This Immortal King who had lived for countless years really knew how to talk. They were all very cunning. They knew he had his secrets and that's why he hid his power. But they didn't force him and instead said people all have their own will. They gave him materials and jade slip, making him feel embarrassed instead. Su Huan Immortal King smiled after this tournament. You're welcome to come back to Zone Piao Heaven when you have time. If you need us to help you with anything you can send a message too. And if you see Immortal Kings in the future, you need to call them Immortal King Master. If you call Chen Bei, people would easily knew you ascended from a lower realm. This isn't good for you. Yimo quickly thanked. He really didn't know this. You can go, remember to not go out of the city. Yuan La Heaven seems unhappy with us getting first. You need to be careful. Kai Feng said. After Yimo came out, many of the Zone Piao Heaven contestants greeted him. This was completely different to the scorn and cold eyes he received on the ship. Yimo was planning to use these 3 days to go buy things, but in order to prevent accidents, he didn't go out. He believed the judgment of the 3 Immortal Kings. There weren't many chances to go into the Dao Seeking Tower. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't get one again. He was certain he would break through to Great Unity Immortal after coming out of the Dao Seeking Tower. He wouldn't be able to participate in the tournament again then. 3 days passed and before the second round started, the Dao Seeking Square was filled with immortals again. The first round was exciting, but they couldn't see what was going on. In the second and third round, they could see the elites of the 11 heaven domains fight. There were a few million people in the square, more were flooding in. Yet, the square didn't seem packed at all. Yimo knew why there were so many people here. After the third round, the Dao Seeking Tower would open. The instant it opens, all the immortals at the square would be able to feel the Tao waves from inside. Countless years, every time the Tao-seeking tower opened, immortals in the square have felt the Tao waves and increased his power. Some immortals even learned his own god art. The immortal kings of each heaven domain brought in their contestants into the Tao-seeking square. Zhong Piao Heaven's 3 immortal kings walked at the very front. This time, Kai Feng Immortal King kept greeting the immortal kings nearby. Other people knew they were showing off, but there was nothing they could do. Zhong Piao Heaven was first. He Immortal King flew to the Tao-seeking altar. He didn't seem disappointed like before. He raised his hands and said loudly to the millions of immortals on the square, "The second round to the Tao-seeking tournament begins now. Please enter the field, contestants." Chapter 1685, Bleak Second Round. There were just 152 people in second round, but only 150 people came. 2 people went missing from Zhong Piao Heaven. As for why, He Immortal King couldn't be bothered asking, seeing the 150 people come. He Immortal King said the second round is to leave a mark on the Tao-seeking tablet. This second round is prepared for the third round. The first 64 people will proceed to the third round, the rest of you will be disqualified. The second round only awards 5 people. The first would get a status immortal spot, the second would get a great immortal spot, the third to fifth would each get a heaven immortal spot. Yemo was confused what that Tao-seeking mark was when He Immortal King and the 4 immortal kings next to him each shot out a light. Soon, 5 light veils formed a pentagon in the center of the square. There was a rumbling sound inside as though something was about to explode. 5 minutes later, an empty void door appeared in the center of the light. This door appeared suddenly. Other than this door, there was no stone tablet nor anything. The barrier slowly expanded from the side until it was only a few meters from the contestants before stopping. Not only was GMO confused, but so was everyone else. How could they leave a mark if there was no tablet? This huge void door is the Tao-seeking door to the second round. Contestants only need to go through this door and walk to the end. Then they will see a stone tablet. Leave your name on there. He explained simply, "It's that simple?" Some contestants asked. He Immortal King smiled, "Perhaps it's simpler than you had thought." "Good luck everyone, now all the contestants can go in." Yemo frowned, he felt this door wasn't that easy. Did the second round get delayed by 3 days just so they could set up this simple challenge? Theoretically, they should be setting up a test that would benefit them more. From how Yuan La Heaven had twice as many contestants as other heaven domains, Yemo could tell that this landlord was a bit shameless. He didn't believe they wouldn't play tricks at the second round. Yemo thought so and many thought so as well. However, people started going in the door. The earlier they went in, the earlier they would see the Tao-seeking tablet, but when those people charged in, they just walked a few steps and was pushed back by a power. More than 10 abstruse immortal were swept outside the light veil. Before they could get back in, He Immortal King said those who went in and get sweep out are disqualified. With this, those abstruse immortals were dumbfounded. They didn't even participate and was disqualified. This was bleak indeed, Yemo sneered. This He Immortal King was very shameless. He doesn't even explain the rules of the tournament. He didn't even say that the ring had a pushing force. As expected, those abstruse immortals swept back weren't from Yuan Lu Heaven. Every Yuan Lu Heaven contestant had a serious face and walked step by step. Clearly, they knew that they had to slowly walk and not charge into the door. Yemo saw everyone walk step by step forward, and so he stepped inside the light too. As soon as he did, a powerful force came. Yemo finally understood what happened. If one wasn't expecting this, they might really be swept out. Yemo's immortal essence and spirit sense was far beyond ordinary abstruse immortal. The resistance in the light was powerful, but if he wanted to be the first to go in the door, it wasn't hard. However, he didn't do this. He just moved slowly in the crowd. He already got a spot in the Tao-seeking tower. Although he agreed he would try his best, but he didn't want to be the leading goat in some unknown situation. Yemo suspected this Tao-seeking tower seemed like a magic artifact. If this was an immortal king's magic artifact and he went in, wouldn't all his secrets be exposed? As Yemo walked, he was also frustrated. Yemo still wanted to help Kai Feng Immortal King. The immortal kings gave him good materials and didn't even mention about him hiding his power. Nor did they ask about his secrets. Kai Feng Immortal King even gave him that jade slip. Jin Shang Heaven was a grand heaven domain, who knows if there were good things there. Of course, another reason was that Jin Bingyu was still at Zone Piao Heaven. If he gave a spot to Su Huan Immortal King, she would definitely take care of Jin Bingyu. The person at the front now was Guan Feijian. His power was strong indeed. He even scanned back at Yemo and the contempt was obvious in his eyes. Clearly, he felt Yemo got first in the first round because he was lucky. Clearly, blood-robed immortal didn't say he lost to him. Following closely behind Guan Feijian was a bearded abstruse immortal. He seemed to be from Yuan Lo Heaven judging by his clothes. Next after was a blue-shirt abstruse immortal. This was Len Qingshan from Kongsheng Heaven Domain. If those three were the first bunch, then behind them was the second bunch. Behind Len Qingshan was a male and two female. The male was Huangjia Heaven Qin Warren, his team got third in the first round. The two females were Xianlan and Sun Ran Goddess. Then, it was Jianyu Heaven Wu Wanlin, Mu Sha. Xiaomang Heaven Domain, Liu Lingxian, Wenchong Heaven Tai Zongfei and a few Emo didn't know. However, Emo was confused that blood-robed immortal actually wasn't eliminated in the first round. He was also in the second round. Purple Rain Goddess, Yulai and them were at the fourth bunch. As for Mang Yong, he was at the fifth bunch. This Mang Yong was strange, he was still preserving strength at the second round. Yemo was certain he could reach the second bunch or even the first, seeing that Guan Feijian was near the Dao-seeking tower but Yemo was still dragging behind. Su Ji was confused. He looked back at Yemo in confusion. He knew Yemo's abilities. Yemo must be conserving strength again. Seeing even Su Ji look at him, Yemo knew that if he didn't hurry, even the three Immortal King would suspect him. Thinking about this, Yemo sped up and instantly surpassed Mang Yang and them, nearing Su Ji and them. Even if this Dao-seeking door was an Immortal King magic artifact, unless this Immortal King dared to shatter his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't be able to see his golden page world. Intentionally shattering the sea of consciousness of a contestant in the Dao-seeking tournament would start a war between heaven domains. Even Yuan Lo Heaven didn't dare to do this. They were strong but they wouldn't be able to challenge the other 10 heaven domains at the same time. Brother Mo, you go first. We'll try to get to top 64. Su Ji nodded. Though Yemo was taking care of their face, Yemo smiled while putting a dual spirit pill in his mouth. He sped up. 5 minutes later, when Guan Feijian was about to enter the Dao, Yemo came to the second bunch. Brother Mo, hello, I'm Ning Xuanran, I've admired you for a few days. It's great to know you today. An aromatic breath came next to Yemo, a soft voice sounded by Yemo's ear. Yemo looked back and saw a yellow flowery dressed female immortal move next to him and smile. She seemed innocent and her extremely beautiful face gave people an immediate good impression. Even compared to Jin Bingyu, she was only a little lesser. Yemo didn't expect her to come talk to him. I was just lucky. Xuanran Goddess is fourth on the Yuan Lo Heaven Immortal rank. You can definitely take back your glory in this round. Yemo said politely. He had a good impression of her because her surname was Ning, making him think of Ning Qingxue. Seeing softness on Yemo's face, Xuanran smiled but didn't take it seriously. Who wasn't attracted by her looks? However, there was a sneer on the side. Yemo didn't need to turn back to know it was Xianlen Goddess. A goddess who was on par in beauty with her. Yemo knew the two had conflicts and didn't want to be caught in the middle. He smiled and sped up, and in a few seconds, Yemo caught up to Lin Qingshan. Chapter 1686, Shameless He Immortal King, this powerful? Xianlen Goddess looked dazedly as Yemo was near the door. She even forgot to go forward. She thought Yemo used a lot of effort to catch up, but this guy was just strolling around. Even Xuanran Goddess was dazed. She spoke to Yemo partly because she approved of him. Regardless whether Yemo got first in the first round through luck or not, it was a demonstration of power. That's why she came up to flirt with Yemo and try to make a good impression. Yemo just showed softness of his face. Clearly he was moved by her beauty. Why did he suddenly leave her behind? At this moment, Guan Feijian and that bearded abstruse immortal already went inside the door. Yemo went in with Len Qingshan at the same time. You're very good. Len Qingshan saw Yemo caught up to him and said. There was a sliver of surprise in his eyes. Yemo smiled but said nothing. The instant he entered the door, he couldn't sense the other three anymore. There was a bleak dark tunnel. Just as he Immortal King said, at the end of the tunnel, there would be Dao-seeking tablet. If it was some desperate person, he would have charged up immediately, but GMO felt vigilant coming in here. He carefully took 2 steps forward and suddenly a terrifying pressure came.
GMO felt he entered a dream.
Qingxue, Susu charged at him. There was a huge ravaging river before them. It was as though they would fall in if they took another step. No. Yemo called out, but after that a thin stream of coolness circulated in his essence spirit. Yemo suddenly woke up. There was definitely a big trap ahead of him. He didn't keep going forward and stopped instead. He was certain his guess was right. This door was a magic artifact. That feeling was like heart demon. If he hadn't been cultivating in front of the bitter bamboo and had no heart demon, he really would have fell for it. Yemo didn't act like he was awake but instead looked very worried and kept charging forward. 10 seconds later, Yemo saw a bloody river again.
Yemo checked with his spirit sense carefully and immediately knew this was no blood river.
It was a circulating illusion formation. If he went in, he would be walking around in circles endlessly. Yemo jumped in the blood river and started walking around while thinking when was a good time to go.
Just when Yemo was worried, a powerful spirit sense pressure came over.
That terrifying pressure almost crippled Yemo. Immortal king, this old bastard was too shameless. Yemo cursed but still had to pretend he lost his mind. This is the Dao-seeking door. If you want to enter the Dao-seeking tower, you must pass the questioning of the door. If you answer wrong, you will be forever sunken in the blood river and never to reincarnate. A voice sounded in the tunnel. It was as though he was being questioned by Great Tao.
Yemo cursed in his heart while his face acted dazedly. What is your name?
That voice sounded like it was from the bottom of the abyss. Moing.
Where do you come from? What secrets do you have?
I come from Susun planet. I have a spirit-seeking magic artifact. It can find any immortal spirit item below level 6.
Yemo answered but looked down on Hee.
This old bastard was so shameless. He was certain that if this guy targeted someone else, he would have spilled all his secrets. But at least this way, he didn't have to worry about exposing his golden page world. Why did you get 356 points in the first round? I found a bunch of stones in the tower. I got 36 5-colored stones.
Walk around the river 19,000 times and you can get what you want. Then, the voice disappeared. This old bastard not only asked for his secrets and also made him walk around the river 19,000 times. By the time he was done, the second round would have nothing to do with him, but GMO had to listen to him and started spinning. After a few spins, he suddenly went violent and hacked around with Zisu. Purple sword rays hacked on the tunnel wall. He hacked faster and faster until he couldn't even care about his immortal essence anymore. Immortal king sneered. He thought this guy was powerful, but it turned out to be just luck. His stealth cultivation method should be quite good. His spirit-seeking magic artifact was good, but it could only find level 6 immortal spirit herb. It wasn't much use to him. Then, he couldn't be bothered with Yemo. He didn't believe Yemo could stay awake in here. Even a great eternity immortal wouldn't be able to stay unaffected by heart demon after being pressured with his spirit sense. Yemo wasn't hacking Zisu around for no reason. When he noticed immortal king's spirit sense had left. His spirit sense hacked out. The spirit sense blade seeped out with Zisu sword rays. A short time later, Yemo's spirit sense blades penetrated the illusion formation tunnel. Soon, Yemo saw the other contestants. Guan Feijian was already very far ahead. Looking at him, he was probably taught on what to do. He also saw that Qin Warren and Len Qingshan were running around in circles. Without a doubt, it was this bastard. This bastard was cheating so obviously. He clearly wanted to take the top 5 of the second round, but GMO wasn't going to let them have it. He gave Qin Warren and Len Qingshan each a spirit sense blade. They woke up immediately. Their face changed drastically and clearly remembered what happened before. They immediately charged out of the illusion formation, but how could GMO let this Guan Feijian go so easily? He released tens of spirit sense blades and set up a spirit sense blade formation before him. Yemo knew this couldn't slow Guan Feijian, but it would slow him down and let Qin Warren and Len Qingshan catch up. Then, he took back his spirit sense and pretended to accidentally cut his arm, making him wake up for a brief moment. During this time, he charged out of the blood river illusion and sped ahead. It was as tough the three woke up at the same time. Moments later, Yemo surpassed Guan Feijian. Even Len Qingshan and Qin Warren were near Guan Feijian. He saw this and was amazed.
just when he wanted to do something again, he heard someone on his side say, Immortal King, you've been constantly using your spirit sense in the second round. Are you participating in the second round, Odo? Immortal King was shook. He looked back and saw Huang Ming Immortal King's fierce eyes. He was shook and carefully said, Tao-Seeking Tower is one of the Tao-Seeking magic artifact of Yuan Lo Heaven. It does not belong to me, how can I participate? He didn't dare to have conflict with this Immortal King. Huang Ming Immortal King was a peak Immortal King of Huangjia Heaven. He was one step away from Immortal Monarch. Regardless if Huang Ming Immortal King would reach Immortal Monarch or not, an Immortal King peak stage wasn't someone an Immortal King tertiary stage like him could offend. If it's found that he was controlling the second round, even Yuan Lo Heaven wouldn't be able to protect him. Huang Ming Immortal King sneered, I was afraid the Tao-Seeking tablet would be used by someone. If something like this really happened, Huangjia Heaven won't let this go. Immortal King sneered but didn't dare to scan his spirit sense in the Tao-Seeking tablet again. Emo sped up. He thought Yi's spirit sense would come back soon, but after a long while it didn't come. He guessed that the Tao-Seeking tablet wasn't Immortal King's. His spirit sense wasn't able to come in here all the time. With this, Emo had no concern. He had a few more spirit sense blades out. Then he saw Qin Warren and Len Qingshan in an illusion again. Emo was confused. Did Immortal King scan his spirit sense in again? But soon, Emo realized he worried too much. Guan Feijian was in trouble too. In that case, Emo didn't intervene again. Emo realized that this place was a place that created Heart Demon. Emo didn't even have Heart Demon at all. Chapter 1687, definitely cheating. In a short while, Emo was about to reach the end. He stopped. He didn't want to get the first of the second round for now. If he got first of the second round, he would definitely be ambushed in the third round. That Immortal King would definitely not allow Zone Piao Heaven to get first for all three. When it was the third round, he wouldn't care. After the third round, he would go in the Tao-Seeking Tower immediately. In there, no one would be able to affect him. He could go whenever he liked. Emo scanned his spirit sense out and soon found Su Ji. He was around 30th, Su Ji was trapped by an illusion formation too. Without hesitation, Emo hacked a spirit sense blade near Su Ji's Sea of Consciousness and a few spirit sense blades on the illusion formation that trapped him. That formation paused for a brief moment. Su Ji suddenly felt his Sea of Consciousness shake and the illusion formation pause for a moment. A clear tunnel appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, Su Ji charged up. When he was about to enter into Heart Demon again, Emo sent a few more spirit sense blades over. The tunnel wasn't long. With Emo's repeated help, Su Ji quickly surpassed Guan Feijian and became the first to charge out of the tunnel. Emo didn't follow Su Ji out, nor did he scan his spirit sense out. In this magic artifact, there didn't seem to be any other spirit sense except for his. If his spirit sense went out, who knew if he would be caught? After a while, after Guan Feijian, Len Qingshan and Qin Warren went out, he was the fifth to leave. He got fifth because there would be another Heaven Immortal spot. He would be able to get Zone Piao Heaven another one. It was the attitude of the three Immortal Kings that Emo decided to help. If the three Immortal Kings' attitude was bad and even suspected him, Emo would definitely not take out these 5 spots. He wouldn't even participate in the second round. At the end of a tunnel, Emo saw a stone tablet indeed. Emo believed this was the Tao-Seeking tablet. If you left a mark there, it would be Tao mark. This stone tablet was only 3 meters tall and 60 cms wide. Emo went on and left the words MOing without hesitation. After Emo walked past it, he found himself not on the square but in a hall. There was no one inside. Emo knew that although he couldn't see anyone here, there was definitely people here. At least Su Ji and them were here. He didn't keep using spirit sense blades to check. It was the end of the round now, he only needed to wait. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the place lit up. Emo knew time was up, and then he found that he was in the square. The Tao-Seeking door was gone. The other 100 or so contestants all came out. Some still had fear on their faces. Clearly they didn't recover from their heart demons. Su Ji came over and greeted Brother Mo. He felt someone helped him in the tunnel, but he wasn't certain. He immediately thought of Mo and wanted to ask. Mo smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't talk, this is someone else's land.
Suji immediately knew that Yemo indeed helped him.
There was gratitude in his eyes.
He didn't know how Yemo did it, but he trusted Yemo. By the way,
I suggest you give up the third round and rest up first,
Yemo suddenly added. Suji was shook and looked at Yemo in confusion.
He didn't know what his rank was, but with Yemo's help he was certain he was in the third round.
Why did Yemo tell him to give up? Isn't the second round for the third round? If he gave up the third round, what was the point of the second round? Suji frowned. He believed Yemo wouldn't harm him. He felt Yemo was a worthy friend, but Yemo's words were completely unreasonable. Before Suji could ask why, Purple Rain Goddess and a few people came to greet Yemo. Yemo found that Mang Yong came to greet him too. Yemo smiled and responded to them all. In his heart he looked down on this Mang Yong. This guy is too much of a turtle. He hides his stones in the first round, but that was reasonable as who didn't like these stones, but in the second round, he still hid his power. When Yemo scanned this guy, he found that if he tried, he could definitely get into top 3, but this kept stayed around 45th. The second round had ended. Relatively, this round was much shorter than the first round. The results haven't been published, but the square was in discussion. He didn't scan the situation after being warned. Now, he could finally release the unhappiness in his heart. He flew to the altar and said the second round had finished. Contestants, please retreat. Yemo followed everyone to the border of the light. The square suddenly rumbled again and a stone tablet rose. That void door was gone and this tablet took its place. Then, the tablet grew and instantly reached a height of a few hundred meters and a width of 10 meters. Soon, 4 golden words appeared at the top of the tablet. Tao-seeking mark tablet. He then said this tablet is made by an immortal forgery grandmaster of the Middle Heaven domain. It is a replica of the Tao mark tablet. I hope you all will have an opportunity to touch the real Tao mark tablet. Everyone was confused too. Where was the Tao mark tablet and what level did you need to be to touch it? Immortal King scanned everyone and said, as for where it is and how to touch it, I can only tell you that once your power reaches a certain level you will know what it is. But I need to remind you, at least in the middle 11 heaven domains, there's no person who has the right to touch it. With this, the square sunk into discussion again. Even an immortal king tertiary stage couldn't touch it. Could only immortal monarch or immortal emperor touch the Tao mark tablet? Everyone calm down. The first 64 of the second round is about to be announced. He said. Only then did everyone put their attention back on the Tao-seeking mark tablet. This time, the name showed from first. When the first name to show was Suji Zong Piao Heaven Domain, the square exploded again. Even the immortal kings were completely shocked and looked at Suji. They didn't dare to believe at all. How was Zong Piao Heaven first in the second round again? And this was a never heard of before. Suji, Zong Piao Heaven immortal kings glanced at each other in joy. They definitely didn't expect to be first again. They thought even if they were to be first it would be that Moing, not Suji. Was the great luck of Zong Piao Heaven coming? Who was Suji? Some immortal kings asked. Tao-seeking door-tested heart demon, those who could get first definitely wouldn't be weak. I've heard of this person. He's ranked 9th on the Zong Piao Heaven abstruse ranking. That's strange. How is Zong Piao Heaven first for both rounds? And this Suji is only 9th on the abstruse rank. Would the ones ranked ahead be stronger? Impossible. Guan Feijian clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect he wasn't first again. He was clearly the first to enter the door. How could he not be first? Cheating, this was definitely cheating. Otherwise, with Zong Piao Heaven's trash power, how could they get first twice in a row? Chapter 1688. Someone's unhappy, I'm first. Suji looked at the first name on the tablet dazedly. He was still in shock. How could he be first? But it wrote clearly, First Suji. Zong Piao Heaven, congratulations Martial Brother Su. Purple Rain Goddess had a bitter smile. On the abstruse ranking she was so much higher than Suji, but Suji got first and she wasn't even confident that she got into the top 30. Suji suddenly murmured, I understand, so that's it. He subconsciously looked at Yemo but found that Yemo wasn't looking at him. He finally understood why Yemo told him not to go to the third round. His first was given to him by Yemo. Just how insane was this Emoing? He actually knew he was first? This meant that if Emoing won it first in the second round, he would have no trouble at all. Suji held down the excitement in his heart and the impulse to go talk to Yemo. He now knew that Yi Mo's future was far beyond his imagination.
Being friends with someone like this was his fortune. Su Ji breathed and decided to listen to Yi Mo and give up on the third round. He trusted Yi Mo's judgment. There's definitely a reason for him to give up the third round. Second, Guan Feijian, Yuan Lu Heaven. As expected, it was Guan Feijian. The three immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven couldn't stop smiling as they were being congratulated by the other heaven domains. Yuan Lu Heaven's He immortal king had a sunken face.
First was taken by Zone Piao Heaven again.
This was with him intervening regarding that Yi Mo as well. Third, Lin Xingshan, Kongsheng Heaven Domain.
Fourth, Qin Warren, Huangjia Heaven Domain. Fifth, Moing, Zone Piao Heaven Domain. Ha, nice Zone Piao Heaven Domain, I respect it.
When Qin Warren's name was called out, Huang Ming Immortal King laughed, clearly happy that Huangjia Heaven Domain got another name while respecting that Zone Piao Heaven got 2 more spots. Seeing that Yuan La Heaven only had 1 spot in the top 5, He's face was scarily bleak. This not only affected Yuan La Heaven but also himself. He was now Immortal King Tertiary Stage. If he could go in the Tao Seeking Tower once, then he might be able to learn the truth about Immortal Monarch. Yet in the first 2 rounds, the only Immortal King spots were taken by Zone Piao Heaven.
This is definitely cheating, otherwise how can Zone Piao Heaven get first twice? Guan Feijian, object. Guan Feijian finally couldn't resist yelling.
He was second in both rounds. This made him furious.
In the first round, he could blame it on his team for dragging him down, but the second round tested on ability and he was still second. Not just that, there was only him from Yuan La Heaven who got into top 5. Not only so, first and fifth were both from Zone Piao Heaven. Yi Mo sneered, cheating?
The real cheater is that old bastard He Immortal King.
Even if he didn't help Su Ji cheat, he would be first. This Guan Feijian has the face to talk about cheating.
If he really cheated, he could completely make him fall out of top 5.
Su Ji sneered too. He knew that his first was due to cheating, but he knew that even if Mo didn't help him, first wouldn't belong to Guan Feijian. Cheating? Ha ha. Huang Ming Immortal King laughed again.
His power was the strongest here. No one dared to say a thing if he was going to laugh. Yuan La Heaven is the landlord and has twice the amount of contestants as other heaven domains. Yuan Lu Heaven also brought up the tournament method. This Tao Seeking Door belongs to Yuan Lu Heaven. After the first round, Yuan Lu Heaven just decided to delay the second round by 3 days. I really want to know who is cheating.
Huang Ming Immortal King's voice suddenly went cold.
The tens of Immortal Kings here knew that Huang Ming Immortal King was already unhappy with Yuan La Heaven pushing back the tournament time on their own. Guan Feijian, don't say bullshit.
The tournament is just and fair.
If you say any more, you will be disqualified from the third round. Another Yuan Lu Heaven Immortal King who knew what was going on immediately reproached Guan Feijian. Even if there was cheating, it was Yuan Lu Heaven cheating.
The delay was to let that Moing come out and teach him a lesson.
It was best to beat him until he couldn't participate in the later rounds or even go into the Tao Seeking Tower. Usually, those who got first would be cocky and come out to show off. But they didn't expect Mo to be this careful. He didn't even leave his Spirit Rest Tower. They couldn't charge into his Spirit Rest Tower and teach him a lesson. Guan Feijian didn't dare to call out cheating after being warned, but he stared at Mo and Su Ji saying coldly, the third round is head-on battle. I hope Zong Piao Heaven still has the power to take first.
Yuan Lu Heaven is so dominant. If other people get first it's cheating, but you guys got second and it's reasonable? Ha ha.
Plus your Yuan Lu Heaven contestants already know the third round is head-on battle. We didn't know that at all.
Their news is really good. Amazing.
One Kongsheng Heaven Domain abstruse immortal sneered.
Who are you?
Guan Feijian's killing intent rose like an invisible sword at this abstruse immortal. I'm Kongsheng Heaven's Zhuang Tao. I look down on people who can't allow others to be better than him. What are you going to do? Then, this abstruse immortal's power rose too, wanting to block Guan Feijian's invisible sword rays, but his power was clearly weaker than Guan Feijian. His face went pale immediately. Lin Xingshan stepped forward and raised his hand.
That invisible sword ray disappeared and then he said coldly, Brother Guan, the third round hasn't even begun yet, you can't even wait anymore?
Oof.
Guan Feijian sneered.
You better not encounter me in the third round or you will regret it for your entire life. Zhuang Tao was weaker than Guan Feijian, but his temper wasn't. He also sneered. Hearing what you say, I almost thought you were first for both rounds, shameless thing. Guan Feijian's face was green, but he didn't attack. Su Ji knew how to talk. He got up and saluted with his fists to Zhuang Tao. Thank you for your words, brother Zhuang. I don't need to guess to know that he won't be the first in the third round. Haha, brother Su is right. Zhuang Tao was clearly happy with Su Ji's words. He helped Zhong Piao heaven, and if they said nothing, he wouldn't be comfortable. Guan Feijian's killing intent grew sharper and sharper. It was about to spill. He was going to kill in the third round. After this, 6th and 10th were called 6th Zhang Quan, Yuan Lo Heaven. This Xuan Quan was probably that bearded abstruse immortal following Guan Feijian. He should have been third, but he helped Qin Warren and Len Qingshan, so this guy went from third to 6th. Su Ji whispered to Yimo, Zhuang Quang is the second on the Yuan Le Heaven's Heaven Immortal leaderboard. Yimo nodded. 7th Ning Xuanran, Yuan Le Heaven. 8th Yen Shenlin, Yuan Lo Heaven. 9th Fu Lingtian, Yuan Lo Heaven. Yimo was speechless. Yuan Le Heaven was indeed powerful. 10th Feng Jingyue, Jing Duan Heaven. 11th Wu Wan Lin, Jiang Yu Heaven. 12th Tai Zhongfei, Wenchong Heaven. 13th Liao Lingxian, Xiao Meng Heaven. 14th Meng Qian, Yuan Lo Heaven. Chapter 1689, third round of tournament. The top 64 names were shown, and Yimo saw that a little under half were from Yuan Le Heaven. Even so, Immortal King's face was bad. This was far from what he had expected. He was unhappy, but as the announcer he couldn't show it, plus people were suspicious of him already. Second round, Zhong Piao Heaven shines again, getting 2 of the top 5. Moing got 5th after getting first in the first round. He obtained a Heaven Immortal spot. He might be the first of this Dao-seeking tournament, or he is already the first. Many people didn't understand this. Clearly Su Ji got the first of the second round. Why did he praise Moing? Mo was expressionless. Even though he didn't get first, clearly that old guy remembered him. He meant that he wasn't going to let him go in the third round. This was the second time this old guy was drawing hate to him. Even some abstruse immortal could tell that he wasn't just praising Moing, much less those immortal kings. Len Qingshan was expressionless, but Qin Warren and Wu Wanlin looked coldly at Yimo. They seemed prideful. It was as though if they beat Yimo in the next round they would be the number 1. Looking at their faces, Immortal King sneered. He had more in stall too, in order to show the high standard of this tournament. After the 3 rounds, one person will be crowned first. Whoever can get first will get a pill concoction chance from a Yuan Le Heaven level 6 Immortal Pill Great Master. He would also get a forgery opportunity from a level 7 Immortal Forgery Grandmaster. This was a huge benefit. Some people who didn't know things thought he set this just for Yimo, as he performed very well in both rounds. If he didn't do too bad on the third round, he would be first. These people started to admire Yimo. Those who knew what he thought cited how sinister Immortal King was. The third round could be said to be death battle. You could use any means to win if you wanted to be first. Not only do you have to be first in the third round, but you had to beat Yimo. Before all this, the contestants would just beat Yimo at most. But now, they would use all means necessary to kill Yimo, prove themselves. The faces of the 3 Zone Piao Heaven Immortal Kings were green. Su Huan Immortal King was about to rage, but Ping Zhou Immortal King stopped her. Immortal King didn't point names, and he spoke in a fair manner. Yimo sneered. He was a level 6 Immortal Pill Grade Master and a level 6 Immortal Forgery Grade Master. He wasn't interested in asking people for help with that. He knew this was Immortal King targeting him, but he didn't care. Even for Guan Feijian. He was confident in killing him. Immortal King continued like nothing had happened. There's 64 people in the final round. We will use elimination matches. The first to the 32 RD will be guarding their stage. The 33rd to 64th will go up and challenge. The first 32 must and only need to accept one challenge. The winner stays and the loser is disqualified. Immortal King Master, Zone Piao Heaven Su Ji will forfeit the third round. Su Ji said loudly. Everyone looked at Hollow Immortal, not understanding why he would suddenly leave. Someone scared. One Yuan Le Heaven abstruse immortal sneered. Su Ji looked back at that abstruse immortal. If it wasn't that Moing told him to leave, he would stay just for that. But when Su Ji saw that next to this abstruse immortal stood a pale-faced abstruse immortal who looked down, he subconsciously looked at the rankings for the second round.
He immediately understood what Yemo meant and his back even began sweating. Yemo didn't care about Yuan Lo Heaven immortal ranking, but he did. That pale-faced abstruse immortal is called Jiansha, ranked 6th on the Heaven immortal ranking. Suji looked at his information and knew he wasn't originally called Jiansha. He had a special feature: he would kill all his enemies. Unlike blood-robed immortal, he only kills those who fights him, regardless friend or enemy. Those who fought him were all killed. He wouldn't kill the friends and families of the dead. He seemed to kill just for battle. Every time before he killed, he would say kill. Usually when he said kill, no one can escape his next magic. Basically when he said that word, his opponent is already half dead. With time, people forgot what his name was, they just called him Jiansha. Such a person was ranked at 39th. Clearly Yuan Lo Heaven did this intentionally. If he didn't leave the tournament, Jiansha would challenge him first. Suji was prideful, but he didn't think he could escape from Jiansha. He was probably no match for blood-robed immortal. Jiansha was ranked higher than blood-robed immortal. Soon, Suji saw blood-robed immortal. He was ranked below 32 too. Clearly, this was ranked intentionally so. Yuan Lo Heaven was shameless indeed. They cheated so overtly, but there was nothing other people could say. He looked at the names below 32, they were all on the Heaven immortal ranking. He immediately knew that Moing saved him again. He just died to understand how Moing knew Yuan Lo Heaven would use such means. You're going to forfeit? He looked at Suji in confusion. He cursed in his mind. If Suji forfeits, how can he be killed? Even the 3 immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven looked at Suji in confusion. Suji said, my sea of consciousness was damaged in the 2nd round, I can't participate in the 3rd round. Pingzhou Immortal King said, since you're injured, you don't need to compete in the 3rd round, stay behind and rest, prepare to go into the Dao Seeking Tower. Yes. Suji quickly answered and passed a jade slip he carved on the spot to Yemo. Yemo scanned, his guess was right. Yuan Lo Heaven indeed used this tactic. They set up a lot of powerful people in the latter half. Luckily, the only people from Zone Piao Heaven in top 32 was Suji and him. Now, people could only challenge him. People were scared of Jiansha, but he wasn't. Seeing this, there was nothing he Immortal King could do. Luckily that Moing was still there, he would kill this Moing no matter what. Now that someone left, the tournament will progress in the same way. The 33rd will replace Suji to guard the stage. One person in the guarding 32 will not be challenged and will progress into the next round. After the top 32 are decided, the tournament will progress into the same way until the top 8 are decided. He Immortal King regretted no setting the rule that if you abandon the 3rd round you lose your progress from the 2nd round. But he didn't say this before, and if he said it now, it would cause public outrage. Yemo sneered. He was 5th. As long as he wasn't killed he would be challenged non-stop by Yuan La Heaven people. This rule was set up to target him. Ike really did set this up against GMO. He didn't believe with all these Yuan La Heaven masters, an abstruse immortal middle stage couldn't be killed. He Immortal King casually scanned EMO and continued every tournament. The top 8 of the 3rd round will be rewarded, this time will be so as well. Chapter 1690, Sun Ran Goddess's Aroma. The top 8 of the 3rd round can each get a Heaven Immortal spot in the Dao Seeking Tower. The 2nd will get a Great Immortal spot on top of that. The 1st will get a Status Immortal spot on top of that. As for the final Status Immortal spot, it will be decided by the 1st of the overall tournament. With this, the tens of Immortal Kings on the stage looked serious. There were only 2 more Immortal King spots and 1 Great Immortal spot. From what he said, it was almost certain that the 2 spots were decided by the 1st of the 3rd round. Whoever got first in the 3rd round might also become the 1st of the overall tournament. In fact, he Immortal King was a little worried too. Before, there was usually 4 Immortal King spots and they always belonged to Yuan Lu Heaven. Even if they weren't all theirs, there would be at least 3. But now, 2 of the 4 spots had nothing to do with them. How could he not be worried? He was confident in letting Guan Feijian get first. He knew Guan Feijian's power, he could easily kill Great Unity Immortal. In abstruse immortals, no one could threaten Guan Feijian. That Moing was good, but he could only accept death against Guan Feijian. Plus, he felt that Moing wouldn't even be able to survive the first elimination. Mo sneered. Luckily he let Suji be first of the 2nd round. Otherwise, he Immortal King definitely wouldn't create some first of the tournament thing. Guan Feijian was second for both rounds. If he was first for the third round, he would be the first of the tournament without a doubt. Emo scanned he Immortal King, and he happened to scan over too. The two gays met and each sneered. For Emo, the CE didn't want him to be first, but he was going to be first no matter what. One was to send the three Zong Piao Heaven Immortal Kings into the Dao Seeking Tower. Second was to not let He go in. He could tell He was desperate to go in. For the final 8, it will be the first fighting 8th, second fighting the 7th, and so forth. The winners will ascend to semifinals. Semi-final matchups will be decided to drawing an opponent. After He finished these, the other 4 Immortal Kings also went on the main altar. When the 63 contestants left the square, the 5 Immortal Kings shot out 5 rays again. The Dao-seeking tablet immediately disappeared, and in a rumbling sound a huge stage appeared in the center. Everywhere around it was invisible restrictions. Emo was experienced and could tell that these restrictions were easy to get in but hard to go out. This meant that if someone wanted to kill his opponent, this would provide the perfect setting. Even if the opponent forfeits, the winner can pretend he couldn't stop himself and kill his opponent. After all, you were still on the stage. But if you were smashed off the stage and your opponent chased down, then it would be unreasonable of the opponent. Guan Feijian looked provokingly at Emo, but Emo pretended he didn't exist. Martial brother Mo, you're really good, you reached the top 5 in the second round too. Sunran Goddess came over in an aromatic wind and looked at Emo with admiration. She was very close to Emo, even her clothes touched Emo's clothes. Her aroma was different to the aroma Jun Bingyu had, but it was very enticing. Thank you, Emo answered while thinking of Qingshui and Susu. He had been to the immortal realm for a while. In another while, the Mou city might be ascending to the immortal realm. He felt his cultivation speed was too slow. Only when he reached Immortal King could he go back to Gonghua Heaven and annihilate Lu Jingquan. He was only abstruse immortal tertiary stage now. He didn't really like this Sunran Goddess. It was this indescribable feeling. Even talking to her didn't feel as comfortable as with Jinbingyu. Despite Jinbingyu being cold, martial brother Mo, you got a few heaven immortal spots in the first 2 rounds, but I didn't get a single one. Sunran Goddess neared Emo saying with a tone of pity. Emo was dazed. He didn't expect she was so straightforward. Clearly she was asking for a spot. How was she so shameless? Who did she think she was? He didn't even know her and she just wanted a spot like this. Was she an idiot, or did she think he was an idiot? Martial brother Mo, be careful of Jianxia later, Senran suddenly said and then added, I'm at Heaven Aroma Sect, you can come find me. Purple Rain Goddess had been watching Emo. Emo was the only top 32 of Zong Piao Heaven. She even suspected that Suji got first due to Emo. Seeing Sunran Goddess go up to Emo and talk, she frowned and even sneered. She was extremely uncomfortable with that woman. Now that martial brother Mo was famous, she went up to him. At the first round, she didn't even look at Emo, as though hearing the sneer. Senran Goddess suddenly looked lovingly at Emo before retreating. Emo frowned. Theoretically, she didn't seem like a superficial person. She just came up to speak shyly like this and she thought he would fall in love with her. Heaven Aroma Sect, Emo thought, and use spirit will 9 transformations, searching every inch on his body. Those who want to challenge me come up. Guan Feijian flew onto the stage. His tone was cold but full of fierce killing intent and pride. The contestants seemed to be feared by this killing intent and no one dared to go up. Guan Feijian sneered. Zhuang Tao, aren't you very strong? If you have balls, come up. Don't talk big and act like a coward. Zhuang Tao sneered. Is Yuanlu Heaven's Heaven Immortal ranking very good? I'm never afraid of a challenge. Martial brother Zhuang, don't be tricked. Len Qingshan immediately stopped him. Zhuang Tao patted Len Qingshan's hand. I might not be his opponent, but I need to tell him I'm not afraid of any challenge, not even him. He doesn't have the right to talk me down. Then Zhuang Tao broke free of Len Qingshan and flew onto the stage. Len Qingshan sighed and shook his head. He knew that if this happened to him he wouldn't be able to resist. Emo was looking at the stage. But he was focused on searching his body. He felt that Sunran Goddess was a bit strange and so was that aroma. After a few seconds, Emo's face changed. He found what was wrong. There was a sliver of qi slowly seeping into his hair. After a while, that qi would completely fuse with his hair. As time went on, that chi would become his own chi completely. This meant that if he didn't find it, then a decade later, it would be extremely hard for him to find it. Emo sweated cold. Just what sect was this Heaven Aroma sect? They were so good at leaving marks.
This was him with Spirit Will 9 transformations. If he didn't have Spirit Will 9 transformations, he would have fallen for it for sure. After the third round, he would be going into the Tao Seeking Tower. No one would know when he would come out.
In that case, why did she still mark him? Chapter 1686, Shameless He Immortal King, this powerful? Xianlin Goddess looked dazedly as GMO was near the door. She even forgot to go forward.
She thought GMO used a lot of effort to catch up, but this guy was just strolling around. Even Xuanran Goddess was dazed. She spoke to EMO partly because she approved of him. Regardless whether EMO got first in the first round through luck or not, it was a demonstration of power. That's why she came up to flirt with EMO and try to make a good impression. EMO just showed softness of his face. Clearly he was moved by her beauty. Why did he suddenly leave her behind? At this moment, Guanfei Jian and that bearded abstruse immortal already went inside the door. EMO went in with Lin Qingshan at the same time. You're very good.
Lin Qingshan saw Emo caught up to him and said.
There was a sliver of surprise in his eyes. Emo smiled but said nothing. The instant he entered the door, he couldn't sense the other three anymore. There was a bleak dark tunnel. Just as he Immortal King said, at the end of the tunnel, there would be Tao Seeking Tablet. If it was some desperate person, he would have charged up immediately, but GMO felt vigilant coming in here. He carefully took 2 steps forward and suddenly a terrifying pressure came.
Emo felt he entered a dream.
Qingxue, Susu charged at him. There was a huge ravaging river before them. It was as though they would fall in if they took another step. No. Emo called out, but after that a thin stream of coolness circulated in his essence spirit. Emo suddenly woke up. There was definitely a big trap ahead of him. He didn't keep going forward and stopped instead. He was certain his guess was right. This door was a magic artifact. That feeling was like heart demon. If he hadn't been cultivating in front of the bitter bamboo and had no heart demon, he really would have fell for it. Emo didn't act like he was awake but instead looked very worried and kept charging forward. 10 seconds later, Emo saw a bloody river again. Emo checked with his spirit sense carefully and immediately knew this was no blood river. It was a circulating illusion formation. If he went in, he would be walking around in circles endlessly. Emo jumped in the blood river and started walking around while thinking when was a good time to go. Just when Emo was worried, a powerful spirit sense pressure came over. That terrifying pressure almost crippled Emo. He Immortal King, this old bastard was too shameless. Emo cursed but still had to pretend he lost his mind. This is the Tao Seeking door. If you want to enter the Tao Seeking Tower, you must pass the questioning of the door. If you answer wrong, you will be forever sunken in the blood river and never to reincarnate. A voice sounded in the tunnel. It was as though he was being questioned by Great Tao. Emo cursed in his heart while his face acted dazedly. What is your name? That voice sounded like it was from the bottom of the abyss. Moing. Where do you come from? What secrets do you have? I come from Susun planet. I have a spirit-seeking magic artifact. It can find any immortal spirit item below level 6. Emo answered but looked down on He. This old bastard was so shameless. He was certain that if this guy targeted someone else, he would have spilled all his secrets. But at least this way, he didn't have to worry about exposing his golden page world. Why did you get 356 points in the first round? I found a bunch of stones in the tower. I got 36 5-colored stones. Walk around the river 19,000 times and you can get what you want. Then, the voice disappeared. This old bastard not only asked for his secrets and also made him walk around the river 19,000 times. By the time he was done, the second round would have nothing to do with him. But GMO had to listen to him and started spinning. After a few spins, he suddenly went violent and hacked around with Zisu. Purple sword rays hacked on the tunnel wall. He hacked faster and faster until he couldn't even care about his immortal essence anymore. He Immortal King sneered. He thought this guy was powerful, but it turned out to be just luck. His stealth cultivation method should be quite good. His spirit-seeking magic artifact was good, but it could only find level 6 immortal spirit herb. It wasn't much use to him. Then, he couldn't be bothered with Emo. He didn't believe Emo could stay awake in here.
Even a great eternity immortal wouldn't be able to stay unaffected by Heart Demon after being pressured with his spirit sense. Yemo wasn't hacking Zisu around for no reason. When he noticed he immortal king's spirit sense had left, his spirit sense hacked out. The spirit sense blade seeped out with Zisu's sword rays. A short time later, Yemo's spirit sense blades penetrated the illusion formation tunnel. Soon, Yemo saw the other contestants. Guan Feijian was already very far ahead. Looking at him, he was probably taught on what to do. He also saw that Qin Warren and Len Qingshan were running around in circles. Without a doubt, it was this bastard. This bastard was cheating so obviously. He clearly wanted to take the top 5 of the second round, but GMO wasn't going to let them have it. He gave Qin Warren and Len Qingshan each a spirit sense blade. They woke up immediately. Their face changed drastically and clearly remembered what happened before. They immediately charged out of the illusion formation, but how could GMO let this Guan Feijian go so easily? He released tens of spirit sense blades and set up a spirit sense blade formation before him. Yemo knew this couldn't slow Guan Feijian, but it would slow him down and let Qin Warren and Len Qingshan catch up. Then, he took back his spirit sense and pretended to accidentally cut his arm, making him wake up for a brief moment. During this time, he charged out of the Blood River illusion and sped ahead. It was as tough the three woke up at the same time. Moments later, Yemo surpassed Guan Feijian. Even Len Qingshan and Qin Warren were near Guan Feijian. He saw this and was amazed. Just when he wanted to do something again, he heard someone on his side say, Immortal King, you've been constantly using your spirit sense in the second round. Are you participating in the second round, Odo? Immortal King was shook. He looked back and saw Huang Ming Immortal King's fierce eyes. He was shook and carefully said, Tao-Seeking Tower is one of the Tao-Seeking magic artifact of Yuan Lo Heaven. It does not belong to me, how can I participate? He didn't dare to have conflict with this Immortal King. Huang Ming Immortal King was a peak Immortal King of Huangjia Heaven. He was one step away from Immortal Monarch. Regardless if Huang Ming Immortal King would reach Immortal Monarch or not, an Immortal King peak stage wasn't someone an Immortal King tertiary stage like him could offend. If it's found that he was controlling the second round, even Yuan Lo Heaven wouldn't be able to protect him. Huang Ming Immortal King sneered, I was afraid the Tao-Seeking tablet would be used by someone. If something like this really happened, Huangjia Heaven won't let this go. Immortal King sneered but didn't dare to scan his spirit sense in the Tao-Seeking tablet again. Yemo sped up. He thought Yi's spirit sense would come back soon, but after a long while it didn't come. He guessed that the Tao-Seeking tablet wasn't Immortal King's. His spirit sense wasn't able to come in here all the time. With this, Yemo had no concern. He had a few more spirit sense blades out. Then he saw Qin Warren and Len Qingshan in an illusion again. Yemo was confused. Did Immortal King scan his spirit sense in again? But soon, Yemo realized he worried too much. Guan Feijian was in trouble too. In that case, Yemo didn't intervene again. Yemo realized that this place was a place that created Heart Demon. Yemo didn't even have Heart Demon at all. Chapter 1687. Definitely cheating. In a short while, Yemo was about to reach the end. He stopped. He didn't want to get the first of the second round for now. If he got first of the second round, he would definitely be ambushed in the third round. That Immortal King would definitely not allow Zone Piao Heaven to get first for all three. When it was the third round, he wouldn't care. After the third round, he would go in the Tao-Seeking Tower immediately. In there, no one would be able to affect him. He could go whenever he liked. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and soon found Suji. He was around 30th. Suji was trapped by an illusion formation too. Without hesitation, Yemo hacked a spirit sense blade near Suji's Sea of Consciousness and a few spirit sense blades on the illusion formation that trapped him. That formation paused for a brief moment. Suji suddenly felt his Sea of Consciousness shake and the illusion formation paused for a moment. A clear tunnel appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, Suji charged up. When he was about to enter into Heart Demon again, Yemo sent a few more spirit sense blades over. The tunnel wasn't long. With Yemo's repeated help, Suji quickly surpassed Guan Feijian and became the first to charge out of the tunnel. Yemo didn't follow Suji out, nor did he scan his spirit sense out. In this magic artifact, there didn't seem to be any other spirit sense except for his.
If his spirit sense went out, who knew if he would be caught? After a while, after Guan Feijian, Lin Qingshan and Qin Warren went out, he was the fifth to leave. He got fifth because there would be another heaven immortal spot. He would be able to get Zone Piao Heaven another one. It was the attitude of the three immortal kings that Yimo decided to help. If the three immortal kings' attitude was bad and even suspected him, Yimo would definitely not take out these 5 spots. He wouldn't even participate in the second round. At the end of a tunnel, Yimo saw a stone tablet indeed. Yimo believed this was the Tao-seeking tablet. If you left a mark there, it would be Tao mark. This stone tablet was only 3 meters tall and 60 cms wide. Yimo went on and left the words MOing without hesitation. After Yimo walked past it, he found himself not on the square but in a hall. There was no one inside. Yimo knew that although he couldn't see anyone here, there was definitely people here. At least Su Ji and them were here. He didn't keep using spirit sense blades to check. It was the end of the round now, he only needed to wait. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the place lit up. Yimo knew time was up and then he found that he was in the square. The Tao-seeking door was gone. The other 100 or so contestants all came out. Some still had fear on their faces. Clearly they didn't recover from their heart demons. Su Ji came over and greeted Brother Mo. He felt someone helped him in the tunnel but he wasn't certain. He immediately thought of Yimo and wanted to ask. Yimo smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't talk, this is someone else's land. Su Ji immediately knew that Yimo indeed helped him. There was gratitude in his eyes. He didn't know how Yimo did it but he trusted Yimo. By the way, I suggest you give up the third round and rest up first. Yimo suddenly added. Su Ji was shook and looked at Yimo in confusion. He didn't know what his rank was but with Yimo's help he was certain he was in the third round. Why did Yimo tell him to give up? Isn't the second round for the third round? If he gave up the third round, what was the point of the second round? Su Ji frowned. He believed Yimo wouldn't harm him. He felt Yimo was a worthy friend but Yimo's words were completely unreasonable. Before Su Ji could ask why, Purple Rain Goddess and a few people came to greet Yimo. Yimo found that Mang Yong came to greet him too. Yimo smiled and responded to them all. In his heart he looked down on this Mang Yong. This guy is too much of a turtle. He hides his stones in the first round but that was reasonable as who didn't like these stones, but in the second round, he still hid his power. When Yimo scanned this guy, he found that if he tried, he could definitely get into top 3 but this kept stayed around 45th. The second round had ended. Relatively, this round was much shorter than the first round. The results haven't been published but the square was in discussion. He didn't scan the situation after being warned. Now, he could finally release the unhappiness in his heart. He flew to the altar and said the second round had finished. Contestants, please retreat. Yimo followed everyone to the border of the light. The square suddenly rumbled again and a stone tablet rose. That void door was gone and this tablet took its place. Then, the tablet grew and instantly reached a height of a few hundred meters and a width of 10 meters. Soon, 4 golden words appeared at the top of the tablet. Tao-seeking mark tablet. He then said this tablet is made by an immortal forgery grandmaster of the Middle Heaven domain. It is a replica of the Tao mark tablet. I hope you all will have an opportunity to touch the real Tao mark tablet. Everyone was confused too. Where was the Tao mark tablet and what level did you need to be to touch it? Immortal King scanned everyone and said, as for where it is and how to touch it, I can only tell you that once your power reaches a certain level you will know what it is. But I need to remind you, at least in the middle 11 heaven domains, there's no person who has the right to touch it. With this, the square sunk into discussion again. Even an immortal king tertiary stage couldn't touch it. Could only immortal monarch or immortal emperor touch the Tao mark tablet? Everyone calm down. The first 64 of the second round is about to be announced. He said. Only then did everyone put their attention back on the Tao-seeking mark tablet. This time, the name showed from first. When the first name to show was Su Ji's own Piao Heaven domain, the square exploded again. Even the immortal kings were completely shocked and looked at Su Ji. They didn't dare to believe at all. How was Zone Piao Heaven first in the second round again? And this was a never heard of before. Su Ji, Zone Piao Heaven immortal kings glanced at each other in joy. They definitely didn't expect to be first again. They thought even if they were to be first it would be that Moing, not Su Ji. Was the great luck of Zone Piao Heaven coming? Who was Su Ji?
Some immortal kings asked.
Dao-seeking door-tested heart demon, those who could get first definitely wouldn't be weak. I've heard of this person. He's ranked 9th on the Zone Piao Heaven abstruse ranking.
That's strange, how is Zone Piao Heaven first for both rounds? And this Su Ji is only 9th on the abstruse rank, would the ones ranked ahead be stronger? Impossible. Guan Feijian clenched his fists tightly.
He didn't expect he wasn't first again, he was clearly the first to enter the door, how could he not be first? Cheating, this was definitely cheating. Otherwise, with Zone Piao Heaven's trash power, how could they get first twice in a row? Chapter 1688, someone's unhappy, I'm first.
Su Ji looked at the first name on the tablet dazedly.
He was still in shock, how could he be first, but it wrote clearly, First Su Ji.
Zone Piao Heaven, congratulations Martial Brother Su.
Purple Rain Goddess had a bitter smile. On the abstruse ranking she was so much higher than Su Ji, but Su Ji got first and she wasn't even confident that she got into the top 30. Su Ji suddenly murmured, I understand, so that's it. He subconsciously looked at Emo but found that Emo wasn't looking at him. He finally understood why Emo told him not to go to the third round. His first was given to him by Emo, just how insane was this Emoing? He actually knew he was first? This meant that if Emoing won at first in the second round, he would have no trouble at all. Su Ji held down the excitement in his heart and the impulse to go talk to Emo. He now knew that Emo's future was far beyond his imagination. Being friends with someone like this was his fortune. Su Ji breathed and decided to listen to Emo and give up on the third round. He trusted Emo's judgment, there's definitely a reason for him to give up the third round. Second Guan Feijian, Yuan Lu Heaven. As expected, it was Guan Feijian. The three immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven couldn't stop smiling as they were being congratulated by the other heaven domains. Yuan Lu Heaven's He immortal king had a sunken face.
First was taken by Zone Piao Heaven again.
This was with him intervening regarding that Emo as well. Third Lin Xingshan, Kong Sheng Heaven Domain.
Fourth Qin Warren, Huangjia Heaven Domain. Fifth Emoing, Zone Piao Heaven Domain. Nice Zone Piao Heaven Domain, I respect it.
When Qin Warren's name was called out, Huang Ming Immortal King laughed, clearly happy that Huangjia Heaven Domain got another name while respecting that Zone Piao Heaven got 2 more spots. Seeing that Yuan La Heaven only had 1 spot in the top 5, He's face was scarily bleak. This not only affected Yuan La Heaven but also himself. He was now Immortal King Tertiary Stage. If he could go in the Dao-seeking tower once, then he might be able to learn the truth about Immortal Monarch. Yet in the first 2 rounds, the only Immortal King spots were taken by Zone Piao Heaven.
This is definitely cheating, otherwise how can Zone Piao Heaven get first twice? Guan Feijian, object. Guan Feijian finally couldn't resist yelling.
He was second in both rounds, this made him furious. In the first round, he could blame it on his team for dragging him down, but the second round tested on ability and he was still second. Not just that, there was only him from Yuan La Heaven who got into top 5.
Not only so, first and fifth were both from Zone Piao Heaven. Emo sneered, cheating?
The real cheater is that old bastard He Immortal King.
Even if he didn't help Su Ji cheat, he would be first. This Guan Feijian has the face to talk about cheating.
If he really cheated, he could completely make him fall out of top 5. Su Ji sneered too. He knew that his first was due to cheating, but he knew that even if Emo didn't help him, first wouldn't belong to Guan Feijian. Cheating?
Ha ha. Huang Ming Immortal King laughed again.
His power was the strongest here. No one dared to say a thing if he was going to laugh. Yuan La Heaven is the landlord and has twice the amount of contestants as other heaven domains. Yuan Lu Heaven also brought up the tournament method. This Dao-seeking door belongs to Yuan Lu Heaven. After the first round, Yuan Lu Heaven just decided to delay the second round by 3 days. I really want to know who is cheating.
Huang Ming Immortal King's voice suddenly went cold.
The tens of Immortal Kings here knew that Huang Ming Immortal King was already unhappy with Yuan La Heaven pushing back the tournament time on their own. Guan Feijian, don't say bullshit.
The tournament is just and fair.
If you say any more, you will be disqualified from the third round. Another Yuan Lu Heaven Immortal King who knew what was going on immediately reproached Guan Feijian. Even if there was cheating, it was Yuan Lu Heaven cheating.
The delay was to let that Emoing come out and teach him a lesson.
It was best to beat him until he couldn't participate in the later rounds or even go into the Dao-seeking tower. Usually, those who got first would be cocky and come out to show off. But they didn't expect Emo to be this careful. He didn't even leave his spirit rest tower. They couldn't charge into his spirit rest tower and teach him a lesson. Guan Feijian didn't dare to call out cheating after being warned, but he stared at Emo and Su Ji, saying coldly, "The third round is head-on battle. I hope Zhong Piao Heaven still has the power to take first." Yuan Lo Heaven is so dominant. If other people get first it's cheating, but you guys got second and it's reasonable? Ha ha. Plus your Yuan Lo Heaven contestants already know the third round is head-on battle. We didn't know that at all. Their news is really good. Amazing. One Kong Shang Heaven Domain Abstruse Immortal sneered. "Who are you?" Guan Feijian's killing intent rose like an invisible sword at this abstruse immortal. "I'm Kong Shang Heaven's Zhuang Tao. I look down on people who can't allow others to be better than him. What are you going to do?" Then, this abstruse immortal's power rose too, wanting to block Guan Feijian's invisible sword rays, but his power was clearly weaker than Guan Feijian. His face went pale immediately. Lin Qingshan stepped forward and raised his hand. That invisible sword ray disappeared, and then he said coldly, "Brother Guan, the third round hasn't even begun yet. You can't even wait anymore?" "Oof." Guan Feijian sneered. "You better not encounter me in the third round or you will regret it for your entire life." Zhuang Tao was weaker than Guan Feijian, but his temper wasn't. He also sneered. "Hearing what you say, I almost thought you were first for both rounds, shameless thing." Guan Feijian's face was green, but he didn't attack. Su Ji knew how to talk. He got up and saluted with his fists to Zhuang Tao. "Thank you for your words, brother Zhuang. I don't need to guess to know that he won't be the first in the third round." Haha, brother Su is right. Zhuang Tao was clearly happy with Su Ji's words. He helped Zhong Piao Heaven, and if they said nothing, he wouldn't be comfortable. Guan Feijian's killing intent grew sharper and sharper. It was about to spill. He was going to kill in the third round. After this, 6th and 10th were called 6th Zhang Quan, Yuan Lo Heaven. This Xuan Quan was probably that bearded abstruse immortal following Guan Feijian. He should have been third, but he helped Qin Warren and Lin Qingshan, so this guy went from third to 6th. Su Ji whispered to Emo, "Zhuang Quang is the second on the Yuan Le Heaven's Heaven Immortal leaderboard." Emo nodded. 7th Ning Xuanran, Yuan Le Heaven. 8th Yen Shenlin, Yuan Lo Heaven. 9th Fu Lingtian, Yuan Lo Heaven. Emo was speechless. Yuan Le Heaven was indeed powerful. 10th Feng Jingyue, Jing Duan Heaven. 11th Wu Wanlin, Jiang Yu Heaven. 12th Tai Zhongfei, Wenchong Heaven. 13th Liao Lingxian, Xiao Mang Heaven. 14th Meng Qian, Yuan Lo Heaven. Chapter 1689, third round of tournament. The top 64 names were shown, and Emo saw that a little under half were from Yuan Le Heaven. Even so, Immortal King's face was bad. This was far from what he had expected. He was unhappy, but as the announcer he couldn't show it, plus people were suspicious of him already. Second round, Zhong Piao Heaven shines again, getting 2 of the top 5. Moing got 5th after getting first in the first round. He obtained a Heaven Immortal spot. He might be the first of this Dao-seeking tournament, or he is already the first. Many people didn't understand this. Clearly Su Ji got the first of the second round. Why did he praise Moing? Emo was expressionless. Even though he didn't get first, clearly that old guy remembered him. He meant that he wasn't going to let him go in the third round. This was the second time this old guy was drawing hate to him. Even some abstruse immortal could tell that he wasn't just praising Moing, much less those immortal kings. Lin Qingshan was expressionless, but Qin Warren and Wu Wanlin looked coldly at Emo. They seemed prideful. It was as though if they beat Emo in the next round they would be the number 1. Looking at their faces, Immortal King sneered. He had more in stall too, in order to show the high standard of this tournament. After the 3 rounds, one person will be crowned first. Whoever can get first will get a pill concoction chance from a Yuan Le Heaven level 6 Immortal Pill Great Master. He would also get a forgery opportunity from a level 7 Immortal Forgery Grandmaster. This was a huge benefit. Some people who didn't know things thought he set this just for Emo, as he performed very well in both rounds. If he didn't do too bad on the third round, he would be first. These people started to admire Emo. Those who knew what he thought cited how sinister Immortal King was. The third round could be said to be death battle. You could use any means to win, if you wanted to be first. Not only do you have to be first in the third round, but you had to beat GMO. Before all this, the contestants would just beat GMO at most. But now, they would use all means necessary to kill EMO prove themselves. The faces of the three Zone Piao Heaven Immortal Kings were green. Su Huan Immortal King was about to rage, but Ping Zhou Immortal King stopped her. He Immortal King didn't point names and he spoke in a fair manner. EMO sneered. He was a level 6 Immortal Pill Grade Master and a level 6 Immortal Forgery Grade Master. He wasn't interested in asking people for help with that. He knew this was He Immortal King targeting him, but he didn't care. Even for Guan Feijin. He was confident in killing him. He Immortal King continued like nothing had happened. There's 64 people in the final round. We will use elimination matches. The first to the 32 RD will be guarding their stage, the 33rd to 64th will go up and challenge. The first 32 must and only need to accept one challenge. The winner stays and the loser is disqualified. He Immortal King Master, Zone Piao Heaven Suji will forfeit the third round. Suji said loudly. Everyone looked at Hollow Immortal, not understanding why he would suddenly leave. Someone scared. One Yuan La Heaven Abstruse Immortal sneered. Suji looked back at that abstruse immortal. If it wasn't that Imoing told him to leave, he would stay just for that. But when Suji saw that next to this abstruse immortal stood a pale-faced abstruse immortal who looked down, he subconsciously looked at the rankings for the second round. He immediately understood what GMO meant and his back even began sweating. GMO didn't care about Yuan La Heaven Immortal ranking, but he did. That pale-faced abstruse immortal is called Jiansha, ranked 6th on the Heaven Immortal ranking. Suji looked at his information and knew he wasn't originally called Jiansha. He had a special feature. He would kill all his enemies. Unlike Blood-Robed Immortal, he only kills those who fights him, regardless friend or enemy. Those who fought him were all killed. He wouldn't kill the friends and families of the dead. He seemed to kill just for battle. Every time before he killed, he would say kill. Usually when he said kill, no one can escape his next magic. Basically when he said that word, his opponent is already half dead. With time, people forgot what his name was, they just called him Jiansha. Such a person was ranked at 39th. Clearly Yuan Lo Heaven did this intentionally. If he didn't leave the tournament, Jiansha would challenge him first. Suji was prideful, but he didn't think he could escape from Jiansha. He was probably no match for Blood-Robed Immortal. Jiansha was ranked higher than Blood-Robed Immortal. Soon, Suji saw Blood-Robed Immortal. He was ranked below 32 too. Clearly, this was ranked intentionally so. Yuan La Heaven was shameless indeed. They cheated so overtly, but there was nothing other people could say. He looked at the names below 32, they were all on the Heaven Immortal ranking. He immediately knew that Moing saved him again. He just didn't understand how Moing knew Yuan Lo Heaven would use such means. You're going to forfeit? He looked at Suji in confusion. He cursed in his mind. If Suji forfeits, how can he be killed? Even the three immortal kings of Zone Piao Heaven looked at Suji in confusion. Suji said, my sea of consciousness was damaged in the second round. I can't participate in the third round. Pingzhou Immortal King said, since you're injured, you don't need to compete in the third round. Stay behind and rest. Prepare to go into the Dao Seeking Tower. Yes. Suji quickly answered and passed a jade slip he carved on the spot to Emo. Emo scanned. His guess was right. Yuan Lo Heaven indeed used this tactic. They set up a lot of powerful people in the latter half. Luckily, the only people from Zone Piao Heaven in top 32 was Suji and him. Now, people could only challenge him. People were scared of Jiansha, but he wasn't. Seeing this, there was nothing He Immortal King could do. Luckily that Moing was still there. He would kill this Moing no matter what. Now that someone left, the tournament will progress in the same way. The 33rd will replace Suji to guard the stage. One person in the guarding 32 will not be challenged and will progress into the next round. After the top 32 are decided, the tournament will progress into the same way until the top 8 are decided. He Immortal King regretted no setting the rule that if you abandon the third round you lose your progress from the second round. But he didn't say this before, and if he said it now, it would cause public outrage. Emo sneered. He was fifth. As long as he wasn't killed he would be challenged non-stop by Yuan La Heaven people. This rule was set up to target him. He Ike really did set this up against GMO.
He didn't believe with all these Yuan La Heaven Masters, an abstruse immortal middle stage couldn't be killed. He immortal king casually scanned EMO and continued every tournament. The top 8 of the third round will be rewarded, this time will be so as well. Chapter 1690, Sun Ran Goddess's Aroma. The top 8 of the third round can each get a heaven immortal spot in the Tao Seeking Tower. The second will get a great immortal spot on top of that. The first will get a status immortal spot on top of that. As for the final status immortal spot, it will be decided by the first of the overall tournament. With this, the tens of immortal kings on the stage looked serious. There were only 2 more immortal king spots and 1 great immortal spot. From what Yi said, it was almost certain that the 2 spots were decided by the first of the third round. Whoever got first in the third round might also become the first of the overall tournament. In fact, He Immortal King was a little worried too. Before, there was usually 4 immortal king spots and they always belonged to Yuan Lu Heaven. Even if they weren't all theirs, there would be at least 3. But now, 2 of the 4 spots had nothing to do with them. How could he not be worried? He was confident in letting Guan Feijian get first. He knew Guan Feijian's power, he could easily kill Great Unity Immortal. In abstruse immortals, no one could threaten Guan Feijian. That MOing was good, but he could only accept death against Guan Feijian. Plus, he felt that MOing wouldn't even be able to survive the first elimination. Yi Mo sneered. Luckily he let Su Ji be first of the second round. Otherwise, He Immortal King definitely wouldn't create some first of the tournament thing. Guan Feijian was second for both rounds. If he was first for the third round he would be the first of the tournament without a doubt. Yi Mo scanned He Immortal King and he happened to scan over too. The two's gaze met and each sneered. For Yi Mo, the CE didn't want him to be first, but he was going to be first no matter what. One was to send the 3 Zone Piao Heaven Immortal Kings into the Tao Seeking Tower. Second was to not let He go in. He could tell He was desperate to go in. For the final 8, it will be the first fighting 8th, second fighting the 7th, and so forth. The winners will ascend to semifinals. Semi-final matchups will be decided to drawing an opponent. After He finished these, the other 4 Immortal Kings also went on the main altar. When the 63 contestants left the square, the 5 Immortal Kings shot out 5 rays again. The Tao-seeking tablet immediately disappeared and in a rumbling sound a huge stage appeared in the center. Everywhere around it was invisible restrictions. Yi Mo was experienced and could tell that these restrictions were easy to get in but hard to go out. This meant that if someone wanted to kill his opponent, this would provide the perfect setting. Even if the opponent forfeits, the winner can pretend he couldn't stop himself and kill his opponent. After all, you were still on the stage. But if you were smashed off the stage and your opponent chased down, then it would be unreasonable of the opponent. Guan Feijian looked provokingly at Yi Mo, but Yi Mo pretended he didn't exist. Martial brother Mo, you're really good, you reached the top 5 in the second round too. Sun Ran Goddess came over in an aromatic wind and looked at Yi Mo with admiration. She was very close to Yi Mo, even her clothes touched Yi Mo's clothes. Her aroma was different to the aroma Jun Bingyu had, but it was very enticing. Thank you, Yi Mo answered while thinking of Qingshui and Susu. He had been to the immortal realm for a while. In another while, the Mou city might be ascending to the immortal realm. He felt his cultivation speed was too slow. Only when he reached Immortal King could he go back to Gonghua Heaven and annihilate Lu Jingquan. He was only abstruse immortal tertiary stage now. He didn't really like this Sun Ran Goddess. It was this indescribable feeling. Even talking to her didn't feel as comfortable as with Jin Bingyu. Despite Jin Bingyu being cold, martial brother Mo, you got a few heaven immortal spots in the first 2 rounds but I didn't get a single one. Sun Ran Goddess neared Yi Mo saying with a tone of pity. Yi Mo was dazed, he didn't expect she was so straightforward. Clearly she was asking for a spot. How was she so shameless? Who did she think she was? He didn't even know her and she just wanted a spot like this. Was she an idiot or did she think he was an idiot? Martial brother Mo, be careful of Jianxia later, Sun Ran suddenly said and then added, I'm at Heaven Aroma sect, you can come find me. Purple Rain Goddess had been watching EMO. EMO was the only top 32 of Zone Piao Heaven. She even suspected that Suji got first due to EMO. Seeing Sun Ran Goddess go up to EMO and talk, she frowned and even sneered. She was extremely uncomfortable with that woman. Now that martial brother Mo was famous, she went up to him. At the first round, she didn't even look at Yi Mo,
as though hearing the sneer. Senran goddess suddenly looked lovingly at Yemo before retreating. Yemo frowned.
Theoretically, she didn't seem like a superficial person. She just came up to speak shyly like this and she thought he would fall in love with her. Heaven aroma sect, Yemo thought, and use spirit will 9 transformations, searching every inch on his body. Those who want to challenge me come up. Guan Feijian flew onto the stage. His tone was cold but full of fierce killing intent and pride. The contestants seemed to be feared by this killing intent and no one dared to go up.
Guan Feijian sneered.
Zhuang Tao, aren't you very strong? If you have balls, come up.
Don't talk big and act like a coward. Zhuang Tao sneered.
Is Yuanlu Heaven's Heaven Immortal ranking very good?
I'm never afraid of a challenge.
Martial brother Zhuang, don't be tricked.
Len Qingshan immediately stopped him. Zhuang Tao patted Len Qingshan's hand.
I might not be his opponent, but I need to tell him I'm not afraid of any challenge, not even him. He doesn't have the right to talk me down.
Then Zhuang Tao broke free of Len Qingshan and flew onto the stage. Len Qingshan sighed and shook his head. He knew that if this happened to him he wouldn't be able to resist. Emo was looking at the stage. But he was focused on searching his body. He felt that Sunran Goddess was a bit strange and so was that aroma. After a few seconds, Emo's face changed. He found what was wrong. There was a sliver of qi slowly seeping into his hair. After a while, that qi would completely fuse with his hair. As time went on, that qi would become his own qi completely. This meant that if he didn't find it, then a decade later, it would be extremely hard for him to find it. Emo sweated cold. Just what sect was this Heaven Aroma sect? They were so good at leaving marks. This was him with Spirit Will 9 transformations. If he didn't have Spirit Will 9 transformations, he would have fallen for it for sure. After the 3rd round he would be going into the Tao Seeking Tower. No one would know when he would come out. In that case, why did she still mark him? Chapter 1696, You're not in the top 4, crack. Emo immediately felt that terrifying killing intent weaken. The frost nearby also disappeared. Does Yuanlu Heaven have this custom? Before, that great eternity immortal announcer wanted to kill a contestant and now an immortal king wants to kill contestant. Is this the things that Yuanlu Heaven is going to do at the Tao Seeking Tournament? Huang Ming Immortal King stood in front of the stage. That ice arrow melted in his hands. Emo breathed easy while clenching his fists tightly. Without power, he was lesser than an ant. If he was an immortal king now, would he need to be so scared and let people act so cocky? Huang Ming dared to stop Immortal King because he had the power. He was Immortal King peak. Qin Warren calmed down and bowed to Huang Ming Immortal King before walking off the stage. There was still a body on the stage, the beautiful Shan Len goddess. However, Emo could tell that Qin Warren was heavily injured. Even an hollow immortal could easily kill him now. He definitely doesn't have the power to continue to the next fight. Huang Ming Immortal King's words immediately resonated with many other Immortal King. It was so indeed. Qin Warren did indeed kill Shan Len goddess cruelly, but this was a tournament and the tournament allowed it. Yet, Yuanlu Heaven Immortal King wants to intervene and even kill Qin Warren. Clearly they were undermining the rules. He Immortal King coughed and when Liu Immortal King's disciple was killed, she got agitated. Please understand Huang Ming Immortal King. Huang Ming sneered. He felt extremely uncomfortable but he knew he can't start a fight. He knew Yuanlu Heaven was being unreasonable but he had to take it. Liu Immortal King knew her disciple was killed but if she fought now she had no reason to. She didn't look at Huang Ming. She wasn't going to let this go. Sooner or later she would look for trouble with Huang Ming. His disciple killed her disciple. Liu scanned at the floating 8 names and looked at Yi saying coldly, according to the ranking on the 2nd round, my disciple should be fighting Len Qingshan. Why is she fighting Qin Warren? Tell me what is going on. She was asking but her killing intent spilled everywhere. Even Immortal King's clothes were rattling due to this. If Shen Len fought Len Qingshan, Liu Immortal King believed her disciple wouldn't be killed. Len Qingshan was nicer and the two knew each other. He Immortal King dazed and said, after you left we changed the tournament rules for the final 8. The other heaven domains agreed too. Emo sneered on the side. He was on alert when he heard that from 8 to 4 people the opponents were decided based on drawing. That great eternity immortal cheated during the draw indeed. But he interrupted the draw and things didn't go according to Yi's plan. Liu Immortal King sneered, you old bastard, I will remember you.
Then, Liu charged onto the stage and carried her disciple and disappeared. He immortal king's face a screen. He couldn't explain the reasons to her, he could only hate Yemo more. If Yemo didn't interrupt it, how could this happen? He not only offended Liu immortal king and how to apologize to Huang Ming immortal king. He was hated internally and externally. Then, Yemo flew onto the stage. His opponent was Zhang Quan. Yemo had a good impression of Zhang Quan, but he was from Yuanla heaven, so Yemo had decided to kill Zhang Quan accidentally. It was best if that would make He go crazy. However, when he released his top-grade immortal artifact and Zhang Quan came onto the stage, he looked at Yemo calmly and asked, "You hid your power to kill Guan Feijian, right?" Yemo raised a brow. Theoretically, no one other than Blood-Robed Immortal should know he hid his power. Blood-Robed Immortal was prideful and he wouldn't be spreading this. If you use full power, you can kill Jin Sha in a very short time, right? Zhang Kuang saw Yemo didn't answer and asked again. Zhang Kuang looked coarse, but he wasn't as simple-minded as he looked. Since he already knew, Yemo asked, "You saw this yourself?" "No, Shui Chengxian told me." "So that means this is all true?" Zhang Kuang couldn't resist asking in shock. He could tell Yemo was preserving his strength, but he didn't expect Yemo was this powerful. When Blood-Robed Immortal told him this, he didn't dare to believe it, but thinking of Yemo's previous opponents, he felt things weren't right. "Do I have a chance to win?" Zhang Kuang asked calmly. He could tell Yemo and He Immortal King were like fire and water. If Yemo had the power to kill Guan Feijian, he would have the power to kill him. Due to Yemo's hatred towards He Immortal King, he might kill him. He just wanted a spot into the Dao-seeking tower. Now that he got it, he didn't need to fight Yemo with his life. As for serving He Immortal King, he had never thought of it. Even if he was to fight Yemo, it would be after his Dao arts were in great completion. "You have none." Yemo said calmly, "I admit defeat. I hope I can fight with you in the future." Zhang Kuang said and then got off the stage. He said the last sentence loudly. Seeing this, even the immortal kings were dazed. Zhang Kuang was just below Guan Feijian in Yuanla heaven, yet he surrendered without even fighting? What was this? Everyone was expecting a fascinating battle. With this, many people started to take Yemo seriously. Some immortal kings knew that although Zhang Kuang didn't reach top 10 in the first round, it was because he kept most of the 7 refined stones for himself. Otherwise, he would definitely be top 10. Zhang Kuang was extremely calm and yet he admitted defeat. Wouldn't that mean Moing was very powerful? Even Guan Feijian frowned. He was certain that Yemo was no match for him, but he knew Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang wasn't as high profile as him, but definitely not a low-key person. It never happened that he admitted defeat. After a long while, the great Eternity Immortal remembered the quarterfinals were over. He flew onto the stage and said, "Fourth match, Zone Piao Heaven Moing victory." He paused and continued, "Now we will draw for one last time." Huang Ming Immortal King interrupted him. "Qin Warren is unable to fight, he will forfeit." Then, Len Qingshan got up and said, "Len Qingshan forfeit." Len Qingshan wasn't dumb. Even Zhang Kuang admitted defeat to Moing. He was certain he was no match for Yemo. As for Guan Feijian, he was even stronger. He really wanted to kill him, but he knew how strong he was. He was the weakest of the final 3, so he might as well just quit. Yemo knew what Len Qingshan meant and nodded to him. He didn't want to fight him, he wanted to kill Guan Feijian. The great Eternity Immortal soon understood and said loudly, "This will be the final battle of the 3rd round. Yuanla Heaven Guan Feijian against Zone Piao Heaven Moing. The victor will not only be the first for the final round but for the entire tournament as well." Guan Feijian and Yemo almost landed on the stage at the same time. "You're very cunning. Now in the final round, there's only me from Yuanla Heaven in the top 4. You succeeded, but encountering me, you will never have a chance to enter the Dao-seeking tower." Guan Feijian said as a long sword without a handle landed in his hand. At the same time, his drum smashed at Yemo. "You're wrong, there won't be you in the top 4. Yemo released Zisu 2, chapter 1697, How Heaven Finger. After Guan Feijian smashed out the huge drum, he realized that Yemo didn't use the top-grade immortal artifact long sword and instead switched to a low-grade immortal artifact. Guan Feijian didn't go easy on his attack, but he frowned. He didn't believe Yemo was insulting him. He could feel that Yemo hid his real power in his previous fights. If Yemo wasn't insulting him, it meant that this low-grade immortal artifact is his real attack magic artifact.
He used a low-grade immortal artifact instead of top-grade immortal artifact. This low-grade immortal artifact shouldn't be simple. The drum turned 100 times larger, almost covering the entire stage. The humming sound tore people's eardrums and overturned people's sea of consciousness. The sound waves were stopped by Emo's spirit sense domain while Zisu hacked out. Zisu shot out countless purple sword rays while the sword itself grew rapidly and turned into a huge purple sword the size of the drum.
Emo wanted to hack this drum away first. The sound domain attacks couldn't injure him, but he would need to constantly use spirit sense domain to stop it. It would be a waste. He just needed to hack the drum away and he would be able to kill Guan Feijian with full power. With this drum here, his spirit sense blades wouldn't work too. Thud, Zisu hacked onto the huge drum surface and so did the countless purple sword rays, but other creating a white mark and some heavy sounds. The drum wasn't damaged at all. Emo's heart sunk. He knew his Zisu was too low level. But even so, it shouldn't be unable to hack a drum open. This drum wasn't simple. Guan Feijian was also shocked. Emo didn't release any magic artifact and could stop his drum. After stopping his drum, he could still attack his drum with full power. What power was this? Emusha was strong. His fire rune mirror could stop the drum, but he couldn't attack with full power. This person was acting weak indeed. It was a luck that he killed Jian Sha. But wanting to act weak to him, Emo was asking to die. Guan Feijian shot out tens of chants and the nearby space rustled. Immortal essence rolled and that huge drum sound suddenly changed. The hum disappeared and instead a dong sounded. This sound was deep and never-ending. The endless echo rustled people's immortal essence and made sea of consciousness hurt. That humming sound was ear-piercing and sea of consciousness confusing, but this dong sound struck people's dantian. Even through the restriction, some leak-powered people spat a mouthful of blood and retreated. Some people even wanted to release their magic artifact to stop this. It made people feel they were on an endless ancient battlefield. The swooping blood and killing intent smashed over with this drum sound. Guan Feijian never used his full power before. Was this his real power? Even through the restrictions set up by an immortal king, it was this unbearable. Just what was Moing dealing with? The first to feel the change was Emo. This heavy sound pierced his spirit sense domain and struck his dantian. It made his immortal essence rustle a bit. He had spirit sense cultivation method and so his sea of consciousness wasn't injured, but he couldn't tolerate such attack. Dong, Emo just remembered his octagonal cauldron was shattered when this second dong sounded. Emo flew back, his face went pale. If he didn't have spirit sense cultivation method, he would have lost himself in the ancient battlefield and could only go mad. Guan Feijian was this powerful. No, that drum was this powerful. Dong. The third sound came. Emo's throat felt blood. He almost spat blood. He resisted the urge to do so and released the world rock. If he kept letting Guan Feijian strike the drum, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. He was planning to use the world rock at a crucial moment, but he had no choice now. Guan Feijian's face was pale. He didn't expect Emo to be able to stop 3 strikes and still counterattack. He bit the tip of his tongue and his handless sword spun faster and faster before disappearing from his hands. It turned into countless hidden sword rays that shot at Emo. However, Emo's spirit sense domain was fully stretched and he noticed them immediately. He used Illusion Cloud Exert will strike while smashing out World Rock. The countless purple sword rays seemed to have grown eyes and stopped all the sword rays. Rumble, the World Rock and huge drum smashed together. Only half of the fourth sound had been released. Emo was still affected and spat a mouthful of blood. The instant the two artifacts clashed, Guan Feijian couldn't resist spitting a mouthful of blood. He could only sound the drum 5 times at most. He couldn't strike the drum incessantly like Emo imagined. If he could, he wouldn't consider Emo a threat at all. Crack. There was a crack on the surface of the drum. The World Rock was also sent smashing into the restriction. The powerful force cracked open the restriction. Before the World Rock landed, Emo took it into his storage ring. There were so many immortal kings watching. Their spirit sense was allowed into the stage, but what if one of them didn't follow the rules? Then the source material of his World Rock would be exposed. Emo kenned that after spirit controlling the World Rock, the immortal kings shouldn't be able to tell, but what if they did? Mang Yong didn't even dare to fight to preserve his secret. Emo and Guan Feijian fought for less than 5 minutes, but it was already an intense life and death battle. This was a pinnacle battle. Neither of them used their full power before. You dare to damage my How Heaven drum? Guan Feijian saw the crack on the drum and his eyes were about to bulge out. This drug was crucial to him. Die, Guan Feijian roared as he flew up and didn't release any magic artifact, nor did he take back his sword and How Heaven drum. He pointed his finger at Yimo. This instant, Yimo felt that all the killing chi in the space was sucked into this finger. This endless killing chi finger tore through space at him. Yimo thought of countless ways, but he didn't find a single one to stop this finger. If he didn't put away the world rock, he would be able to stop it. How Heaven finger, some people watching recognized, even those immortal kings watched Guan Feijian in shock. With the copy of the How Heaven drum and the How Heaven finger, it meant that Guan Feijian might have gotten How Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage. Some people were begin to wonder if that How Heaven drum was the real one. Perhaps Guan Feijian didn't fully control it and thus couldn't release its full power. Since he couldn't find a magic artifact to stop this, he would stop it himself. Yimo gathered all of his immortal essence and punched. Yimo knew that he underestimated Guan Feijian. Although his spirit sense and immortal essence couldn't compare with Yan Zhoutian, but his drum and finger wasn't something ordinary people could stop. Thud, before the finger and fist connected, the terrifying speed and immortal essence squeezed the nearby space. A black shadow appeared between the finger and fist. It seemed to be a crack. It wasn't a tear in space. No matter how strong two abstruse immortals were, they wouldn't be able to tear the middle heaven domain space. It's just that they touched on the brink of space due to their speed and power reaching a certain level. Even so, some immortal kings were amazed. Such prodigy abstruse immortal were extremely rare even in the grand heaven domains, yet there were two in the middle heaven domain. Guan Feijian had a great heritage and was a top great prodigy himself. But who was that Yimoing to be able to match Yimo? Rumble, blood splashed. Yimo flew back, but Guan Feijian retreated a few steps too. There was shock on his face. Even a great extreme immortal who dared to clash with his fist to his finger would result in his fist turning into nothing. Yet, an abstruse immortal middle stage only retreated with injuries. Chapter 1698. How can I fear battle? Immortal Nirvana body. Guan Feijian immediately realized that Yimo was immortal Nirvana body. Only that would be able to protect Yimo's fist. As soon as he thought of this, he felt endless sword rays hack over. However, he found in shock that Yimo's sword artifact was still fighting his sword. Wait, these sword rays were just his feeling. He couldn't see it at all. These sword rays were hacking his spirit sense and sea of consciousness. This was spirit sense attacks. Yimo had spirit sense cultivation method. Guan Feijian's face changed. Yimo's power was far beyond his expectation. He was immediately about to release his How Heaven drum. That would be able to stop Yimo's spirit sense attacks. Yimo's spirit sense blades were endless like water flowing out of a river as it rushed towards Guan Feijian's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Yimo released World Rock again. Yimo knew clearly that he had to kill Guan Feijian now or he might not be able to kill him after today. Guan Feijian's finger god art was too powerful. He was immortal Nirvana body and punched with full power. In the end, he was still injured in the clash. He was in the complete lower hand in that clash. Guan Feijian's sea of consciousness rustled. He couldn't instantly break free from Yimo's spirit sense domain. When the terrifying world rock landed, Guan Feijian immediately knew that Yimo wanted to kill him. One finger extermination. Guan Feijian roared as blood mist around him rose. His looks instantly aged. In that instant, he forcefully shattered the spirit sense blades away and pointed another finger. He knew that this finger would make him unable to recover for a few hundred years, but he knew that if he didn't use this he would certainly die. He wasn't afraid of Yimo's world rock. His drum cracked a little, but it could still stop that huge weighting stone. If Yimo was struck by his finger, his drum would have the upper hand. That finger would just be enough to kill him. He who was about to come in to intervene stopped himself. He could tell this finger was many times stronger than the one before. All the space near Yimo was locked. He definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Huang Ming Immortal King saw what Yi Immortal King did but just sneered. Yuan Lo Heaven always had the tradition of stopping the match. He wouldn't stop Yi Immortal King saving Guan Feijian, but his contempt didn't go any less. He would speak after Yi killed Yimo. After this powerful finger came out, Yimo knew he couldn't stop this with his fist again. Seeing Guan Feijian instantly age, Yimo knew that Guan Feijian not only burned his essence blood but also his life to use this finger. Not just the stage but the entire square formed a terrifying whirlpool. Moing was over. The Zhongpiao Heaven Immortal King sighed.
he dared to go up and save someone, but they didn't dare to. If they did, Zhong Piao heaven would be over. Even some great eternity immortal looked at this finger in horror. They were wondering if they would be able to survive against this finger. Zhang Kuang's heart went cold. He had always thought that Guan Feijian was only a little stronger than him, but now it seemed the difference was huge. Guan Feijian definitely wasn't as cocky as he acted, or he wouldn't be hiding so many moves. Su Ji and them didn't dare to look.
They looked down.
Sun Rangotta shook her head, feeling it was a pity that Yimo was going to be killed after she just marked him. Guan Feijian's old face snarled. Yimo sighed and punched. Seeing this, not only Guan Feijian but everyone else shook their heads. Even if this fist was as powerful as the one before, he would still be struck by the finger. But soon Guan Feijian was confused. He found that Yimo's punch wasn't towards the finger but towards his drum. Did Yimo want to destroy his drum, knowing that he would die anyways? The How Heaven drum can't even be destroyed by immortal artifact. How can it be destroyed by this mere punch? Thud, the terrifying finger struck Yimo's body and Yimo's body exploded. But then Guan Feijian's old face froze. He felt like he struck a shadow. How is this possible? Rumble, Yimo's punch struck his drum. The drum dined crack but was sent flying. The world rock fell down. Impossible. Splurge, this time, there was really blood flying. Guan Feijian just called 4 words and the world rock smashed him to a bloody mist. That instant, all the invisible sword rays disappeared. A hamless long sword fell down. But Zissou didn't stop. It turned around and struck towards an essence spirit that just flew out. Yimo didn't plan to leave Guan Feijian's essence spirit. This guy was almost on par with Yan Zhoutian. He had to kill him. You actually know, space law. Guan Feijian's essence spirit said with extreme shock before being hacked and dissipating. Yimo spat another mouthful of blood before putting away the world rock and Zissou. Then he put away Guan Feijian's storage ring and that How Heaven drum and then the long sword. One instant could be very long or very short. To the audience, this instant was too short. To Yimo and Guan Feijian, this instant was too long. From Yimo stopping Guan Feijian's first finger till killing Guan Feijian, it was less than 1 instant. Space law was something Yimo used as a last resort. But that final finger was too powerful. It completely suppressed all the space nearby. Luckily he knew a little bit of space law. That was enough to save his life. When Yimo took away all the magic artifact, the immortals below realized that it was actually that abstruse immortal middle stage who won. What was going on? Even some immortal king wasn't certain how Yimo escaped and killed Guan Feijian. It's actually space law. Some immortal king saw and discussed in shock. An abstruse immortal knowing a sliver of law, this was too absurd. It's not that abstruse immortal can't know laws, but since antiquity how many abstruse immortal could know a law? All the abstruse immortals who knew a sliver of law were the prodigies of that 10 million years. You dare to kill Guan Feijian. He immortal king was furious to the extreme and took a step out. What, is MOing to let Guan Feijian kill him and not counterattack? Kai Feng immortal king instantly got on the stage. Ha ha ha. Huang Ming immortal king laughed. You old bastard, is the Dao-seeking tournament controlled all by you? Moing was about to be killed before, but I didn't see Zhong Piao heaven immortal king going up. Now that Guan Feijian is killed, you're the first to go up. I'm here today. If you dare to touch Moing at all, I will refine your blood and soul. Huang Ming was long sick of Hyi, and now that he got the chance, how could he let this go? This way he would step on Yi while connecting with Zhong Piao heaven. The main thing was he would leave a good impression to that Moing. He was this young and could understand a sliver of space law. To him, Mo Ying's future would be terrifying. He immediately woke up after being reproached by Huang Ming. He knew he was too impulsive. Guan Feijian was dead. Killing Mo now would only start a war. You have no right to tell me what to do. Did I say I was going to kill Mo Ying? I was just asking back Guan Feijian's belongings for his sect. What right does Mo Ying have to take Guan Feijian's belongings? Kai Feng immortal king sneered. There's been so many battles, and I've never seen the victor give out the battle loot. How come when it's my Zhong Piao heaven member, we have to hand over the loot? Zhong Piao heaven is weak, but we're not going to be insulted by anyone. The demonic immortal spirit beast have ravaged our heaven domain for countless years. We Zhong Piao heaven immortals have never retreated. How can we fear battle? Kai Feng immortal king's words were full of power. Sliver of killing chi spilled. Pingzhou immortal king and Su Huan immortal king went up at the same time, standing in front of Mo.
Chapter 1699, Distribution of Tao Card. Then, the immortal kings flew onto the stage together. This was no small matter. If the Zong Piao Heaven Immortal King started conflict with Yuan La Heaven Immortal King, it might start Heaven Domain War. There were Heaven Domain Wars, but each time it happened, it was catastrophic. No one was willing to let it happen. Plus, in the Middle Heaven Domain, there are demonic immortal spirit beast ravaging right now. It had spread out from Zong Piao Heaven. No one would like to see Heaven Domain War now. Immortal King knew he was being unreasonable this time. Although he had been very dominant, he didn't dare to stay this way in front of so many immortal kings. The discord soon calmed down and no one dared to ask for the loot Emo got. The Great Eternity Immortal Announcer had to get off the stage and flew into the air since all the immortal kings were on the stage. He announced the Tao Seeking Tournament has concluded. For round 3, the first is Zong Piao Heaven Moing, second is Yuan La Heaven Guan Feijin, third is Kong Sheng Heaven Len Qingshan. Although Guan Feijin had been killed, he was still ranked second. This had always been the rule. The first place for this Tao Seeking Tournament is Zong Piao Heaven Moing. As the Great Eternity Immortal announced Jimo's name again, the entire square was filled with discussion of admiration. Even the immortal kings were very envious. Zong Piao Heaven earned big this time. Even Yuan La Heaven rarely had such glory, taking all 4 spots into the Tao Seeking Tower. This Tao Seeking Tournament has concluded. Please don't move around, everyone. Find your spot and wait for the opening of the Tao Seeking Tower. Another Yuan La Heaven Immortal King said loudly. Everyone knew what to do anyways. After every tournament, the Tao Seeking Tower would open in a certain time. Once it did, 30 Tao cards would fly out. One could only go in with these Tao cards or you would be annihilated by the Tao Seeking Tower. The Tao Seeking Tower was on the side of the Tao Seeking Square. The entire tower was surrounded by mist. One couldn't see what it looked like. The space before the tower had emptied up. Countless immortals sat outside the Tao Seeking Tower and the square was filled with people. Once the Tao Seeking Tower opened, Tao waves would come out. Anyone who felt these Tao waves would be able to learn and create Tao art or God art. This had nothing to do with talent, it was purely based on people's learning capabilities. The stage had been removed, even some immortal kings found a place to get ready to feel the Tao wave. Emo walked to a place near Zong Piao Heaven. Su Ji, Purple Rain Goddess and them all came over to congratulate. What GMO didn't expect was that Mang Yong came over and smiled before giving Emo a jade bottle. Seeing martial brother Mo show your dominance, Mang Yong was really immersed in it. This is a top-grade great unity pill left by my sect. Now it's for martial brother Mo to congratulate. A lighting flashed in Emo's brain. He suddenly realized so this was it. He was wondering why Mang Yong suddenly didn't care about the Tao Seeking Tower spot. He thought he had everything under control. He had 3 spots of the Heaven Immortal Tao Seeking spots. Plus, this time, Zong Piao Heaven didn't have a single Great Immortal come over. That Great Immortal could be swapped for a Heaven Immortal. This way, Zong Piao Heaven would have 4 status Immortal and 4 Heaven Immortal spot. He had Su Ji had 1 each, there were 2 more, regardless if the last 2 were decided based on Zong Piao Heaven rank or contribution, Mang Yong had a share. Mang Yong was near the top in all 3 rounds. Mang Yong was ranked second in Zong Piao Heaven other than him. With this, Mang Yong would definitely get a spot. Now, Mang Yong gave him a great unity pill to ensure that spot. Such good calculations, he fought with his life and offended a few immortal kings. This guy wanted to use this mean to get a spot. Emo smiled and pushed the jade bottle back. Thank you, but there's still some time till I reach abstruse immortal peak stage. My master told me that when I reach abstruse immortal peak stage, he would prepare special grade great unity pill for me. Mang Yong paused. He had everything in his calculations, but not Emo rejecting his pill was beyond his anticipation. He was certain that even though Emo knew he would be taking a spot, he wouldn't reject a great unity immortal pill. Emo was in solo cultivator. Even a big sect member wouldn't be able to reject great unity immortal pill, which abstruse immortal could reject great unity immortal pill, but Emo did. Usually, even if people had great unity immortal pill they wouldn't reject more. These pills were very valuable resources. Emo sneered. 1 great unity immortal pill and he wanted Tao Seeking Tower spot. This bastard is dreaming? He had a few bottles special grade great unity immortal pill right now. Plus he was a level 6 immortal pill grade master. If he didn't have great unity immortal pill nor was he an immortal pill grade master, then well done, you got me. Moing congratulations. I look favorably of you.
If you have time, you must come visit at Huangming Immortal City in Huangjia Heaven.
I believe you and Warren will become friends.
Huangming Immortal King smiled and walked over. Mang Yong could only put away his pill seeing this, but he wasn't worried. He would definitely get a spot for his contribution. Yi Mo quickly saluted with his fists to greet Huangming Immortal King. He had a very good impression of Huangming. He was dominant but reasonable. But it was impossible to be friends with Qin Warren. He didn't like Qin Warren's character, but he quite approved of Lin Qingshan, the immortal king of another heaven domain. Congratulating an abstruse immortal was quite a rare thing. On top of that, more than 10 more immortal king came to congratulate. It seemed they all felt that Jimo's future was going to be significant. A few immortal kings subtly hinted at Jimo's world rock, wanting Emo to show them what it was made of, but Emo pretended he didn't hear that. Thank you, brother Mo. Kongsheng Heaven Lin Kingson came up and thanked Emo. Emo knew what he meant and waved his hand. When brother Zhuang was killed, I was planning to get revenge for him. No need to thank me for this. There was a rumbling sound. Everyone knew the Dao cards were about to fly out. The square fell silent. 15 minutes later, the mist around the tower suddenly opened and a golden door opened. Tens of light figures flew out from the door and floated in the air before the tower. It was 30 Dao cards. The 4 golden cards are for status immortal, the 6 red ones are for great immortal, and the 20 yellow ones are for heaven immortal. Everyone please get the cards they earned. It was Yemo to get it from Zhong Piao Heaven. Yemo flew up and grabbed 4 golden Dao cards and a red and 3 yellow cards. Soon, the Dao cards were divided. Zhong Piao Heaven was the biggest winner this time. Some immortal kings admired Zhong Piao Heaven. Only 3 immortal king came, but they got 4 status immortal cards. This was a miracle amongst miracle. Yi Mo gave the 8 cards to Kai Feng Immortal King and said, all the Dao cards are here. Please divide them, Kai Feng Master. Almost everyone stared at the cards in Kai Feng Immortal King's hands. Kai Feng immediately smiled. These cards care brought back by Moing and Su Ji. I can't take what is theirs. So I will decided to let Yi Mo divide 7 of the cards and Su Ji 1 of them. Chapter 1700, I believe you deserve it too, Yi Mo laughed to himself. It's so indeed. He knew that Kai Feng would care about what he thought for the division of the jade cards. However, he didn't expect Kai Feng Immortal King to let him decide altogether. Mang Yong was smart but didn't expect this. Yi Mo looked down on people who wanted a share of things without paying a price. Mang Yong frowned. He really wanted to let the immortal kings divide the Dao cards, but he knew that if he brought this up it would only make Emo dislike him more. If he succeeded it would be good, but if he didn't he wouldn't have any hopes at all. Suji got up and said, Marshal brother Mo can decided my jade card too. I have no objections to his decision. Only Suji knew that his jade card was obtained due to Emo as well. It had nothing to do with him. Great. Kai Feng Immortal King said and looked at Ping Zhou and Su Huan Immortal King. Ping Zhou and Su Huan nodded with a smile. Su Huan Immortal King said this is the best. Moing and Su Ji obtained these cards. Su Ji agrees to let Moing divide it. I believe this is the best. Moing, what do you think? Kai Feng Immortal King looked at Yi Mo and asked, Moing will listen to Immortal King Master's arrangement. Yi Mo rejoiced in his heart. Although he got the Dao cards, but usually, it's the immortal kings who decide how it's distributed. They would at most respect the contributor's will. Now that Kai Feng Immortal King gave the jade cards to him, it meant that he looked favorably of him too. Yi Mo received the cards respectfully and everyone's eyes gathered on Yemo's hands. Yi Mo took out 3 golden cards and gave them to Kai Feng, Ping Zhou, and Su Huan Immortal King respectively. Zhong Piao Heaven being able to acquire this result is inseparable with the 3 Immortal King Masters. The 3 Immortal King Masters of course has right to a Dao card. The 3 Immortal Kings knew they would get one, but once they got it, they were still very excited. Even though they were Immortal King, they thanked Yi Mo. Yi Mo took out a Heaven Immortal card to Su Ji brother Su got 1 Status Immortal card. Of course he deserves to go in. Su Ji took the card and thanked Yi Mo. Everyone thought Su Ji was being too polite, but only he knew that he wasn't. This card was truly given to him by Yi Mo. Yi Mo took another card and walked up to Purple Rain Goddess. Moing approves of Purple Rain Goddess. Here's a Dao card for you. Purple Rain Goddess took the card in surprise and joy and quickly thanked. She didn't expect she would get one. Mang Yong's heart sunk. Theoretically, after Su Ji it should be him to get the card. But Yi Mo didn't even look at him and just gave the card to Purple Rain Goddess. Other than his own jade card, Yi Mo only had 2 left.
What worried Mang Yang was that Yemo didn't talk about Purple Rain Goddess progress in the tournament but said he approved of her.
This meant that he wanted to give this to her on his own accord, he can't wait anymore. Thinking about this, Mang Yang got up and bowed to the three Immortal King and then saluted with his fists three Immortal King Masters, martial brother Moing. According to the results of the tournament, I should get one of the Jade card. The three Immortal Kings smiled but said nothing and just looked at Yemo. Yemo nodded. Brother Mang is right, Brother Mang got into top 32 at the third round.
I believe Brother Mang can get a Dao card too.
Mang Yang rejoiced and his heart rested, but then, Yemo took the last yellow Jade card and walked to a red-robed female immortal martial sister.
I don't know your name but I look favorably of you. You can have this Heaven Immortal Jade card, ha!
She looked at the Jade card in Yemo's hands with admiration. She didn't expect this would come to her.
She was struck by huge fortune that she even forgot to thank Yemo.
She just grabbed onto the card dazedly. Su Huan Immortal King sighed.
Moing really knew how to do things.
He knew that she brought Qianxiu here, so he gave another Dao card on her account. His martial sister was in Zone Piao Heaven, it seemed she needed to take care of her a little more. Yemo thought so indeed.
The red-robed female immortal came with Su Huan Immortal King.
Giving her a Jade card was pretty much finding a reliable backup for Jin Bingyu.
Plus, he really admired what Su Huan Immortal King did.
As an Immortal King, asking him for another Jade card was completely fine, but she didn't do it. The red-robed female immortal finally woke up and took the Dao card as she bowed. Qianxiu thanked Brother Moing.
Mang Yang frowned and asked again, Brother Mo, is the last spot for me?
Yemo's face sunk. Brother Mang, I worked hard for these Jade cards, why should I give it to you?
But Brother Mo just said I deserve a Dao card?
Mang Yang had a bad feeling. He seemed to have been played by Yemo. Yemo smiled. We all come from Zone Piao Heaven, of course I think you deserve a Dao card.
Not just you, I hope everyone in Zone Piao Heaven can get one.
But I fought for my Dao cards with my life, I won't give it to someone I don't know. But Brother Mang, I believe you can ask for it from the Dao Seeking Tower. Speak to the Golden Door, tell it you got into top 32, then you can probably get another Dao card. Even if it doesn't, Yuan La Heaven would know your result and maybe they'll give you a Dao card.
You?
Mang Yang's face was green. How could he not know that Yemo was scorning at him for not putting in effort?
But he didn't care. Yemo got these cards, he had listed Yemo as someone he must kill now.
He didn't give Dao card and dared to scorn him like this. The three Immortal Kings said nothing. If they were distributing the Dao cards,
they would give Mang Yang one. As for why Yemo didn't, it was probably because Mang Yang admitted defeat to Guan Fei Jin. In fact, the three Immortal King could tell that Mang Yang never really tried. Yemo ignored Mang Yang and took a golden card to Huang Ming Immortal King. Moing greatly respect Huang Ming Immortal King Master, this status Immortal Dao card is for you.
As an Immortal King, Huang Ming already sort of knew Yemo would give him one, but when Yemo actually gave him one, he was overjoyed.
He quickly saluted with his fists and thank you Brother Moing.
I don't need an Immortal King spot, you can just give me a red Dao card.
My eldest son is about to reach Immortal King.
He came as well, with a Dao Seeking card, he can reach Immortal King without a doubt.
Huang Ming Immortal King even called Yemo brother.
Some Immortal Kings saw this and admired. If they knew this Moing was so grateful, they would have stood up for him too. Huang Ming Immortal King just said some words and he got a Dao card. He was too lucky. Yemo gave the red Dao card to Huang Ming Immortal King without hesitation. Just when Yemo was going to use the status Immortal card to trade for a Heaven Immortal card, he heard Huang Ming sound transmission to him. Moing, you don't need to trade that golden status Immortal card. I heard that it can also let Heaven Immortal go in. I don't know what the benefit is, but it's definitely better than Heaven Immortal Dao card. I only got this news from a special occasion. No Heaven Immortal has used a status Immortal card to go in, you should be the first. Yemo was shook. If that was true, he would benefit much more inside. Seeing Huang Ming Immortal King walk away, Yemo pretended nothing happened and left too. He was staring at Yemo, but seeing Yemo walk towards Huang Ming, his eyes showed extreme disappointment. He was waiting for Yemo to trade Dao card, but he just gave one to Huang Ming Immortal King. With this, the golden door suddenly clarified and a huge golden path appeared before the tower. Those with Dao card can go in. One Immortal King reminded and the 30 immortals with Dao cards walked in.
The Zong Piao Heaven Immortal King didn't expect they would all be going in the tower. Before they went in, they asked Huang Ming Immortal King to take care of the Zong Piao Heaven disciples and greeted two Immortal King from Ji Yao Heaven, telling them that if they were going back to Ji Yao Heaven and Zong Piao Heaven people wanted to go back to Zong Piao Heaven, then please bring them too. Yemo clutched the Dao card and followed everyone on the golden path. He felt that golden light road was like cotton. It was very soft. However, when he looked around, he saw there was no one else but him.